because they're controlling. They're all on, and they're just controlling the volume back there.
Oh, okay.
Don't tell you. We do have the better view, Terry. Look at our view. I know.
It's a little bit of a rush to
Just put it in the recycle bin.
right at the mirror. It's beautiful.
I know. We'll be able to see the squirrels and
Good, you within yelling. You within yelling.
How are you?
Already got a bone to pick with the budget.
Good morning. Good morning. Just a couple of housekeeping items for the day before we get started with today's meeting. So just a note, we have some restrooms in stage right behind you. There's also a green room back there if you need to go and take a call or do any work. For staff, city staff on this side, we also have a room for any calls if you need to step out. And then just a note on microphones today, you'll notice they're not push to talk like you have at council chambers. So just be aware that they are a little bit hot. Keep that in mind. And when you start speaking, you might hear it softly and you'll hear that sound come back up. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mayor Nirenberg.
Great, thank you, Laura. Okay, well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to our City Council goal-setting session. This is a public and posted meeting, so the time is 9:09 a.m. on this 13th day of April 2022. We'll go ahead and start with a roll call. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bravo. Councilmember McKee Rodriguez.
Present.
Councilmember Villagran.
Here.
Councilmember Rocha Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember Castillo.
Here.
Councilmember Cabello Haverda. Councilmember Sandoval.
Here.
Councilmember Pelaez. Councilmember Courage.
Present.
Councilmember Perry.
Here.
Mayor Nirenberg.
Here.
Mayor, we have a quorum.
All right, and good morning, everyone, and welcome to the San Antonio Botanical Garden. Thank you to our hosts here. Just a great demonstration of the power of public investment. Glad to see the windows open. We're going to enjoy the day more so than looking down at traffic. So thank you again to the Botanical Garden for hosting us. Just a few brief remarks before we get started. Obviously, we're a little bit early on the calendar than we have done this before, and I think that's for good reason. During the last budget cycle, there were a lot of ideas and thoughts that came up, I think, a little bit late in the timeline for implementation. So management put their heads together and came up with a new timeline that would allow us for some deeper discussion prior to the trial budget being created, which you will see next month. So the discussion today will include some of the highlights of what will be normal parts of our trial budget, but also affords all of us an opportunity to talk about big picture things that are on our minds, especially as we come out of this pandemic. So keep in mind, we're going to have to keep the conversation moving. And if you look at your agenda, well, first of all, I want to make sure that everybody got their packet with the one-pagers that were in there. I hope you've read through them because that will help to facilitate this meeting and keep everything moving well. There's some important notes at the end of each of those one-pagers about funding opportunities, whether we're fully funded or there's some considerations from council that are requested. But the city staff is going to be listening to all of our feedback and condensing that and ultimately giving us a trial budget that incorporates that next month. So in terms of the meeting today, my job is really as facilitator of the discussion. We have several different presentations on some of those key items. Those discussions are going to move very quickly. And so I would ask you during those presentations, that really starts with the financial update from Justina, but it also goes to property tax and homestead exemptions, street sidewalks. You'll see that on your agenda. In those discussions that begin with a staff presentation, I'm going to ask us to keep the conversation moving expeditiously. If you do have questions, please direct them. Of course, we'll entertain any of those questions, but keep them substantive. And that is because before we get into the presentations, really starting immediately, and also at the end of the day, we've got a long period of time for council discussion. The initial one that will start today is really to get what's on your mind, what's on your heart, the things that we need to keep in mind as colleagues as we go through the rest of the day. And then as we get to the 2:55 mark, where the city council discussion to close the day, we're going to try to condense that and find out where there's some agreement, where there's some common ground. And that's where city staff is really going to be making notes and ensuring that we see some of that feedback into the trial budget. In terms of discussion then, I'm not going to keep any time, but just be mindful, again, there's not a whole lot of time for discussion in those presentations. So if you have questions, please keep them on the substance of the presentation, and then hold commentary more for those discussions at the beginning and the end of the afternoon. Obviously, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. We're going to see a trial budget, then we're going to go into our public meetings, our hearings. The proposed budget will be released on the normal timeline, and then we'll get into ratification, which will occur August, September, as we have in the past. You will note, and Justina will lead this off after we get into our council discussion, that there will be tax relief this year. And so part of that discussion is how we handle the options that will be presented by staff. So it is very clear we will be providing tax relief to the citizens of San Antonio as a result of the financial update. You know, everybody's been receiving their appraisals in the mail, so we also have to keep that in mind in terms of how we target that relief as best we can. So with that, that's a little bit of the facilitation and procedural aspects of today. Let me turn it over to City Manager Eric Walsh to get it started.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor and Council. So, as the Mayor mentioned, this revised schedule that we have really is designed to start the conversation earlier for the Council. Just as a reminder, we will be bringing back to you the 5-year financial forecast and the trial budget the second week in May, and we're going to build that trial budget based on the input we hear from the Council today. You'll see this again then in May. And the idea is that we will have a lot more time at the end of May and through the month of June to work with you and get community feedback with your district budget meetings. If you'll recall, in the past, we've done those over a course of a week, 8 days, 9 days. And we want to be a little bit more deliberate this time and make sure we're getting out in the community and sharing the trial budget. That will obviously pull into our normal process of developing the final proposed budget in July and then presenting it to you in August, and then we go through the process. So making sure that we get that early budget policy direction from you is critical as we go into this, and you're going to hear a number of major issues today. We've built in, as the Mayor mentioned, built-in time on the beginning of the day to hear from you individually, and at the end of the day to hear from the group, and that's really the takeaway from us. Our SA Speak Up campaign will begin in mid-May and will conclude by the end of June. We'll talk a little bit about that later on if you'd like to. And that'll allow us to improve that feedback. Today's agenda is a little bit different than prior years. You'll have an opportunity, as I said, to talk in the morning prior to getting into the presentations. We've laid out a number of large presentations. The financial update, property taxes and city homestead exemptions, as the Mayor mentioned, streets and sidewalks, and Vision Zero together. And that was something that the Council talked a lot about last year. As we went into the bond program, there was a conversation that the Council had as you finalize the bond program. And so we want to make sure that we have an opportunity to talk about that policy direction from the Council. We're going to talk about civilian compensation, which is one of the largest issues we'll be dealing with going into fiscal year 23, and we'll give you an update on those efforts. And we're going to talk about police services specifically. And then, as the Mayor mentioned, again, we have those one-pagers that were delivered, and we've got plenty of department heads here today. And this afternoon's conversation, if we want to dive into some of those areas, then we'll make sure we do that. There's two things I want to put on the Council's radar screen. One, and yesterday at the Check Committee was the first committee to begin to initiate the ARPA conversation around the 7 focus areas. And Councilwoman Sandoval and her committee talked about the 3 groups, the 3 focus areas that are assigned to Check. That is going to be running in parallel. I think Economic and Workforce Development will be talking about it at the end of the month. Public Safety is going to be talking about it next week. And so as the Council committees go through that process in parallel with our budget process, one of the things that we're going to be looking for as staff, and I think it's something that will be important for all of us to potentially consider, is that as you develop at the committee level what the focus areas are and what are we trying to achieve with those ARPA dollars, is opportunities to leverage or braid efforts with our annual budget. Remember, the ARPA plan ideally is a 4-year plan and the use of those dollars. And so anywhere we can stack efforts and able to do more, we should take advantage of that. And I think there are probably some areas within those 7 focus areas that lend themselves more than others. And then I did want to highlight something that I shared with you at the first quarter report, and that was very preliminarily what we were seeing with market conditions with property taxes. We've received preliminary information from the appraisal district. We all got appraisals over the weekend. And did you get one, Councilman?
I got one, but I'm scared to open it.
All right, well, don't be scared. We'll open it. It'll be all right. Troy and Ben will help you. So, but we're going to talk about that today. So as the mayor mentioned, and as I said at the first quarter report, we will have to roll back taxes, the tax rate. And Troy's going to walk through that this morning. That's a very critical presentation. And we'll likely be recommending to the council that we layer in several options for you to consider in the trial budget. Again, doing this early gives us the opportunity to run options in a trial budget rather than you just seeing it for the first time the second week in August. And so that's going to be a critical part, I think, of this morning's conversation. We'll be looking for some feedback from you. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to the mayor so we can kick off into the council discussion this morning. Thank you, Mayor.
Great. Thank you, Eric. All right. So the time really is 9:20, so we're a little bit behind, but we'll have a full hour for discussion on the individual priorities. So as you've looked through the handouts from the last week and have thought about your priorities over the course of the year, this is where we get to lay it out on the table. So I'll open up for the discussion. Yeah, go ahead.
One other thing. Kevin, do you want to, we laid some information at everybody's place regarding 311. Kevin, you want to share with the council what that is as a resource as we go through the day?
Yeah, real quick. So my name's Kevin Orton. I work in the city manager's office, and Eric asked me to present this real quick, some information on 311 top 10 service requests that were received in the first 6 months of fiscal year 2022. We're going to throw up here a matrix that's included as attachment 1. And what this matrix shows is the top 10 service requests we've received in our 311 customer service office that has the citywide on the far left, the top 10, compared to the county district's top 10 service requests. We went ahead and highlighted the top 5 to show that within the top 5 citywide, within about the top 1 through 4, it's pretty consistent. The top 5 in the council districts fall within the same citywide to show that analysis of how those top 5 requests, which are the no pickup, overgrown yard and trash, dead animal, dog, cat, miscellaneous, carts, damaged carts, and carts lost, stolen. So we provided that information so that you're able to compare the council districts with the citywide. And then in attachment 2 and 3, what we've shown, and that's in your packet, is just how the first 6 months of 2022 compares to 2021. And in attachment 2, you'll see that citywide, and then attachment 3, you'll be able to find your council district top 10 requests compared to 2021 within the first 6 months of the fiscal year. And with that, I'll turn it back over.
Thank you. So this is just a resource for you throughout the day that we wanted to be able to provide. Thank you.
All right. So now starts the discussion at the top about council priorities, and I'll just go ahead and start and add a few thoughts. The challenges that we've seen over the course of the last 2 years have been exacerbated and are not, have not waned at all. So, for me, one of the most important priorities, in addition to finding opportunities to leverage additional resources, whether it's through the federal funds, ARPA, and the infrastructure law, or through our own local dollars at the county, or through the bond program that's currently in front of voters. I think leveraging resources and the priorities that we've already been articulating over the last couple of years is very important. On that note, I did notice, Eric, in the packet with regard to the housing update, that in order for us to keep up with current funding levels, you are going to need a $7 million augmentation within the FY23 budget. I think it's extremely important for us to keep on track with our housing priorities. So if that requires additional consideration in the FY23 budget, I will support that. It is no secret that that is one of our greatest challenges in terms of accommodating the kind of growth and also property value fluctuations that folks are seeing, that we have to keep on track with the ship and with the housing priorities overall. In addition to that, I mean, I'm very pleased with the work on infrastructure over the last few years. Council has consistently prioritized street and sidewalk infrastructure. One of the things I'd like to hear during the course of this presentation on infrastructure is how we're going to continue to address Vision Zero priorities. The street sidewalks issues that result in folks dying on our roadways. We need to stay consistent with our Vision Zero efforts to reduce fatalities, traffic fatalities, pedestrians killed by motorists, et cetera. We also have to start working on implementing a bicycle master plan. So I know that is still under development, the bicycle master plan. Tamika's here. I don't know if there's an update on that today, but we need to start thinking about how we allocate funds towards actual construction of safe bicycle lanes in our community. The other ones, I'm sure will come up in other discussion, and I'm happy to chime in support of those items that will be brought forward by council. So with that, let me just kind of open it up. If you would like to speak, we don't have a formal queue, just show me a hand and we'll keep the conversation moving. Again, we've allocated an hour for this discussion, so just be mindful of your colleagues as you make your own comments. Councilmember Villagran.
Thank you. The one thing I want to say is brevity is key, and these are not one-pagers. They are multiple pagers. So just for future reference, let us know it's 2 or 3 pages. So I want to go over my, as we come out of this pandemic, and I've shared my priorities, and I'm going to try and keep them general and brief. Infrastructure, again, I want to say that when we look at the grading process, we need to take into consideration the areas and the districts that have no infrastructure at all, no streets. We also need to take into the consideration the utilities, the drainage, and the electrical that is either not there or decades old. And District 3 is in the top 2 for F streets, and I think the top in sidewalk gaps. So when you put all together what's going on in District 3, and granted it is the largest district in the city, it just needs a lot of work. And I think we need to take that into consideration when we're talking about F streets, because it'll always be a priority for me in terms of infrastructure and getting drainage and getting our utilities to be more proactive in terms of the drainage in the area in our underserved districts. The other item that's a priority for me, of course, is public safety. We need to address and we need to find a way to address the violent crimes against women, what that looks like, how we have the organizations that address the upstream issues that help prevent this or help it not continue to another generation. We need to also look at our fire department and how their resources, how we continue to ask them to do things besides fight fires and go out to the EMS, and how we did that during the pandemic, because they are a great resource and we need to make sure that they're funded. And I'm thankful for the multiple page highlights that we got for their priorities for the fiscal year. When we talk about health and wellness, I want to make sure that we are prioritizing and including housing as part of that, and permanent supportive housing, because I think that's going to be key as we move people out of homelessness and get them back into society, and access to health care. And I want to applaud Claude and Metro Health for their efforts, and SA Forward and where we're going in that direction. And this is a city entity that is serving the residents of San Antonio. And I applaud that. And I want to see that continue. And I think whatever other people say, the city is doing their job when it comes to Metro Health and servicing the citizens of San Antonio. And again, on that, I want to focus on the upstream issues. In terms of economic development as a priority, I think we need to seriously consider arts as a budget line item because that is an economic generator. And we need to look at moving that and making sure that they're funded and able to continue to be an economic generator and take the lessons we learned from the pandemic. We need to put a priority on the digital and see how we can work on that on new builds and new developments. And again, pay for civilians. We as the city of San Antonio need to remember that we can lead by example. And when we look at the pay and the pay scale and comprehension, the wage compression that we're seeing, these people are giving 15, 20, 30 years of service to the city. And we need to make sure that we are recognizing that. And I know that there's an issue firsthand. I know that there's an issue of keeping talented individuals. So we want to make sure that we take that into consideration. So those are my priorities. I look forward to hearing the priorities of my council colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Villagran. Councilmember Courage.
Thank you, Mayor. I think all of us share a lot of common concerns within our communities that we hear all the time. And one of them, obviously, is public safety. And I think Councilman Villagran just spoke about that. And when we talk about either Vision Zero or just safety on our streets, I think one of the big concerns is that throughout the community, there's a lot of people who are still driving without paying attention, speeding, things of that nature. I don't think that we are doing enough, and I think we need to emphasize more on having police enforcement of traffic laws. I know in my community, I hear it all the time about people speeding, people crashing into people's fences, driving over curbs, and obviously it's a problem everywhere. And I think that we need to be adding more police officers to particularly work on traffic control throughout the city. And I don't know if that's 100 more police officers dedicated to street safety or 200 more. I don't think it's just reallocating temporarily some of the police, which is what usually happens. And this is no way a criticism of our police department. I think it's just where we've grown so much and we haven't grown enough when it comes to providing public safety on the streets because of traffic. So that's a main concern I wanted to bring forward for us to consider when we're looking at what we presume to be a certainly larger amount of funding than we were expecting this year. I think the next issue, and really it's the top issue for me. I know it's the top issue for Councilman Perry because we brought it up to the council a year ago, and that is property tax relief, and particularly looking at the various kinds of exemptions that the city offers, whether it's to veterans or disabled or seniors. We need to go ahead and increase those exemptions. We're talking right now about having an extraordinarily high revenue amount coming in because of property values going up. Well, let's see if we can't return some of that property value increase by increasing exemptions, whether it's homestead exemption for people who are living in their home, or whether it's for disabled people, or any other mechanism we can use. Because if we raise the homestead exemptions as much as we can to provide individual tax relief, that also brings the amount of our income down to where maybe when we do a citywide tax reduction, it doesn't have to be as great a reduction because we've done more in homestead exemptions, which is lowering, our overall income. So I think that's something that we should be looking at. Now I'll talk a little bit about even within my own district. I want to see library expansion at Brook Hollow Library. At the very least, we've got a big parking lot there that's all dirt that's been there for years. It gets mobbed every election season. I'd like to see that paved. I need more intersection turn lanes put in my district. The traffic is such that we're always hearing about backup traffic on all our major intersections because there aren't enough turn lanes, or people who are in a turn lane that want to go forward because there aren't enough lanes. So, in my district, that's an individual consideration. Something else I think that's more citywide, I think we need to reconsider the processes and procedures that the council has available for employing CCPF and NAMP funds. That funding has a lot of requirements before we can allocate it. I'd like to see the council take another look at those requirements and see if we can't make them more efficient and effective within our districts. I'll give you an example. I had a neighborhood that was 30 plus years old when the developer developed it. They built a nice monument telling people this is your neighborhood. 20 years later, the builder's gone, the developer's gone. This particular neighborhood does not have mandatory homeowner fees. And so they raise what money they can from the people who do want to contribute. But when I, wanted to go ahead and do something about that, I ran into more barriers than I think should be necessary for me to help a neighborhood spruce itself up and bring pride back to that community. That's a small example, but there's others, whether it's lighting or I had an older gentleman living by himself, got all the rakes picked up. It wasn't during the cycle when leaves could be picked up for free. So he'd have to pay to have them picked up. Why couldn't I use some of my CCPF money or something like that to do that? But they say, well, it's got to be paid for by somebody else and then you reimburse them. I think we need more flexibility in that to meet the individual needs within our community. So that's something I'd like us to consider. I also want us to consider the arts funding, and I think we need to do more to help save the symphony. And I know they've been in negotiations for a while, but I don't think that negotiation is bearing very much fruit after a couple of months of negotiation. I think it's time for the city to step up. And if we've got extraordinarily larger resources than we were anticipating, I think we need to reallocate some of that to help us keep that symphony going for our community. So I think I've covered, some of the main issues I wanted to present at this time.
Thank you,
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Courage. Councilmember Perry?
Thank you, sir. Councilman Courage was right on target on several of his points. I too want to point out the top three that I have lobbied for since I've been on council. Number one is property taxes and a homestead, increasing our homestead exemption. It took 3 years to even start one here in San Antonio. Some of y'all were on council and voted for that, which was great. But that was a starting point, and that's why that's how it was portrayed back then. And I think through the increases that we've seen in our yearly budget every year, $15 to $20 million in addition to our budget here in the city based on property taxes, we need to increase our homestead exemption. And that's the right thing to do because we're continuing to reap the benefits of revenue on property taxes going up, and we need to give something back to the homeowners. It's tough, and it's not just those folks that are really struggling, but it's for folks that are on fixed incomes. And it's not only property taxes. We increase our rates for different services. We just saw a CPS increase. It goes on and on and on. And that right now with inflation where it's at, the cost of living, purchasing food, purchasing gas, everything out there is going up. We need to do everything we can to help our homeowners stay in their homes instead of moving out to a rental property or moving outside the city limits, whatever. we need to do our part in helping. And guess what that has done by showing our leadership here in the city? Guess what the county just did? They also matched our homestead exemption, which is fantastic. We should show that leadership not only to the county, but all those other taxing entities out there also, to show them, yes, we need to help our homeowners out there stay in their homes. So that's going to continue to be a push by myself, and I hope the rest of my colleagues will join in that to support that homestead exemption, or raising the homestead exemption. The other areas I've been my priorities, as well as our infrastructure. I talk about that all the time. We've got a $6.6 billion bill out there that at some point in time, we've got to really buckle up and tighten our belts to pay attention to that bill, because that bill is not going to go down. It's going to continue to increase as long as we don't put enough resources to at least keep it level. Okay, that's a big accomplishment, but I guarantee you we're going to see that bill continue to rise because we're not putting enough resources into that, particularly streets and drainage. I get that all the time from all over my district. We need better streets. And yes, we have increased our funding. When I first came on council, I think it was around $60 million. We've increased it over to 100. But I would like to see on this one, we're talking about offsetting our general fund with ARPA funds and with bond funds. I would like to see us keep our general funds at $110 million, and that additional money go on top of that so that we can stay consistent in showing $110 million for the general fund putting towards our infrastructure. And then that additional money, that's great. That's coming in. I think that's a big help towards reducing those infrastructure costs out there. But let's use that as a plus up on top of what we're normally funding out of our general fund. So I'd like to see that raised, and that would result in about $130 million instead of the 110 total. So that's what I'd really like to see for our SMP program. Our NAMP program, I asked for this last year, it didn't get through, but we have a tremendous amount of individual smaller projects, whether it's sidewalks, speed humps, whatever, traffic lights, stop signs, all of that, and adding to the safety of our streets out there. $200,000 doesn't go very far nowadays, and we blow through that in no time in District 10. I'd like to see us increase that NAMP funding, at least doubling it to $400,000 a year. And that would give us more flexibility within our offices to take care of those smaller items out there. But let me tell you, even though it's small, the cost is not small. And that $200,000 just does not go far enough to help us and our neighbors in the districts. So I'd really like to see that increased also. Overall, the third area is our police protection. I've asked for a study to find out what is the right number for San Antonio. And hopefully that will be done here soon. But for this budget cycle, I think we need to take a look at it. Over the last 5 years, how many officers have we hired? How many additional authorizations have we brought on here in San Antonio? And I guarantee you that it's not commensurate with the growth of this city. And that's what we need to concentrate on. I think we need to add additional officers this year to show that we're committed to the safety. People want to see the officers out on the streets, both day and night, to give them that comfort level and to reduce the crime that's happening all across the city. And now everybody knows that we've had an increase in particularly violent crime, and we need to combat that also with city resources and additional police officers to provide that protection for people out in this city. So those are my top three priorities. I've got individual requirements across District 10, but I'm not going to get into that. I think these are the three critical items that we all need to take a hard look at to say, yes, we need to do these three. That's additional protection, security, raising the homestead exemption, and also putting more into our infrastructure. So that's my opening comments. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Clayton. Thank you, Councilmember Perry. Councilmember Sandoval.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's great to open up with what's on our mind so that we can have that present during the discussion with one another. I identified some priority areas for me in particular, which shouldn't surprise anybody. So they would be mobility, transportation, mental health, and resiliency. So I'll start with the mobility topic. I do believe we need to have a focus on traffic safety, in particular for pedestrians. I think I brought this up at the end of the budgeting cycle last year, but it would be great to see our teams from Public Works, Transportation, and Enforcement have, if they don't already, have a collaboration team. At times when we do have challenges like what the councilman was saying, people running into fences or what have you, we are sent from one department to another as a council office, and so is the constituent. And that's not a way to solve a problem. So what I'd like to see is a collaboration, and it would be supportive of Vision Zero. I think we took on that pledge, but there's definitely a lot more we need to do to complete it, to live up to it. I do want to talk about having dedicated funding for sidewalks. Right now, we do pull that away from our IMP funding, and I'm going to bring up a couple of things that are probably not going to be very popular, but I think they need to be considered. Number one is a sidewalk mitigation fee in development. This was discussed several years ago at Transportation Committee. It did not get out of committee at that time, but basically developers are charged with installing sidewalks wherever they develop. Sometimes that's not possible. So having a fee in lieu of the sidewalk that we could put into a dedicated sidewalk fund for places where sidewalks are needed. But the bigger one is something, and hear me out, and and please be open-minded about this. Several years ago, it was 2017, we were here, I think it was your first budget as a mayor, the staff brought up a transportation impact fee. And it was going to be, it was modeled after something that Austin had just adopted, and would be entirely used in the IMP. What I am suggesting is a type of transportation impact fee that we only dedicate to pedestrian safety and to sidewalk needs. And that impact fee, it has to be very, very carefully designed so that we do not create additional burdens for people who cannot bear them right now, but that it is somehow aligned to the use of vehicles. So for instance, if a particular location has hundreds of thousands of trips a day, maybe they can contribute some small amount into this transportation impact fee. So I'd like to ask staff to look into those options. Again, I understand this is not going to be popular, but neither is the fact that people don't have sidewalks when they're walking home or trying to get to the bus. Neither is the fact that people are getting killed regularly on our streets. Moving along, in terms of street infrastructure, I was glad to see ample discussion in your slides, staff, about F-Streets and continuing that discussion. I think it's not just the amount of money that we set aside, but how we spend it. And ensuring that areas that have a lot of F-Streets don't take 100 years at this, using this particular formula to resolve all their F-Streets. That's our current formula. It would take, I think, District 2 about 5 bond cycles to get through that, while others, it would take 1 bond cycle to get through all of their F-Streets. So I would like to see more parity and equity in terms of the outcome we're trying to achieve with how we spend our F-Street funding. In terms of mental health, we do have one response team right now, one mental health, what we call the multidisciplinary response team. The second highest location for mental health calls was in District 7 near the along the border with District 8. And I would really like to see us have a response team for that area. In addition, one thing I have heard from some police officers is that it would be helpful if they had less lethal weapons to respond to some mental health calls. A taser which is less lethal than a gun, would require the officer to come up very close to the suspect, and that's not something that they're necessarily inclined to do, which may mean that a use of a lethal weapon like a gun would be used. So there are other options that I would like for us to explore in this budget cycle. I also support full funding for the new Metro Health SA Forward plan this year and the subsequent 4 years of it, and continuation of supporting racism as a public health crisis resolution. We have our first annual health equity symposium, mini symposium, I should say, right, Andy, planned for this year. So I'm hoping that is something that we can continue in future years. And lastly, when it comes to resiliency, Councilwoman Castillo and I submitted a CCR on a new way of engaging our citizens when it comes to drainage planning, planning for drainage projects. I do hope that will be supported in the budget in terms of staff support that is going to be needed. I also think that we need to reconsider how big our sustainability office is. We have a big charge with that cap that we passed and a lot of other sustainability programs that they run. So I'd like for us to consider that as well. So thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Sandoval. Councilmember Cabello-Haverda.
Hi, thanks, Mayor. I'm used to pushing the button, I'm sorry. As we talk about neighborhood improvements, the top priority for District 6 residents is drainage. It's a huge issue all on the far west side, but I'm looking specifically for funding for a drainage project on Water Quail and preliminary funding for Heath Road, which I share in the border with Councilwoman Sandoval. The Water Quail project is projected to cost $2.95 million. This past year, we also had funding for victims of flooding damage who did not have insurance and needed immediate assistance and didn't qualify for FEMA. And that emergency funding, I'd like to see that continue as well. Public safety and proper equipment and training for our first responders is also a priority for me. We need to review the COBAN with our body cams. Our public safety committee visited SAFD's wellness center, which was really impressive. And we learned that there's a trainer there and there's supposed to be a physical therapist there. So I'd like to see that we ensure our firefighters have a licensed physical therapist at the wellness center, as well as 2 trainers, as was originally intended to support our fire department. When we went, there were a number of firefighters that were being trained and using the facility, which was great to see. Another goal is investing in further improvement of our District 6 community's health. There are 3 specific items that serve that need. First, we need additional a healthy corner store in the Marbach area. Another is a community garden in the Community Workers Council area. And third is an additional senior citizen activities and programming center at the Darner Parks and Recreation until a senior center can be built in that area. We'd like to see more senior programming. Those projects are estimated to cost a total of $155,000. I agree with my colleagues on a review and raise of our homestead exemption. And as our city continues to grow from the pandemic, it's important and necessary to create the conditions for small businesses to grow. However, in order to do so, we need information regarding small business resilience. The information will help us pinpoint our businesses, communities' strengths and needs, and serve as a foundation to build an environment where businesses of every size can thrive, not just in my district, of course, throughout our city. The memorandum of agreement between the Office of Innovation and UTSA for a snapshot of the amount of small businesses and types of industries they're in will cost between $25,000 and $50,000. So I'd like to see that. As I've said many times, our city's success should be measured by the well-being of our most vulnerable citizens. I always work for the well-being of our special needs community, for our veterans, for our foster care children who are without placement, and those who are aging out of the foster care system. The last two I mentioned, the children without placement and those who are aging out of the system, they're in special and urgent need of assistance. Their plight is critical, and their need must be included in our affordable housing plans. On any given night, there are at least 20 children without placement who are sleeping in offices or hotels. So I'm seeking funding towards a permanent supportive housing for foster youth services to be allocated in this budget. CASA is an organization that continues to help foster youth throughout the city of San Antonio, and they're currently seeking funding for building renovations to better assist our foster youth. In 2021, there were more than 200 children placed in foster care just out of District 6 with CASA's help. The number of foster children helped by CASA is not limited to District 6, of course, it's citywide. So I imagine there's a similar number in each of these districts. While this is a high priority for me and our District 6 residents to help these youth and organizations that help these children, what I've noticed is that when we discuss foster youth, everyone agrees that these are a population that needs assistance. It doesn't matter where you are on the political spectrum and an economic spectrum. I see a connection that people understand that foster children need our assistance. Another way I intend to help the most vulnerable in our community is by ensuring that all children in District 6 are enrolled in pre-K and have health insurance. This is a much, larger issue, and I'd like to see our pre-K expanded. I'd like to see a city effort towards including our community, our most vulnerable communities in health insurance initiatives to make sure that everybody has a connection to pre-K education and health insurance. This is Every Child initiative will take the form of a comprehensive outreach effort that will find the best and most sustainable way to provide pre-K and health insurance enrollment opportunities to every family in the district that has a preschooler, and really, of course, outside of my district as well. The goal is for every family and child in District 6 to be healthy and prepared for the important K through 12 years, and that includes mental health. All of these budget initiatives work together towards the goal of creating the conditions for our district and our city, I believe, to grow in strength and creativity and resilience and sustainability. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Cabello-Habrda. Councilmember Castillo.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. I'm really grateful that we're starting this process early, and I'm hopeful that that means more public engagement. For District 5 residents, the priorities, like everyone else throughout the city, we're experiencing those higher costs of living for housing, transportation, food, and all the basics. So for District 5 residents, the priorities are items that overall improve quality of life. And what that looks like is basic infrastructure, affordable housing preservation, and small business support. For District 5, a number one priority is to significantly increase funding for failed streets and sidewalk gaps. Our District 5 constituents deserve to have safe sidewalks, and to us, that is public safety. So we're requesting an additional $500,000 for each district for capital improvements. The CIP provides the flexibility to address different types of infrastructure, such as parks and municipal facilities throughout the district. I know we'll discuss this some more, but I just wanted to be clear that I am supportive of increasing the funding for street maintenance and failed streets from 130 million as well as 40 million roughly. And I know we'll have a larger conversation about this. Residents also want to see more staffing dedicated to maintaining non-service alleys and addressing illegal dumping. We have many seniors who are responsible for their non-service alleyways and don't necessarily have the capacity or resources to clear out the alleyway. And oftentimes, we have strangers who dump in our alleyways. And again, they don't have the capacity to clear out that alleyway. So I understand that we're in the middle of an assessment for the non-service alleys. So my ask is that the city develop a solution where seniors and disabled homeowners can request assistance from the illegal dumping crew that was funded in the last budget. Right now, the team focuses on city right-of-ways, and I'm asking to expand that scope to include select residential illegal dumping incidents. And reviewing the presentation, I'm not supportive of reducing sidewalk funding from the fiscal 2022 year in 2023. I think that's something that we need to continue to invest in. And I understand that the 3+9 presentation indicated that the city's taking in more revenue than expected. So I do have some reservations about reducing sidewalk funding when we're seeing a projected increase. In addition to that, ensuring that we have the financial support to carry out the CCR, the drainage CCR. Again, infrastructure is top priority for District 5 residents, ensuring that we're mitigating flooding, have access to safe streets and sidewalks, right? Because we know that this has a ripple effect that could potentially impact our quality of housing by shifting our foundation. And that leads me to our second priority, which is affordable housing preservation. I know within the last budget, we secured funding for the demolition mitigation pilot program, which has now been renamed Operation Rebuild. I'm really grateful for the work that Mark Cremona has put into developing that program, and we're currently in the process of identifying those homeowners. And this program not only is housing, sustainable housing, right? It's a compassionate model connecting our residents to resources, social services, to ensure that they can, have a better quality of life. So I'm hopeful that we can replenish that 1 million for the demolition or now named Operation Rebuild, to ensure that we can help additional families throughout San Antonio who may face potential demolition of their home. I would also like for us to explore increasing the fiscal year level for the general funding for TERS to support home rehabilitation. We know that we're only halfway through the year and we've exceeded all the slots for the minor rehab and home rehabilitation programs. So I'm hopeful that next year we can have an increase. So that way we'll have an allowance within the halfway point of the year. In addition to that, I think as we have these conversations about housing and preservation, again, pointing to the fact that public housing is our most affordable housing stock. We know at the federal level, they've reduced the support, and a lot of our public housing units are in disrepair. And I think there's opportunity for the city to step in and provide resources, whether it's infrastructure improvements around the public housing units, but there's opportunity for us to assist and fill that gap. Again, right, we know we're facing a housing crisis, and ensuring that we're supporting the San Antonio Housing Authority, maintaining those properties is going to be key to ensure that, we don't expedite the housing crisis as many cities throughout the nation have. So we have this unique opportunity to support Saha to ensure, right, that their residents, the majority of which are children, have a safe place to live. In addition to that, right, more than half of the tenants are disabled and seniors. So we can also get ahead of that UPenn study that has predicted that by 2030, we're going to see more than triple the amount of homeless individuals over the age of 65. In addition to that, I'm hopeful, Eric, that we can help identify those areas where we can support Saha. Is that something you think that we can do, identify potential infrastructure projects to support them with?
Yeah, I think so, Councilwoman. I think that we initiated that conversation during the bond, but I think it goes hand in hand. We've got a history of doing that with the city. It would require us to utilize some of our street funding to make sure that we're lining up our IMP process with areas of improvement that Saha may have, and leveraging that. And so I think there's certainly a way to do that. The last time that Lori and I talked to Saha was, in October. So we haven't really visited with them since then on this issue. And that's something certainly we could do as we go into the summer.
Great, thank you. And in addition to housing, I think there's opportunity for us to not reinvent the wheel and continue to build our land banking initiative. I know there's plenty of vacant lots, city-owned vacant lots throughout the city that create problems with illegal dumping and overgrown yards. And I would hope for us to invest to acquire, to rather distribute those properties to Chiodos to help them create deeply affordable housing and then alleviate those concerns with overgrown yards and dumping. So I think we really have an opportunity to build deeply affordable housing. In addition to that, absolutely, property taxes are a concern. I think there's opportunity for us to identify delegate agencies such as My City's My Home that connects homeowners with those homestead exemptions, that connects homeowners with the resources to protest their property taxes, to ensure that, we increase the number of folks within the city who have the exemption, to ensure that folks can age in place and continue to stay in their homes. In addition to that, last year we had a request for code compliance case management, and I'm hopeful that we can revisit that to ensure that we can create case managers for code compliance to connect our residents to resources like the community tool shed, to the neighborhood and housing services department resources. And I understand last year there was some concern about bringing on another full-time employee, but I'm hoping that we can meet each other halfway with one role within the code compliance department that can serve as that case manager for our residents. In addition to that, I know Eric and I, we've discussed the Goodwill contract. I'm pretty sure if you've seen the grass cut at City Hall or at any of our libraries, that's done through a Goodwill contract. And I am hopeful that we could potentially increase that funding for Goodwill. I don't have an exact number, but I'm sure, I'm sure 100,000 could go a long way for many of our veterans and seniors who are experiencing those violations for overgrown yards. So I'm hoping we can revisit that contract to mitigate those code compliance violations and citations. In addition to that, climate sustainability is really important for District 5 residents, and that goes hand in hand with housing preservation. I know a lot of folks are really excited about the esports facility at the port, but I'm most excited about the materials reuse warehouse with the Office of Historic Preservation at Port SA. So I'm hoping that we can also identify and secure funding to help facilitate the roles necessary to ensure that the deconstruction program, when established, can be successful. In addition to that, to have the continued support for the benchmarking program. I know Councilman Ana Sandoval has been working really hard on that. And again, right, it goes hand in hand with housing preservation and infrastructure. An additional priority is small business support. Again, right, we know that not only our homeowners are at risk of displacement, it's also our small business owners who are also vulnerable to code compliance violations by not having their buildings up to code. But we do have storefront grants, and I'm hoping that with our delegate agencies, we can look at the contract to ensure that there's a minimum amount of small businesses that they have to connect to the storefront grants, right, to ensure that they could continue to stay in the neighborhoods as well. I also agree with Councilman Courage about, while we're having this conversation about the budget and the arts, that the symphony is the delegate agency, and we should revisit that contract to ensure that those funds that are going towards the symphony are going towards wages and not to go towards paying off old debt. So I think we really have an opportunity to help out our musicians. I'm supportive of ACS and their request to have competitive wages for their vet techs. I know it's a concern all throughout the city for strays, and I think we need to assist ACS with those needs. In addition to that, I'm also supportive of ensuring that our public safety officials, like our firefighters, have access to those physical therapists to ensure that they're healthy to continue and do their job successfully. So again, the priorities for District 5 are basic necessities that impact the quality of life, and I'm looking forward to the priorities of my colleagues. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Sandoval, Councilmember Castillo. There's 4 folks who haven't spoken yet. We've got about 15 minutes. So just let me remind folks that this is not the last discussion that we're going to have. We're going to go into departments. We're also going to have proposed budget hearings, et cetera. So don't feel like you have to give us everything today. Major priorities right now, and then we'll continue to have those discussions. So Councilmember McKee Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. I feel can you hear me? Is the thing on?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the time. I'll start off by echoing some of what I heard. Councilwoman Castillo, I echo the thoughts of illegal dumping in alleys and finding a solution for that as well. Councilman Courage and Councilman Perry and Councilman, all the excitement that we're hearing about property tax relief. I am also supportive of those feelings about the symphony and what can we do to support, and the wage conversation that's being brought up. I will echo Councilman Perry's comments of, I don't want to see us offset our infrastructure budget using ARPA and using the bond and using TERS. None of these things are necessarily guaranteed, specifically ARPA, specifically the bond. That's something we don't even know if it's going to pass yet. And so if we're counting on all of that for our F streets, I am concerned. I would like to see an increase to NAMP as well, to echo Councilman Perry. Councilman Sandoval brought up a great point about the sidewalk fund. I think there's another point that I think we have to have a greater conversation about, is that developers are responsible for sidewalks, but so often when they go to TERS or to other places where we incentivize, it's, they say, oh, we're doing the sidewalks, so give me this much money. And that's not necessarily the purpose of that amendment. Also, Councilwoman Villagrán has made this request a number of times, is that maybe we look at that grading scale, that A through F, and how many areas are there where there is no infrastructure. I'm interested in that conversation. As well for F streets, I already said I'm not very happy using the bond as the funding mechanism, the sole funding mechanism. So I would like to see us increase infrastructure, as said earlier. I'll take Councilman Sandoval's comment about the equity lens for F Street one step further, and I would like to see that, I think we tested the waters with the equity lens by basing it on size of the network and also condition. But if you can put all streets in a hat, and the likelihood that you're F streets, and the likelihood that you're going to put them, the one that you pull out is going to be in District 2, that should be the basis for funding. And so I would like to see that we base it solely on a condition, not necessarily based on size. As well for street lighting, I was super excited about the street lighting index that was approved in this last cycle. And I got a very wonderful update from Michael Shannon, and I'm excited for hopefully that to be completed in June. But what I would like us to discuss is a multi-year funding plan, so that we can close the gaps identified by the UDC as soon as possible, and then from there be more proactive. I'll identify one neighborhood that I would really like to see a very sharp focus on, and that's our Sunrise neighborhood, which the entire neighborhood is basically D and F streets. Councilman Cabello Haverda, I love CASA. When I was an undergrad, my fraternity's philanthropy was CASA, and did a lot of work with them, and I really appreciate the work that they do. And so I would love to see the support we can provide, as well as supporting and expanding pre-K for SA. One of the struggles that I have is that currently the East and the West campuses, the bus routes are all north, and both of them are on the Northwest and Northeast side. So for the East side, there's not as, and I'll say for the West side, there's not as much access as there is on the North side. For programming, this is a real fear that I have, y'all. This is a fear. So one of the things that San Antonio has to be proud of is the MLK March, being the largest in the nation. It has been canceled for 2 years in a row, and there's a real chance that come next year, another city could have the largest MLK March in the nation, and we don't want that to happen. So I would like to see support for increased funding, so that we can bring a high profile speakers and entertainment out. And I think that's a way to engage young people, engage seniors, engage tourists. And so I would really love to see that. I'd also love to see us begin trying to duplicate that a little bit with Juneteenth, being that we just recognized it as a federal and city holiday. I would also like to see staffing to support and speed up the traffic studies that are taking place. I'm sure that's going to be a conversation brought up by other council members. Departmentally, we have seen a huge increase in calls for overgrown yards in my district, and that's largely from vacant homes. I would like to see an increase in the support for ACS. They've seen a huge increase in calls as well, and there's a growing concern for community health and animal welfare in our city. And so I would really like to see us do as much as possible to close some of those gaps. As well, I would like to see a sustainable fund for emergency housing assistance. I'm that's one of those programs that people are saying is the best program the city does. And we're not going to, I would like to see us continue that and be able to develop a sustainable plan for that as well. Last cycle, I said I wanted to see an Office of Crime and Recidivism. I really want to change the way that the city views crime and views preventing and the solution to crime. And I think that involves getting experts, criminologists, data analysts. And, you know, I filed a CCR for that because we wanted to see it go through a process. I would like to see that, not just with that CCR, but for a number of the CCRs that I've seen that I filed or that my colleagues have filed, that maybe we can plan for some of that in the budget. Because I know some of them are going to have budgetary need as well. We requested an additional FTE last cycle. I haven't yet had a full LGC meeting, but I know one's being scheduled. I'm going to continue to say that we need more support. We get so many calls at our field office. We have 2 field offices, can't close it down. So we got to, we want to make sure that we're providing the best services that we can. And I will end it there. Look forward to hearing the rest. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McKee Rodriguez. Councilmember Rocha Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. My focus areas include infrastructure, services, and housing. And infrastructure, I have on there the digital divide. This is our future. We can leave our residents behind, and including the infrastructure and the access. Anything we can do there. Hazard mitigation plan, again, continues to want to be one of my focuses. My district alone needs $136 million in drainage projects that we're already behind on. SA Tomorrow continues to be a top priority for me, focusing in on some of the areas that we haven't addressed yet. And of course, F Streets. That's the infrastructure budget. And the services budget, ACS, as you can tell by the numbers on 311, our folks are saying that there's aggressive animals out there. So we have to address that. Vet tech's important to control the population, spay, neuter services, et cetera. Code enforcement officers, I've never had a complete code enforcement team since I've been on council. I also think that ACS, code enforcement, police enforcement should all be able to share a database. I don't know if they do right now. I don't know if the databases work with each other. Doesn't sound like it from what I hear from my residents. And so consideration for looking at a better system, a better database to share infractions, if you will, is going to be important. And then in the services area, also code-related overgrown yard continues to be an issue. You saw this in the 311 service request information that we got today. One item that I mentioned to Eric and Maria when I gave them my District 4 priorities, so they have that. I won't go into District 4 priorities because they already have that, but adding an additional brush collection cycle at least within the year. So I think that would help a little bit with the overgrown brush situation. Under the housing, homelessness coordinators, I think that we have to continue to focus on that. We saw the tragedy that happened earlier this week, and we can't allow that to happen anymore. Enforcing the SHIP, the Strategic Housing Implementation Plan, housing priorities are going to continue to be important for me, especially that EHAP program, Operation Rebuild, like Councilwoman Castillo mentioned, and looking at putting community gardens at every facility that we create. I know the San Antonio Housing Trust and Public Finance Corporation has already started doing that. We just opened a new community in my district that has that model that I think we could take across. Those are the top priorities, and I have some programs that I just want to mention, and absolutely, Councilman Perry, property tax relief, I will be in support of that. The insulin program that Councilman McKee Rodriguez and I were talking about, I know there's some new information coming out of the federal government on that program, but hoping to tag on to that, inform our residents of that. I talked to Eric, and I think I've talked to the mayor about this, but a research think tank. We do work with UTSA. But I think we need to expand that beyond UTSA to other entities. Sometimes the universities that we contract with have conflicts of interests and they can't do the research that we need. So I think establishing a full research think tank would be important for us as a major city. The Seniors in Play program, specifically for seniors, Councilwoman Villagran, Councilman Pelaez, and I were at an event yesterday. Our seniors need attention, and so I think that this is a way to give them. And then finally, in the small business front, I think that we should focus an effort on supporting our small businesses that promote culture. Those are my priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rocha Garcia. Councilmember Pelaez.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you, And Eric, I've got a list of recurring infrastructure and street-specific and drainage-specific asks that I've made over the past few years. I'm just going to email those to you, and I'm not going to get into the weeds about those right now. We need a bigger homestead exemption than we've got right now. Whatever that looks like, I don't know what it looks like and for what category, but I do know that we can bring some relief. I know that the last time we did it, we all got lambasted because it was a tiny pittance of an amount, but sometimes that tiny pittance represents, the decision between paying your taxes or, paying for your pharmaceuticals. If you're an elderly San Antonio on unlimited budget. So I do think it's important. Eric, I think that it's considering the successes that we've had and that we're back on track post-pandemic. I think it's time to re-examine whether or not I think it's time that we increase the economic development incentive funds and go out there and bring more businesses to San Antonio. I think that we are an attractive place and we need to make sure that we're even more attractive by offering all sorts of tools available to us. And I worry sometimes whether or not other cities are eating our lunch. It's been mentioned by numerous people here, so I'll pile on. The domestic violence funds, women and children continue to die at record numbers every single year. And Chief McManus, you're on TV way too much talking about how this is a problem, and I think that it's a problem that merits more investment of resources. Our linear parks need to be completed at some point, and we can't let up on that. And so, additionally, I'll tell you I think Seniors in Play was mentioned once. I came in a little late. I don't know if Councilwoman Villagrán mentioned it either, but that does go a long way. It's not a nice to have, but it does go a long way towards preventing the onset or delaying the onset of dementia. And considering that 1 in 5 of us in this room is going to develop dementia at some point or another, and considering that almost every single one of us is going to be touched in one way or be a caregiver to somebody with dementia, I think it's important that we invest in that. Eric, the hazmat fee reduction that we did last year was a good step forward. I've been visiting with the folks at the South Texas the convenience store associations. It didn't hit the mark that we had hoped it would hit. It really didn't help as many people as we thought. These are mom and pop shops, mostly owned by immigrants. And I think that we're hitting them harder than we need to as compared to what other cities are doing. I do want to mention incubators. As we're looking at economic development as well, incubators play an important role. They don't make money for themselves, but they do produce dividends that have ripple effects that are felt throughout the entire community. And those incubators, and I'll give an example, Velocity. I got to go tour Velocity in District 2. That is a miracle waiting to happen, and I believe it requires our investment in a bigger way than we've been investing in. I've got others that I'll continue, but I'll stop with these last two. Well, first of all, Andy will confirm for me that I'm not allowed to advocate for, was it the Battered Women and Children's Shelter, or CASA, because of conflicts, but I certainly can give Councilwoman Haverda a big high five and thank her for taking that on. I think as far as economic development goes, retention of college students who have for decades left San Antonio over and over and over and over again and just slipped through our fingers without us ever touching them and telling them, hey, there's opportunities here in San Antonio before you even consider leaving. How about you consider staying? And we don't really do that in an intentional way. And I think the brain drain that we experience here is, there's always going to be an organic amount of just unavoidable brain drain in every city. But I think that we're allowing these young students to leave here And a lot of this brain drain is our fault just out of negligence. And I think that there are a lot of inexpensive ways that we could prevent brain drain from continuing to be one of our, the albatross around our neck. And I would like Eric and our economic development team to sit down with me, even if it's a $0 amount, to sit down with us and really address that in earnest with the same intensity that we address a lot of other issues. But, I do think that the next Rackspace or the next Microsoft or the next Apple or whatever, right? Those future inventors and CEOs, they're leaving. I was at Trinity University yesterday, and Mayor, you know as well as I do that 90% plus of those kids never come back to San Antonio, and they leave and they go off to other cities. And again, other cities are eating our lunch, and I think that's inexcusable that we don't even try to retain them. And so, spay and neuter is absolutely essential. This is not so much a problem up on the north side, but every time we drive around the west side, south side, and east side, just the number of stray dogs and cats, it's alarming, and it's not healthy, it's not good, and I don't believe a first class city like ours should have a problem as big as this. And then lastly, I do not believe we have enough police officers, and Chief McManus, I know that an RFP is gone out, and that we'll be looking at what is the appropriate amount of police officers in which to invest. But we have to, I do think that the city is getting bigger, and that density and that sprawl is because a lot more people are coming here, and those people are bringing good things, but they're also bringing problems. And they expect, and because of that geographic expansion and that density expansion, we're going to have to add police officers to match that growth. And then I said that was the last thing, but there's one other thing. One of our unsung heroes is Debbie Rackasittery, our city clerk. Mayor, I do believe in an investment in workflow improvement over there, right? Investment in your data systems is important, but also, you sit on a treasure trove of documents, of historic documents that really document the DNA of San Antonio and our history. And some of them are deteriorating just because documents deteriorate, right? And there's only so much you can do to protect them. I do think that we need to invest in preservation, curation of those documents, and then also share them with the public. It's the public's documents. And so many of these documents sit in a dark warehouse and they never see the light of day. And I think that a lot of us would learn, and it would add a part to the conversation about where San Antonio has been and where it's going. So I know that I've asked for that a few times for a few different budgets, but Debbie, it's I think under your leadership, I think we can actually get to a point where the public can see its documents, right? There was one other thing, and I'll remember what it was, and I'll chime in later, Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Pelaez. Councilmember Bravo.
Thank you. And I want to start off by thanking City Manager Eric Walsh for listening to us and modifying the process and stretching out this process to give us more time to give input on our budget priorities. On property taxes, I support a homestead exemption, an increased homestead exemption. I want us to go bigger than just complying with state law to get us down to what they're mandating for how much we can, how much more property tax we can collect. I have yet to hear, in my 10 months on council, I've yet to hear a compelling argument for why we need to continue to increase our tax revenue per capita. And so I want to make sure that I support going big on a homestead exemption. And not just thinking about it in a way that let's lead and hope others follow the way we saw the county do. But I want to ask all my colleagues here to help us go out to the other taxing entities and make an ask and see if we can collectively get them to reduce taxes as well, because it's going to be more impactful that way, because we're just one of many taxing entities when it comes to property taxes here. On affordable housing, there are things that we're doing, and that's great. One focus that I want to have increased funding for is supporting people for home ownership, because that's the way we're going to get people to assist people in establishing or growing generational wealth. And so I'd like to see a focus on that. Safe bike lanes. Thank you for bringing that up, Mayor. We recently lost somebody, an 18-year-old, who was riding home on Bassey Lane. He was killed by a driver. And I went to the vigil, and it was tough because I didn't feel like there was anything I could really offer the family there. And we ended up just hugging and crying together. And I want us to get moving on more than just studying the situation right now and start building out protected bike lanes. On mental health, I've said this before, we're funding mental health at a larger level than we ever have before, but it's still not enough. And so I want to continue to increase funding for mental health. I think that we haven't seen all the impacts or haven't recognized all the impacts that we're having because of the collective psyche of the pandemic. And it's going to impact us in a lot of ways when it comes to violence, when it comes to people holding jobs. So I want to see an increase in that. I would support more increases for funding for drainage, increasing funding for homelessness and permanent supportive housing. My understanding is that over the last couple of years, we've had some free consultants courtesy of the Bloomberg Foundation and the Natural Resources Defense Council. One that helps us on transportation, and one that helps us on traffic, transportation, and then on buildings. And I believe their terms are coming to an end soon. And I know our Office of Sustainability is short-staffed, so I'd like to see more funding for the Office of Sustainability so they can increase staff to do all the work that we're asking them to do. D2 asked for an Office of Crime and Recidivism. I fully support that. I think one of the things that we're going to learn from an Office of Crime and Recidivism is that we should be investing more in restorative justice programs. So I think we don't need to wait to have an Office of Crime and Recidivism to start funding more restorative justice programs, increasing funding there. I don't want to put words in Chief McManus's mouth, but I believe what I've heard him say before is that if we put more police on the streets, we don't necessarily reduce crime, but we can catch more of the bad guys. And so I think that Office of Recidivism, Crime and Recidivism, is actually going to help us try to reduce crime and address it more effectively. I also support D2 in funding for street lighting and increasing our full-time employees for the council offices. I'd like us to do anything we can to help support an east-west transportation corridor for advanced rapid transit, get that going sooner than later. I'd like to increase funding for the arts. I support District 7's ask for full funding of San Antonio Metro Health Plan. I'd also like to see us increase our tree canopy. We've got a tree mitigation fund, but if we're just planting trees based on this tree mitigation fund, then we're letting people cut down trees, and then we're taking their money for excessively cutting down trees, and we're just putting it into a fund to plant some trees somewhere else. So we're just moving trees around. And I'd like to see us increase our tree canopy. So I'd like to see some funds go towards that. We've got a lot of major construction projects in the city, and sometimes when we tear up somebody's road or shut down somebody's road, we're impacting local businesses. And so I'd like to see some funding for those local businesses that are being impacted when we shut down roads for months at a time, and make sure that we're taking care of those individuals. I think it was Councilman Plies who mentioned funding for spay and neuter services and absolutely support that. Councilman Adriano Rocha Garcia mentioned a research think tank. I want to support that as well, because we do have a partnership with UTSA, but sometimes they have a conflict of interest or they're not able to participate and do the work that we're asking them to do. And so I think broadening our relationships with universities in that way could be helpful. And finally, I would like to see funding for bonding assistance for small businesses. I think that could be it's going to help grow our small business community. But in addition to that, I think it's going to help with competition to help reduce the cost of services to the city. And so that's something I'd like to ask for support from my colleagues on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bravo. Eric, before I hand it back to you, I just wanted to highlight a couple of things that I heard. And again, not to the exclusion of anything else, but as we're thinking about augmenting certain portions of the budget, I just would encourage us as the day goes along, let's think in terms of outcomes that we're trying to achieve. A lot of discussion on police, whether it's crime prevention or additional police, not that they're exclusive concepts, but what we're trying to get at obviously is a reduction in crime rate. So what are those things that we need? And maybe Chief can incorporate some of that in his discussion. With respect to the discussion on F Streets, certainly support a deeper dive into the formula of equity. As we go through the transportation budget this year, I think we've called for that over the last few months. On housing, I'm glad to hear a lot of comments on housing. Two aspects of that, Eric, I didn't mention specifically that I think deserve some comments. Number one, while it's not the only entity in homeless services, Haven for Hope is still the bedrock of homeless services in San Antonio, along with Sarah. And they have, since their existence, been supported hugely by the private sector and philanthropy efforts of the corporate community to keep that operation moving. We need to look at their funding model and make sure that we have a very honest discussion about sustainability going forward. I know that's come up from time to time, but we need to ensure that organization thrives in the future and ensuring that they have operational sustainability is a concern for me. The second part is with regard to tax relief. I certainly support tax relief for homeowners, specifically for homeowners and residents in San Antonio as a way of ensuring that everyone has the opportunity to age in place and age in dignity. What we have learned, and Councilmember Castillo has made this point many times, the most affordable housing that we can support is housing that we don't have to lose through home ownership, or excuse me, through home repair, preservation activities. What we have found is that the most significant barriers to accessing those funds is in our lowest income communities, the members of the community that we're trying to reach. One of those barriers is title clearance. And so, especially in areas where there is a lack of available pro bono and other nonprofit support legal services, I think we need to look at our allocation towards title clearance and ensure that folks, homeowners, heirs, have the opportunity to access the programs that we're putting out there to, again, ensure that we're preserving housing stock in San Antonio. As we continue to move forward on the other efforts, we don't want to also be losing the affordable housing stock that it currently exists. So I'd like us to take a look at that in an effort to preserve aging housing stock. Two other things I just want to mention, because actually three things I just want to mention that were mentioned by others. Number one, absolutely agree with the request to make sure that we're getting any needs addressed from the clerk's office. They are the front door of the city organization, and the archives that are there will be lost forever if we don't properly preserve them and ensure that there's operational throughput for the other elements of that department. Secondly, with respect to economic development and making sure that we remain competitive. I think all the fundamentals of the city are why we are competitive. This is a city that is going to increasingly or decrease our reliance on rote economic incentives. However, they are required in certain respects. And one area that we talked about that is actually called for in a strategic plan that I would like us to look at, and I mentioned this earlier, is our film strategic plan. What are we doing to attract productions to San Antonio? Are we playing with a full deck knowing that the state has ended their film program? What are we doing as a local community to stay competitive? Lastly, I'm really glad that Councilmember Cabello Haverda brought up the wellness model for the fire department. I've always thought that was a best in class, and one of the reasons I think we see decreasing reliance on, health care, health insurance from firefighters, because they know how to do all the aspects of wellness, and a lot of that happens at the athletic level through the trainer. I would like to see whatever they need supported in that respect. I would also like to see if it could be made accessible in some respect to the police department, maybe other of our frontline employees, our solid waste department, people that we know are getting a lot of on-the-job nicks and bruises, injuries that can be treated by a trainer as opposed to just relying on the healthcare system. Saves us in the long run, also make sure that our employees are well and happy. So I would be supportive of us taking a look at how we can expand those opportunities for our frontline employees. So with that, Eric, let me turn it back to you.
Great. So Mayor, thank you, Mayor and Council, thank you. That was a good way to start the day. We are ready to transition to the presentations. We're going to do two back-to-back presentations. The first is Justina. She's going to cover a quick financial update. We are, and she's primarily going to focus on sales tax. Some of the numbers you're going to see is that in terms of sales tax collection, not just San Antonio, but throughout the state, there has been pretty dramatic increase in sales tax. So with increases in inflation being a reality and gas prices being a reality, I think the product of higher wages, we're seeing the impact of, and we're doing more analysis with several economists that will roll into the 5-year financial forecast that you'll see here in a couple of weeks. So Justina will kick us off. Then we're going to hand off to Troy to hit into the property tax and homestead exemption topic. Justina?
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. My name is Justina Tate, and I'm the Budget Director for the City of San Antonio. The purpose of today's presentation is to provide City Council a brief update of some of our economic indicators as well as some of our financial indicators. And finally, we will provide an overview of our financial policies. Now, this is in preparation for our fiscal year 2022 6+6 Budget and Finance Report that will be presented to the City Council on May 11th. At this time, we will provide more details on our financial indicators as well as revenue and expense projections for the entire year for fiscal year 2022. As we have seen over the past several months, the San Antonio economy continues to recover from the start of COVID-19 pandemic. The city is realizing this economic recovery through some of our revenues that are tightly tied to the economy, to include sales tax and our hotel occupancy tax. But we are also seeing it through our employment growth as well as our unemployment rate. So the two tables on the right illustrate this better performance. The top table shows the employment growth from April 2020, which was the lowest point of the pandemic, to the peak of April 2021. During this time, you can see that our employment growth was 10.2%, which is well above, which is well above the long-term average employment growth rate of 2.3%. Since the peak of April 2021 through February of 2022, our employment growth has slowed down slightly, but is still at 4.2%, which is higher than our long-term average employment growth of 2.3%. On the bottom table, this shows our unemployment rate through the pandemic. So as you can see, prior to the onset of the pandemic, our unemployment rate was 4.8%. At the lowest point of April 2020, our unemployment rate was 13.4%. However, as job growth increased, our unemployment decreased and is now at a level below our pre-pandemic at 4.1%. As I mentioned, we are seeing these trends in our revenues as well that are tied to the health of the economy. I'll talk about that on the next slide. This slide highlights some of our financial indicators. So consumer confidence is optimistic, and we have seen that in our sales tax growth. We have seen record collections in our sales tax for the first 6 months of 2022. As compared to last year, we are collecting 21% ahead of where we were. For our hotel occupancy tax, we are performing better than budget, and our occupancy rate is about 35% compared to last February. However, we are still slightly below our pre-pandemic levels by about 9%. With regard to our airport, we are projecting that our passenger count will be about 56% more than the 2021 passenger count, but still about 7% lower than 2019 or the pre-pandemic levels. And finally, for our development services, our building permit activities continue to be strong, especially in our commercial permitting. The next slide and table illustrates the city's sales tax performance as compared to other major Texas cities. Sales tax revenues are better than last year and outpace most other large communities in Texas. As you can see from the slide, our total March collections as compared to last year are about 29% higher. And overall, we are about 22% higher from January to March of this year as compared to last year. Now, as part of our financial management practices, the city council has established and approved financial policies. Financial policies provide guidance on financial management and are critical to the city's ability to adapt to changing economic conditions and navigate periods of fiscal uncertainty. This has been evident over the past several years as the city has navigated the impact of COVID-19 on our finances and maintained a strong financial position. The city's currently adopted financial policies have allowed the city to perform well financially and have also contributed to the city's strong credit profile. The city's financial policies and strong financial management have been recognized by 3 major rating agencies, which has resulted in an excellent general obligation bond ratings. San Antonio holds a AAA bond rating from Standard & Poor's and Moody's, and a AA+ from Fitch. The AAA bond rating is the highest credit rating an organization can receive, and it allows the city to pay the lowest possible interest rate in the market. The current financial policies have been tailored to the city as an entity and work together in a comprehensive manner. Our financial policies include the maintenance of appropriate reserves within the general fund, which provides some capacity for the city to deal with unpredictable or unforeseen events that in the short term threaten the city's ability to meet obligations such as debt service or sustain our core services. So our financial policies include maintaining a minimum general fund ending balance of 15%, maintain public safety below 66% of the general fund, manage structural balance within the general fund, maintain a $1 million contingency in the general fund and a $3 million contingency in our capital budget, that we address internal fund deficits within 3 to 5 years, and we annually review the impact of the state-imposed 3.5% property tax cap on service delivery and provide a recommendation on whether to adjust that property tax rate. That we annually review property tax relief with a focus on homeowners And finally, we annually review and periodically adjust our fees and charges to provide for cost recovery, inflation, consumer relief, and alignment with our policy goals. So in alignment with our financial policies, I will turn it over to Troy Elliott, our Deputy Chief Financial Officer, who will give an update on property tax as well as homestead exemptions.
Thank you, Justina. Good morning, Mayor, City Manager, and City Council members. My name is Troy Elliott. I'm the Deputy Chief Financial Officer for the city. And thank you for the feedback this morning. I think it was clear that one of y'all's key goals and priorities for City of San Antonio, and as we move into our 2023 budget, is that of property tax relief and our property tax rate. I think my presentation this morning is timely. This is going to be a continued discussion from February when we introduced the topic. But with the notices coming out in 2022, I think this presentation is going to be timely to talk about the notices and also about some options for property tax relief. I did have the opportunity and sent out a package to you prior to this meeting. Hope y'all found that information useful. The information had information about the local exemptions that are available, specific information and statistics for your respective council districts, and also some maps by council district that go over kind of homesteads and the exemptions as well. So I hope y'all found that valuable. Please keep in mind as I walk through this presentation today that this is really the beginning of the process. With notices coming out, there's still a lot of work that has to be done between now and certification. These property values with the significant increase, there's also probably going to be an associated increase in the number of protests and appeals that BCAT is going to receive, which are probably going to be higher than normal than in the past. So please keep in mind that the information is going to be preliminary today and will potentially change as we move forward. With that, just kind of move into the presentation. When we talk about value increases, you hear a lot of different terms. You hear sales tax prices, you hear market value, you hear appraised value, and you hear taxable value. Throughout my presentation, I'm going to be focusing on taxable value because that is really the bottom line. That is what our tax rate is applied to after exemptions and after caps to result in the estimated tax. You know, based on our assumptions, and I'll start with that these are all predicated on a 3% value loss. That is an assumption based on our historical value loss. As I mentioned, that may be low based on the significant increases that we're going to see in terms of appeals. After consideration of our assumptions for value loss at a 3%, our taxable value increase, we're estimating for the entire city of San Antonio an increase of 15.9%. We're looking at single-family residential growth to the tune of 16.8%. Multifamily residential at 21.9%, and commercial of 12.6%. If you remember when we had this conversation last year, comparatively, commercial is growing at about 1 to 1.5%, so it's significantly rebounding this year post-pandemic. Justina mentioned the statutory limitations. I'd like to kind of go through those on this slide. We have not talked a lot about the appraisal cap. Because we haven't seen that significant increase. With the significant increase, there is a 10% appraisal cap on market value. This appraisal cap ensures that homesteads have a cap in place in the event market values increase significantly. Now I'll show you some examples of that when we talk about the notices here, a couple of slides. Also, state legislature, as Justina mentioned, in 2019, SB 2 reduced property tax rollback rate, which is now called the voter approval rate, from 8% to 3.5%. This is only applicable to the M&O operations portion of the tax rate. And I have an example of that coming up on the next slide. This revenue cap applies to the base growth value only and does not apply to new improvements value. As Justina mentioned, we cannot go above the 3.5% revenue cap without triggering an automatic election. This differs from with the change in statute. Prior to this statute, it had to be petitioned, but now it triggers an automatic election. There is one exception to this. When we have had periods prior to the current year where we have not met that 3.5% revenue cap, there's been some capacity on that. We are able to roll the previous year's unused increment forward, and that can be a consideration for this council to use that unused increment to actually exceed that 3.5% revenue cap. When we look at that, the amount that's available is approximately 1.5 cents, would equate to about an additional 22 million if council wanted to pursue that option. Y'all have seen this slide in the past. I think there's a lot of value to showing it again. The one addition to the slide is going to be fiscal year 2023. And you can see by the increase in the size of that bar, that represents our taxable value increase of the total of the 15.9%. Kind of walking through the slide very, very quickly. That yellow line that cuts across, that is the statutory cap of 3.5%. Prior to the implementation of SB2, or the effective date of that in 2019, it's effective for fiscal year 2021, we had an 8% rollback rate or an 8% cap. If that 3.5% revenue cap had been in place, it would have substantially limited that growth. Looking back, the last time we had a tax rate reduction as a result of the rollback rate was in 2016. Moving to 2021 and prior, I had mentioned the unused increment, and you can see in 2021 that our base growth rate was only 3.1%. In 2022, that base growth was 2.1%, so we were underneath that cap and there was an unused increment that was available to the tune of about 1.5 cents or $22 million. That, as I mentioned, that could be rolled forward as an option if council wanted to consider that. In 2023, we have the significant increase in base value growth, about 13.8%, and new improvements about 2.1%. With that 3.5% revenue cap, all that growth above, that significant value growth, is going to require us to actually roll back the tax rate. So we're expecting to see a reduction in our tax rate on the M&O side to the tune of 2 to 3 cents. Which is fairly significant, and I'll show that in the next slide, kind of historically how that compares. Talking about the tax rate, our current tax rate is for the maintenance and operations is about 35 cents. Our debt service tax rate is 21 cents for a total tax rate of 56 cents. We, as I mentioned before, the M&O tax rate, we will see it decrease as a result of that significant property increase values to the tune of 2 to 3 cents. The debt service rate under the current statute will not experience any change. With that M&O tax rate decrease, we will see a total tax rate decrease to the tune of 2 to 3 cents. Please keep in mind, and you're going to hear me say this several times, that this information is preliminary, and as we move through, this is likely going to change. Thought it'd be valuable to show you the city tax rate history. So over the last 29 years, we've had 7 times that we decreased the tax rate. Over those 29 years, that decrease in the tax rate was the equivalent of 3.77 cents. So as I mentioned, in this 1 year, in 2023, we're going to look at reducing the tax rate by 2 to 3 cents. So comparatively, looking back over that 29 years, in 1 year, we're almost up to the same level as we were historically over the past 29 years. We've talked about this last time, and heard y'all mention it several times this morning. What current city property tax relief is available to the city as local exemptions? In 2019, council introduced the 0.01% local homestead exemption. That results in an exemption of $5,000, a reduction in value. That is the lowest exemption that we couldn't put in place. As a city council and as a city, we're kind of tiptoeing or putting our toe in the water to test the exemption. We have the over age 65 in place, which is a $65,000 exemption. This applies to all qualifying homesteads when the homeowner turns age 25, and it must be your primary residence. We have the disabled persons exemption of $12,500. To qualify for this exemption, you must be 100% disabled according to the Social Security Administration. And we are also one of the few major cities to offer a tax freeze. This applies to the over age 65 and disabled persons exemptions, homestead exemptions. And approximately 45% of our homestead exemptions in San Antonio receive a tax freeze. These homesteads equate to a value to our citizens and a revenue loss to the city of San Antonio. So in FY22, which is the current year, we're going to forego approximately $72.4 million in property tax revenue as a result of these exemptions. kind of breaking that $72.4 million down, that results in a $6.2 million local homestead exemption value loss, $35.2 million on over age 65 exemption, $500,000 resultant of the disabled persons exemption, and $30.5 million as a result of the freezes that are in place. Y'all have seen this slide before, so I'm not going to take a whole lot of time, but I think there's a couple things I'd like to highlight. Independent district. I think as Councilman Perry mentioned, that if you look at Bexar County under the local homestead exemption, that Bexar County recently approved the point, which is going to equate to the $5,000 minimum, which is what we currently have in place today as based on state law. In May, there will be a proposition for voter approval to increase that $25,000 to $40,000, which will make an available $15,000 in exemption for the citizens. I think they'll be relevant. I'm sure a lot of you have gotten a lot of calls, emails, and texts as a result of the notices that have recently come out. I know I certainly have. My neighbors have all contacted me and expressed their concern. When you look at your notice of appraised value, and to the far right, there is a picture of the appraisal or the appraised value. When you're walking statutory cap at 10%. So that market value growth is going to be capped at 10%. That's going to equate to the appraised value. That appraised value is what's going to be subject to your exemptions. After the exemptions, it's going to be subject to your tax rate, which is going to equate to your estimated taxes. Highlight a couple areas in green. And I think one of the sources that's going to be a source of major confusion on these notices is that the information that's on here is really what is in place today. It's not taking into consideration the county increase that we just talked about for the 0.01%. It's not going to be taking into consideration any increase on the school district from 25,000 to 40,000. And it's not going to take into place their taxable value is going to be somewhat inflated because it's not taking into account any of those exemptions that have been recently passed. So it's a timing difference. This is not the fault of the Bexar County Appraisal District. This is a statutory provision that they follow. So after you have the taxable value, as I mentioned, you look at the city of San Antonio tax rate, and we're at 55.56 cents. That's our current tax rate. As I just mentioned on the previous slides, we're going to experience probably a 2 to 3 cent reduction in our tax rate. So that estimated tax for the city of San Antonio of $1,287 is inflated for two reasons. It's not considering any increase in exemption, and it's not considering a reduction in the tax rate. All the other taxing entities are also going to be subject, with the exception of the school district, are going to be subject to a 3.5% cap. So more than likely, their tax rates are going to be reduced as well. So when your constituents are receiving this notice, and probably the same way when I opened mine, I looked at mine, I compared it to my prior year's taxes I paid. I'm like, holy cow. But I think one of the major things that we need to communicate and that'll be valuable when people contact you is that this bill, based on some of the actions that the other taxing jurisdictions are taking and that we are taking, as well as the implementation or the result of the SB2, this tax rate is going to be reduced quite a bit. Can't tell you what that is going to be today, but as we work with the BCAD and we get additional information, we'll be able to narrow that down as we get closer to certification. So just in summary, the notice does not include the impact of the pending school district homestead exemption increase, the new Bexar County 0.01% homestead exemption, or the impact of Senate Bill 2. The good news is, because of the confusion that has really resulted around this, the state statute has been changed and modified. And if you looked at your notice this year, in the back of it, there were some changes that were going to be taking place on the future notices for next year. So that notice of appraised value is changing, and it will not include next year, it will not include the tax rate, estimated taxes. It will only include from the taxable value column to the left. A little late for this year based on the significant increases we're seeing, but that will be a positive change in the future years. As I mentioned, kind of when I started the presentation, you hear a lot of terms when it talks about values. One of the things that you hear, you may read in the paper, is really your average or your sales price. So pulling from the Real Estate Center website from TAMU or Texas A&M University, wanted to show you kind of the average residential sales price based on our peer group, our peer cities. City of Austin, their average residential sales price about $667,000. Dallas, $500,000. Houston, $373,000. City of San Antonio, $285,000. That is going to be a small population based on the houses that have been sold. The other thing you're going to hear is market value. This is what the Bexar County Appraisal District uses for what homes typically sell for. That is a larger population and a larger universe across the city. As I mentioned, the assessed or the appraised value, that's going to equal your market value. It's going to be subject to the 10% appraisal cap to come to your assessed value. After the assessed or appraised value, you're going to apply your exemptions, and then you're going to get the taxable value, which equals the assessed value minus exemptions. So this is what we're going to be talking about today, and I think what matters most. This is a slide I've shared with you as well before, a little bit reordered from what you've seen. This compares the city of San Antonio to all the other cities in our peer group in the state of Texas. Looking at the order from highest to lowest as far as tax rate, we are third lowest tax rate at the 56 cents. I think it's important to note, and you've heard us talk about this before, one of the valuable things that we have that the other major large cities don't is a tax freeze, which is a substantial benefit to our citizens. And then you can see the resulting average taxable homestead value of about $208,000, which results in a tax on the average homestead for the city of San Antonio of $1,166, again, based on 2022 rates. And you can see comparatively the local homestead options that we offer. We are the lowest homestead option next to El Paso. And then our over 65 exemption at $65,000 comparative to the other cities, as well as our disabled persons exemption compared to the other cities at $12,500. As I mentioned earlier, we provide in your packet, and this is going to be the same information just spread over 3 slides. As far as statistical data for each of your individual council districts. This first slide by council district is going to show the single family residences. So these are actually a single family residence in each of your district. Then the actual, the next column is going to show the homesteads that individuals are using as their primary residence and have a homestead application or a homestead exemption attached to it. And then we have the homestead percentages. Just looking across the districts, there's a greater homestead percentage from District 7 through 8, which basically, when you look at what is the difference between the single family residence and a homestead exemption, it's really going to be primarily 3 things. It's going to be a single family residence without a homestead if it's a short-term rental, if it's a long-term rental, or if there is not a homestead exemption applied against it. So looking at the difference between the 2 columns and the homestead percentages, there's going to be a higher homestead in District 7 through 10 versus the other council districts. This slide now takes the number of the homesteads and translates it into a market value for the homesteads and taxable value for the homesteads. And based on the number of homesteads, you can see those average homestead market values and the average homestead taxable values. Similar to the earlier slide, you're going to see the higher values in District 7 through 9. District 5, and I can probably explain this as we look at the next couple of slides or the next slide. You look at the average homestead market value of $131,000 to the average homestead value, taxable value of $62,000 is experiencing one of the biggest differentials than the other districts at the tune of about $70,000. This is showing the exemptions by council district for the over 65 disabled persons and the tax freeze, as well as those that pay 0 tax or have 0 tax bills. As I mentioned, there's a large difference between market value and average taxable value in District 5. You can see that's going to be primarily the result of probably 2 things. One, the number of 0 tax bills in District 5 and the tax freeze compared to the other council districts. start talking about the homestead exemption a little bit. And just as a reminder, the homestead exemption requirements, this applies to all homesteads regardless of value. May not be adopted as a dollar amount. It can only be adopted as a percentage. So when you look at that data on the prior slides, when you look at values, the greater the value, the larger the benefit of the homestead. It is limited by statute up to 20% of the appraised value with a minimum of $5,000 where we are at today. This must be approved by City Council prior to July 1st, 2022 to be effective in our fiscal year 2023 and be accounted for in our adopted budget. Should be very familiar with these slides. We have updated based on the preliminary information that we received, and we have added the 10% exemption column in here, I think as was requested last time we met in February. This is going to show the estimated incremental annual tax savings to the homeowner by homestead value. Starting at 100,000 going through 600,000. We're also showing the tax bill, the resultant tax bill just for the city of San Antonio. And you can see the average savings based on our current exemption is going to be $26 across the board. As we move to a 5% exemption, you start seeing a lot of additional savings. There's still not going to be any at 5%. There will not be any incremental savings for those homestead values at 100,000. Once we start exceeding that 5% exemption to the 6 and 7, you'll start seeing some additional incremental savings to the homeowner. Staying on that 5% exemption, it moves from 0 for the homestead value of 100,000 to $133 in incremental savings for a homestead value of 600,000. As you move to the 10% exemption, you start seeing those additional savings for the homestead value of 100,000 and going to 294,000 at homestead values of $600,000 or more. For the estimated average homestead of about a $230,000 home, at the very bottom, you can see those average incremental savings by that homestead. This slide, as we have shown in the past, it's not going to show the incremental, but it's going to show the total savings in the event that we move to the homestead. The information's exactly the same, but it's going to be an aggregate of the existing savings we have today, plus any decision or moving to a 5% exemption or 10% exemption. So when moving to a 5% exemption, the total savings to a $100,000 homestead value is going to be $27. Looking at 600,000, that's going to grow to the homestead of $600,000 or more to $159. Moving to a 10% exemption, you start seeing that growth in the $100,000 homestead at $53. Going down the column to the $600,000, $321. And similar to the prior slide, you can see the total savings with today's exemption plus any additional exemption for our estimated average homestead of $230,000, growing from 1% exemption at $26 to $123 at 10%. After my presentation in February, one of the number one questions I asked was, well, if y'all do an exemption, when is this going to be effective? So I thought it'd be good to kind of go over some of the dates. I mean, this process starts at BCAT on January 1. You know, as we've experienced starting on April 1st, notices can start being sent out of appraised value to all the property owners. As a reminder, the deadline to file a protest based on state statute is May 15th, but this falls on a Sunday, so that will move to May 16th. The deadline to adopt a new property tax exemption is June 30th, which we talked about, so any decision will have to be made before that date. On July 25th, we will receive the certified tax roll. We'll be working on taking the city council impact into that city tax roll as far as exemptions and the anything that the council would like to do. Then on September 15th, we will adopt the tax rate. On October 1st, based on any increase in exemption, any change in the tax rate, the property tax bills will be mailed with all those items incorporated into it. And then on January 31st, taxes are due, and they become delinquent on February 1st. So in conclusion, based on the data that we've received from the Bexar County Appraisal District on that first snapshot, that we will be decreasing the city property tax rate to the tune of 2 to 3 cents. We are going to be recommending a minimum of a 5% homestead exemption. And as we continue to get that information for BCAD, we'll continue to evaluate it and see if there are opportunities to increase above that 5% homestead exemption. Based on some of the feedback today, also maybe looking at if there are opportunities to explore increasing exemptions on the 65 or the disabled persons. And I think I mentioned this last time, but there's probably a real opportunity to really look at through this legislature targeted property tax relief. What are some different options outside of the current statute that we can put in place or recommend and advocate for that have targeted tax relief for our citizens? Now, I mentioned this on the other slides. It is an option, but there is that unused increment, about 1.5 cents to the tune of $22 million that we could roll forward for additional council policies or for additional council policy consideration. With that, Mayor, that concludes my presentation, and Justina and I are available for any questions.
Thanks, Troy. Go ahead, Eric.
So one thing that we've talked about, and again, this is the benefit of doing this early because you'll see the trial budget in mid-May. That second recommendation up there is a minimum of 5%. So what you may see, especially I think the conversation this morning was helpful for us. We may show you 3 different scenarios of homestead exemption in the forecast. 5% being the minimum, everything, the other options being above that. You noticed that on the slides, we included a 10% exemption so that you saw that. That was done purposeful. So from my standpoint, the conversation this morning solidified in my head that we'll need to show you additional scenarios in the trial budget. So just know that up front.
All right. Thank you, Eric. All right. We're going to pause here for questions. Reminder, the discussion period we'll have at the end of the day. So if you have questions to clarify the presentation, anything that you'd like to dive a little bit deeper into, now's the time for that. So Councilmember Courage.
Thank you, Mayor. One thing that is lacking, I think, to help me understand, I think all of us, is when we talk about an increase in revenue by percentage, is there an estimate of what the dollar value of that projected increase in revenue is? And I ask for that because once we start looking at how we might lower our cap to get as close to 3.5% without being over it, we need to know what that dollar amount is and what 3.5% would be. I understand that's estimating because we don't have the final numbers, but if we can give ourselves a ballpark figure, then I think we can look at things like exemptions and we can say, what if we give a 10% homestead exemption? How much will that cost the city? How much does that lower the projection of what the cost is the increase is for the city's revenue? What if we go to 20% exemption? What does that do as far as lowering the tax that the city takes in? How close does that get us to 3.5%? What if we raise the disabled and 100% or 60 over 65 property value exemption from 40% to 100, 40,000 to 100,000? I mean, because the values have gone through the roof when we set those original values at 40% for disabled, or I think it's 40% for 65 and older, 40,000. And in other words, what can we do to put money directly back into the pockets of homeowners by giving them more exemptions before we actually start looking at lowering the overall tax rate, which obviously would benefit all property owners and commercial properties as well. But I don't see any numbers that help us understand that. And I think we need to see numbers as well as just percentages. So that's where I'm coming from on that.
Thank you, Councilmember Courage. Councilmember Perry.
Yes, Justina, I've got a couple of questions on slide 4. You had a bullet there that says the DSD numbers are healthy or something like that. What are those numbers? Because that, to me, that shows the growth of this city through the projected increases in numbers of facilities being built around here, that kind of thing. So what are those numbers?
Hey, Councilman.
If you can bring up slide 4, that would be great.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mike Shannon, Development Services Director. I'm not sure if that's up yet. But I think Justina was referencing our building permits are still strong. So this year, our residential permits are, we're projecting close to 5,500 permits, which is a little bit lower than last year's residential, but higher than the last few years. It's actually commercial permits are actually up about 40% through the first half of the year. So we're seeing a lot of commercial activity coming through our doors, asking for permits, a lot of new commercial as well, not just renovations. But the new residential construction is still very strong, higher than it's been in the last few years.
Okay, so what were their numbers again? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. I guess slide. No, it's not on.
It
this
wasn't
one.
on the slide, but let me pull it up for you.
There, all the other bullets had numbers to back up those portions, except for your numbers there. I think it was slide 4.
Sure. We've already had about 1,700 commercial permits come through our door in the first half of the year. So that's almost 40% higher than we were at this point last year.
Wow.
So if we're just comparing actuals to actuals, and then about 2,600 residential permits so far, which is a couple percentage points higher. But we did have an extreme summer last year with our residential permitting. So not sure we'll hit that number, but we'll be right about there with residential. So I think the key is it's very strong. We're very busy at Development Services, issuing permits, inspections, and turning over new certificates of occupancy but the commercial is really high so far this year.
So those numbers, how do they compare to before the COVID, like in 19? Are we up?
Yeah, the residential is still really high. The past 2 years of residential, we used to be at 4,000 permits a year approximately. Now we're at 55 to 6,000 permits. So think of a 50% increase in residential if you go pre-pandemic. Commercial has been steady, including through the pandemic. But this year, we're actually at, like I said, almost 40% higher already through the first half of the year. So again, very strong in both sides. And our development partners, the home builders and the commercial developers are telling us that they're going to continue to be strong.
Okay, great. And so part of the next slide where it showed the increases above the 3.5%, you're telling us that we're going to continue to grow in new starts and for homes and for commercial properties.
That's what we're seeing right now. And I think when we get to the forecast in a couple of weeks, we'll have some numbers projected out to what we're seeing and hearing from our developers.
Great. Good news story. Thank you. On slide number 6, Justina, just for grins, the last bullet there, when is the last time we adjusted any rate or fee down here in the city? Have we ever adjusted something down?
I believe it was with the last year's budget. We did the hazard mitigation fee reduction.
In the property room.
In the property room.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. Great. Okay. Good. That's good to hear. Troy, just a couple of questions. Slide number 11. Slide number 11 and 12. I think to Councilman Courage's point, putting things in dollars and cents on these slides, we had, no, that's not the one. What? Slide 18, sorry. We used to show what the dollar impact was for each one of these. And I'd actually like to see it go up to the 20% also. What is the impact of 20% on this? Where along that scale should we be looking at the homestead exemption, whether it's 5%, 10%, or even 20% like other cities here in Texas do? So would like to see that information on there as well. And then,
It would just be double the 10%, right? Essentially?
Yeah, essentially, if you move to 20, the incremental impact will be double.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, great.
It'll be slightly different, but it'll,
Yeah, and
Be in the
again,
ballpark.
what's the total cost to the city on
yeah,
each one
total
of those
cost of the
increments?
city is comparable to what we showed you last time. And we hesitated to put it on there because it's going to change. But looking at the 10% exemption, the incremental revenue loss to the general fund's about $13 million.
Okay.
And if you went to 20%, it'll be double that, about 26 million.
And this year, we projected about a $20 million increase in our revenue based on property taxes, if I remember correctly. It was on the very first page of that budget book. So I just want to bring everybody's attention, you know, we projected $20 million increase this year. And we could certainly afford up to a 20% homestead exemption with that additional revenue that's coming into the city. So, and again, I want to foot stomp that the county did follow our lead. And, you know, you add those numbers together, and now you're talking about real dollars and significant dollars being able to be held in, by the homeowners instead of sending it into tax revenue. So I hope that other taxing entities take notice of that and that they're listening to their residents across the city, all the different school districts, and the other taxing entities saying, hey, yeah, we want to get on that bandwagon. We want to offer a homestead exemption as well. That's all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Perry. Councilmember Bravo.
Thank you. Troy, you said that we've got an opportunity to pursue additional legislative options for homestead tax relief. Can you elaborate on that?
Well, we need to start putting kind of our minds together. One of the things that we're looking at for targeted relief, maybe, and this is just off the top of our head, and it'd have to be really socialized with you as a council and as the IGR committee, but maybe based on the longevity a person's been in their house. I mean, I think the expectation is when you move into a house, you know what your tax liability is going to be. But as you've lived in that house 5, 10, 15, 20 years, that tax bill continues to grow. Maybe it's targeted relief to that population based on the amount of time they lived in their house. So, and then we'll look at other options as well above and beyond that.
So it is, what leads you to believe that this legislative, that a request for this legislative change might be successful? Because I have a low level of confidence in this being successful.
I think in the past, I mean, I think there were other priorities. I think with some of those priorities, and Jeff may be able to elaborate a little bit more, but maybe have more opportunity.
Councilman, there's no question that seeking a change to state law is not an easy task. But the last time that we pursued this a couple sessions ago was when SB 2 was being debated. And our members, Representative Bernal and Senator Menendez, filed a bill similar to what Troy's talking about that would target specific legacy homeowners. But there was a broader conversation going on about tax relief for everybody. And ultimately, SB 2 was passed. That's behind us now. SB 2 happened. So we'd like to be able to come back and make the argument that we want to further provide relief by targeting it to those who need it most. Doesn't mean it's a slam dunk by any stretch. You're right to be to question whether the legislature will do it. But I know that our members are very interested in doing it. I had a conversation with Representative Bernal yesterday, and I've been talking with Mark Carmona since he joined the city about right sizing that legislation and putting our full force behind it. So that's our intent at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bravo. Councilmember Viagran.
Thank you. I'll start with Justina. So my questions are, do we have the factors of what led to the employment growth? From slide 3.
Yes, Councilwoman, as a result of the pandemic, we had lost significant jobs, and especially in the tourism industry.
Mhm.
And as that has come back, that employment growth has increased.
Great. And do we have a breakdown yet of D3 and the employment growth that occurred there by district?
I don't have that right now, but we can work with Dr. Niven.
Yeah, if we could get that as we continue to discuss the budget. And also if we can get what types of employers contributed to the employment growth, I think that would help with our ready to work also. On slide 4, regarding the tourism, I would like to get the council members' actual dollar amounts and the number of passengers. I think that would be significant as we talk about the sales tax and our continued movement in the travel and tourism industry. If we could get that.
Sure. And Councilwoman, as part of the fiscal year 2022 6+6 report, those will be provided in terms of our passenger count and our hotel occupancy. We're continuing to monitor that, and the most updated information will be provided at the 6+6.
Great, thank you. And next up, Troy. And I have a lot to say about this issue, but I'm going to respect the mayor and keep it to questions. So Troy, is there any way, because this is what I'm hearing, can we get the property tax designations on why they increased some of our some of the values of the properties? I know in one of my neighborhoods, Roosevelt Neighborhood Association, we hadn't done any street or sidewalk repair. They hadn't done any home repair, but they gave them the reason that it was a desirable neighborhood, and that's why their property taxes went up. So if we could get the designations that BCAT is using to increase the property taxes, whether it's desirable neighborhoods or improvement to the streets or whatever rhyme or reason they use to have done this to the residents of San Antonio. And the one thing I want to make people aware is that BCAT is going to neighborhood association meetings and telling people it's the elected officials that have been the result of this property tax increase, but they're not letting them know which elected officials. So that's been shared by my neighborhoods. Can we go to slide 13? So when we look at slide 13, I think it's significant that we have 3, 4, 5, and 6 that sit, and 2's not very far off at 54%, but sit at 50%. And I can tell you why they sit at 50%, and this is because they're legacy homes, and they're people living in the homes that belong to their grandmother or belong to an uncle that's now at living with someone else or in a senior living center. So my concern is if we go to the next screen and we look at City Council District 3, can I get a number of the average homestead is 177 or 106, but how many are actually going to, of the number of homesteads, truly benefit by a homestead exemption, actually get money in their pocket, and how many are not? Because what I want to get those numbers and understand, because that's leaving quite a number of people out of this process. I do appreciate the idea of lowering the tax rate. I think that helps more. But I'm going to need more information about this because there are some people in that 23,000 that aren't going to get money back. I don't believe. So I'd like to see that done as we have this discussion further. Can we get that, Troy?
Yes, we can do some analysis. As long as there is a market value, there would be some value as far as an exemption.
Okay.
But
so
we can
they
do the
get,
analysis as far as what would be the impact on the district.
Yeah, so they'd get $26 or they'd get $50. How many would get $26? How many would get $53 is what I need to know.
We can break that up and categorize it for you.
Yeah, if I can get that. Because my concern is it sits on the south and the west side of San Antonio. And the other thing I'd like to get, and I'm always going to ask for this, is that how is this going to impact our infrastructure streets? when we're losing 13 million, 14 million, 20 million when we make this decision in our streets and in our budget for that. I'd like to see how the districts are going to be reduced in that, because I would really then like to see our infrastructure guidelines get changed before we move forward with this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Villagran. Just a quick time check for everybody. 11:10 was a scheduled start of our streets conversation. It is 11:30 now. We've got a few other folks that want to ask questions on this item, so let's just continue to move forward. Councilmember Rocha Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. My first question is for Justina on the airports that are projected to be more than 2021, but still lower than 2019. I thought I heard Jesus Nava tell us a few weeks ago that we had more passengers this year.
Not Jesus now.
I'm so sorry. Sorry.
Jesus Science.
Science, yes. Tell us that, did I?
Yeah, Jeff will answer that.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, sure.
Councilman, you're correct. He was referring to international travel. International travel has exceeded even the 2019 numbers. Overall numbers, we're getting close to where we were, but still lagging a little behind.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I was worried about that. I thought I missed something. And then the next question is on, this one is for Troy. Can you help me understand why our disabled persons exemption is so low? Is there a reason for that? It's the lowest of all of the jurisdictions.
I can't tell you a specific reason why it's so low. I believe that exemption actually started in 2005, I believe. It would be an option that if the council wanted to increase that, when we come back in June, we can look at options in addition to the homestead if that's something that y'all wanted to do.
I really want to do that. So our disabled folks deserve some more attention. And so for us to have even below the El Paso and Fort Worth, which are the next lowest, is just sad. I don't know how else to say it. So thank you. Thank you for looking at it. I know that we had asked about legacy homeowners and some relief. So thank you for looking at that. I know that we've been asking about that in the past. I think the idea of looking at length of time in homes and then applying some exemptions based on that is important. Also, the work with other entities like the hospital district and SARA, which I think is governed under the water code. So I don't know that there's much that they can do. My staff is actually researching that right now. And then Alamo colleges. Do you know if there are reasons for the Alamo colleges and the hospital districts not to have exemptions? Is maybe that I'm not aware about.
I'm not aware of why they would not.
We can dig into that a little bit, Councilman.
Please, I'd love to see why it is. And I think that it's going to take a collective effort working with all of those entities like Councilman Perry mentioned. I do want to let you know that you all just recently appointed me to the BCAD, and Councilman Pelaez said it's a suicide mission, but somebody has to do it. And so it's okay. I got this, Councilman. I will be having a session with Albert Uresti and with Michael Amezquita together in the same room coming up here in I think a couple of weeks. And so we will be, I think I'll serve as the moderator. So you all are welcome to attend. And so we'll be Facebook Living it and trying to see if some of the news stations could cover that in English and in Spanish. But that's my commitment to my council colleagues to continue advocating. And so I'll commit to working with some of the other entities to understand why they have not done something more for relief. So thank you, Mayor. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Councilmember Rocha Garcia. Councilmember Castillo.
Thank you, Mayor. My first question may be for Troy or Michael, though I first want to start by thanking my colleagues, Councilman Perry and Courage, for beating the drum of property tax relief for Bexar County and San Antonio residents. My question is, with the data on building permits and activity, can we have that shared with us? I think there may be opportunity to develop a fund, as Councilwoman Ana Sandoval mentioned, to address sidewalks, but also to potentially assist with property abatements. So is that information data that can be shared with us? And I would also like to know if we're also collecting data based off of demolition permits as well as building permits, if we can receive both of those.
Certainly, Councilwoman, we can get you all that data. And we track demolition permits, not just the building permits that we talked about.
Okay, great.
We can get that to you.
All right, awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that. My next question is, District 3 already asked this, but do we know which industries are responsible for lowering the unemployment rate?
Councilwoman, we can get that for you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Castillo. Councilmember Cabello Haverda.
Thank you, Mayor. On slide 13, where you break down by district, I noticed that District 6 has the most single-family residents, but we're in the bottom 4 districts for our homestead owners with an exemption. I'm curious, is that because people don't qualify, like you mentioned, maybe it's a rental home, or is it because they haven't signed up for the homestead exemption?
I don't know the specifics. It's going to be one of those three things I mentioned between short-term rental, long-term rental, or they just don't have an exemption on it. I can tell you that BCAD does send out notices to those houses that their property address and their mailing address are the same, because that's going to be one that they would identify as potentially doesn't have that homestead exemption. So there are efforts to actually contact those individuals, but they send about 5,000 out per district. So I can't answer your question specifically.
Well, I noticed that we're also District 6 is number 8 in seniors that have signed up for exemptions. And I think what I'd like to see is maybe money allocated towards that outreach, specifically for our seniors and our special needs community, that we can reach out to them and help them to understand that they have this option and that they can use this exemption and maybe even help signing up for it. I appreciate that BCAD sends those out. I wonder if we can do that in some way ourselves. I mean, honestly, in parts of my district, a letter isn't going to go very far. We have to knock on doors and be out where they are. So I'd like to see some money allocated towards that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Cabello Haverda. Just one quick thing, Troy. We can control what we can control, and only that. And so I do support the additional legislative efforts to provide targeted relief, because we don't have the tools that we would like to have to provide relief in a targeted manner. Continued efforts at the legislature, as futile as sometimes those might seem, help to folks to understand what we're really trying to achieve. But on that note, in comparing tax bills in this city versus other cities, one thing that's quite evident is that this city has more taxing entities on our bill than maybe some others. So I do appreciate continued data that's being presented on slide 12 that shows the average tax on a household city by city. What would also be helpful, considering the fact that, I maintain that 99% of what a person in our community experiences from a quality of life standpoint are services managed by the city, and that roughly 1/5 of the bill that they receive in property tax actually goes to the city, goes to these other entities. It would be helpful to see, what is that proportion? Has that changed given the various exemptions and freezes that we've implemented? Has the proportion of tax revenue that goes to the city versus elsewhere changed? And how does that break down in the different income brackets, household value brackets? What proportion of the tax bill in various household value brackets is going to the city? That would be helpful to understand.
Okay.
And that's it. Eric, back to you.
Oh, go ahead, Justina, one thing.
Just wanted to answer Councilmember Castillo's question regarding the employment growth. So the main sectors are health and education services, leisure and hospitality, and information services. You're welcome.
Thanks, Justina. Okay, so we've got the next round of presentations will be Tamika, then Razi. And we make a suggestion that we'll start those presentations, and then once lunch is ready, we just do a working lunch and just keep rolling through questions. I know. Or maybe not.
We'll see how it goes and see
yeah, what, 12:30?
if there's any heartburn about that.
Lunch is at 12:30, so we have 15 minutes.
I know. Yes, but I intend,
Good morning, Tamika Monorville, Director of the Transportation Department for the city. Thank you, Mayor, council members, Mr. Walsh, and Maria for all of your support. In my first year, I completed my first year here with the city, and it's been a really great opportunity. One of the things you all have touched on is safety. One of the most important and vital efforts within the Transportation Department is ensuring the safety of our pedestrians, cyclists, and everyone who uses our roadway. So with that, the focus today for our department is Vision Zero. Many cities across the country are struggling to figure out what is that happy medium. How do we keep people safe no matter their choice or mode or journey? It's a challenge for us here in the city. We have had several deaths this year, cyclists and pedestrians. We've lost in this calendar year 15 individuals, 15 sisters, brothers, mothers, friends, children. We've lost 3 cyclists. Councilman Bravo spoke about this. There are no words. And what we've done since I've been here in working with the leadership of the city and this council, we attempted to be influential in changing the prima facie speed to 25 miles per hour. We were not successful in this past legislative session, but that does not mean we should not continue to do that. Many of you know Vision Zero, but many people don't understand Vision Zero is not one thing. It is a system, it is engineering, it is programs, it's enforcement, education, it's equity. All of these things are critical, and we all have to work together to ensure the safety of pedestrians and cyclists and roadway users, people who are driving cars, getting off buses. One thing we did, thanks to this body, is last year we received from the city $5.2 million to focus specifically on Vision Zero. Prior to that time, just a little context, the Vision Zero program, when it was adopted here in the city in 2016, we had a Vision Zero action plan. And like many plans, we have plans, but we don't necessarily put those funds into that plan and program to implement all of the tools in the toolkit. Thankfully, this body, this leadership of the city saw last year we needed to do that. With that, we received $5.2 million to invest in mid-block crossings. One of the biggest challenges that we face in our city is that a lot of our roadways are former state roadways. These roadways are essentially highways in many instances, and we all are familiar with the challenges we have in controlling, or as they would say, manifest destiny and ensuring the safety of our residents. One of the things we're going to be doing going forward is taking that 2015 Vision Zero action plan and operationalizing it. So what we are doing in the next 3 months, in June through August, we are focused on an extensive safety campaign to educate people on those 8 corridors where we took all of the information from the severe pedestrian injury reports, and we have a heat map to show you where the trends are, where people are injured and people are dying. We're going to focus on those 8 corridors that you all funded for mid-block crossings last year, and we're going to do targeted safety campaigns. What I found with Vision Zero is we focus a lot, and I'm going through these slides because I don't need a presentation to tell you people die every day. We don't have to sit here and go through these presentations. We have to be real about the issue. And the issue is we need to reduce the speeds on our roadways. We need to call attention to the behavior of drivers who are not paying attention. And we also need to fund those improvements that are going to be critical and essential to making people safe on the road. These are the 8 corridors that we identified based on the data in our Vision Zero reports, in our injury reports. We are actively working with our partners in Public Works and with TxDOT to install mid-block crossings. Mid-block crossings save lives. They give people refuge when you're crossing a 6 and 8 lane divided roadway, which used to be a highway in some instances. So the first corridor, we're going to target safety and inform and enforce and work with the chief and work with all of our partners at VIA to do this collective. I forget who mentioned it, but working as a coordinated body to make sure that Vision Zero is actualized. We're going to start with Culebra. Culebra has seen the most injuries and fatalities on this corridor, not just years, for decades. This has been the case. And it's only gotten worse. And what we're going to do is target drivers. We're going to have a safety campaign that focuses on letting the drivers know when you're stopped at that stoplight or when you're speeding through. We're going to work with local businesses to have cards up so that people pay attention. If you're going to be distracted, you're going to be looking at a billboard that says, hey, why are you looking up here? You know, we have to be provocative. We have to utilize the resources. And that's something I talked about last year, was that we can't continue to go to hundreds of meetings at schools in the council districts where we don't have the fatalities. We also are going to be focused on outreach. One of the things you all helped us do was to hire a PR manager, Joe Conger, who is very dynamic and skilled at getting information and sharing information. We said we were going to do a bike and safety survey. We did that at Ciclovia this past March. We received over 300 visitors at our booth. At that booth, we also got 200 respondents who are city residents who said that they want to be a part of the solution and to get more information about safety and about what they can do. And we got their perspective and we got information about, do they ride bikes? Councilman Perry is very consistent and persistent in asking about the data. So we're starting that process, Councilman, and getting that data, which is going to inform our bike network plan and other safety initiatives. The safety campaign that we're going to kick off in June is really going to target drivers. We spend so much time talking to pedestrians saying, oh, you should wear lighter clothes. What we know for certain is that most of our victims are people of color. They are people who are older. The average victim in these fatalities is a male, 49 years old. A male who is 49 years old is 1.5 times more likely to be killed or injured in one of these crashes. And we have to change that. So this safety campaign, we're going to work with the community. Next month, we'll be coming out and talking with all of our partners and discussing how we do this in a coordinated manner in terms of enforcement and also just making people aware. The success of Culebra is going to be duplicated on all the other 7 corridors that we've identified and where we will be over the next 2 years installing those mid-block crossings. But that's not it. There are a lot of tools in the toolkit to help us make our community safer. Some of these are things that you may have seen in our city and other parts or other cities around the country, but we are going to expand. Here at UTSA, they've installed raised crosswalks. These are small things that we can do, but we know we need to change the way in which we're looking at Vision Zero. When people say Vision Zero and they point you to a website and a book, that's not Vision Zero. We have to be active. We have to talk about it, but we also have to do it ourselves. We have to slow down on the streets. Some of the things that I've seen recently in Los Angeles, if you look at image number 5, that's in Hawthorne, California, a neighborhood where I grew up. And it's a huge roadway to cross to get to the mall. I used to cross this roadway as a 13-year-old going to the mall. That was something people did back in the day. But I digress. The illumination on this street was simply amazing to me because I thought about Culebra when I was walking down here and I was driving and I said, this is nighttime, but it's so illuminated. These are the pedestrian safety countermeasures that we need to employ. It's going to take us some time because there are portions of these corridors that have no utilities. There are portions of these corridors that are prone to flooding. So as we install these countermeasures, as we work with you all individually and collectively, we don't want to just go out and tell people what Vision Zero is. We have to be more tactical and we have to be consistent in doing this so that we can educate people about the value of Design Line and their barricades that they have for protection. So one of the things that I wanted to highlight is where we are. The bike network plan, April 6th, the RFQ went out on the street. Proposals are due on May 25th. We were targeted with installing up to 9 restriped areas as a part of the bike network plan. That's $1 million you all give us to improve the safety for cyclists. We initially attempted to do something really different with the Safe Streets concept, but that was very cost prohibitive. So we have identified those roadways that are below 35 miles per hour that we are going to install and restripe up to, we have 8.6 miles that we've identified. We'll be doing that over the remainder of this calendar year, of the fiscal year, excuse me. Additionally, we are continuing the work with TxDOT. So just to give you all an idea, because you won't see the physical mid-block crossings this year, we have construction projects that are underway, some that were well into design when you all authorized these funds. So we're working with our partners at Public Works and at TxDOT to make sure that we can integrate the design of these mid-block crossings where we can, and we don't want to be too early in installing mid-block crossings on corridors where TxDOT or Public Works is already going to do construction that would tear up those mid-block crossings. The other component of what we've done is our UDC amendments. We talked about sidewalks. One of the things we were successful in working with our partners at the Real Estate Council was getting UDC amendments in that gave flexibility to developers to install not just sidewalks, but multi-use paths, because we know people want to walk and they want to get about in different ways. And we wanted to support the development community in allowing that flexibility to not just do sidewalks, but paths as well. 12-foot paths too, because social distancing is our future. Okay. With that, I will turn it over to Razi, and thank you so much for your time.
So just as they're transitioning, one thing I wanted to just highlight that Tamika mentioned, but we're going to need to identify $7 million in construction to finalize those mid-block crossings projects that we've started under design. So that's one of the priorities that we're going to be looking at as we go through the budget.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
That was him asking for the money for me. Thank you.
You're welcome, Tamika. Yep.
Good morning, Mayor and Council, or almost good afternoon. I am Razi Hosseini, Director, City Engineer for Public Works Department. This slide shows the network condition from A to F. Good news is 78% of our network is fair and excellent condition. 22% is in poor and fair condition. Our average PCI throughout the city in 2022 is 75.73. This slide shows the network condition A through F for each council district. As mentioned previously, the total cost of improving our F street, $934 million. This slide shows overall investment and improvement we have done in our, since 2000 and 2017, to 2022. As you can see, overall, there has been improvement in city network. A portion of a network under excellent condition does include street as part of new development. Every year we take over some of the new subdivision, they end up having brand new roadway. On Excellent Street, we used to have in 2017 a little over 1,000 mile. Now we have 1,000, almost 800 mile. That's significant improvement on Excellent or Grade A Street. This slide showed SMP budget breakdown for fiscal year 22, 23, and 24. In 2023, we are anticipating to have $90 million from annual budget, $20 million from proposed bond, and $10 million from ARPA. In the past, this has been discussed. What will happen if we spend most of our SMP annual budget on F Street, and we have created a number of the scenarios to show what we will be result of it. This slide reflects 4 scenarios developed that shows the impact of increasing funding to F Street without additional SMP funding. In other words, we are making assumption SMP will be funded $110 million for next 5 years. Current reflects the funding allocation of 50-50 based on size and condition. Scenario 1 basically shows continuum for next 5 years. What we do today, we spend 18% of $110 million or $20 million on F Street. Scenario 2 shows if we spend 25% of $110 million SMP annual budget or $27.5 million. Scenario 3 shows if we spend 50% of our annual budget on F Street or $55 million. And of course, scenario 4, basically spending 100% of our SMP funding on F Street. As you can see on this graph, if we keep doing what we have been doing, scenario 1, which is 18% or $20 million, really gives us much, much better result than scenario 4, which is spending $100 million or $110 million or 100% of SMP on F Street. You realize on scenario 4, A, which is excellent, and majority of our roadway, 43% is A, is significantly reduced. Almost 50% goes down from scenario 1, 52% to 23.9%. Of course, this scenario, F Street does go down, but for the cost of D Street goes significantly high. You remember D Street in scenario 1 is 4.2%. On scenario 4 goes up to 17%. D Street is really next door to F Street. In next few years, D Street will be coming F Street before we know. As you can see, the best scenario is really spending 18% or $20 million hour of SMP on F Street. The next 2 slides provide scenario that shows the impact of increasing funding to F Street with additional funding over $110 million. This is the one as we are holding $110 million fixed and adding additional money to go for F Street only. Scenario A shows the network condition in 2027 using current funding of $20 million annually for F Street with a total amount of $110 million. Scenario B shows the network condition in 2027, added additional $10 million for F Street with the total SMP annual budget of $120. Scenario C shows the network condition, again, 5 years down the road in 2027, adding $20 million for F Street and increasing the SMP funding for 130 million. This graph shows this is going to provide us significant better network condition in 5 years if we will be able to add additional 20 million or make our annual budget for SMP 130 million. On this graph, as you realize, every category of our roadways improves. A increased from 50 to 53.8. C stays the same. D slightly goes up, and F goes down also. This is the best scenario for our network condition. This slide graphically shows, using the SMP budget remaining 110 million, what will be happening in 2027. Our average PCI will be 78.82. If SMP budget is increased to 110 million, using 30 million for F Street, our PCI will be improving to 79.54. If we increase SMP funding for 130 million and use 40 million for F Street, our PCI will increase 80.2. In summary, the best outcome for the network is achieved by continuing the street preservation, mill and overlay, and increase the investment made for F Street reconstruction. You may recall that the proposed bond is funding for 20 million for F Street reconstruction in SMP annually, thus increasing 20 million in capacity. The recommendation is to incorporate Vision Zero into SMP as follows. For FY23, 7 million will be used to complete the initial mid-block crossing along the 8 corridor, and remaining 13 million to be used for F Street reconstruction. For FY24, 110 million used for F Street, increasing the F Street funding from 20 million today to 30 million, with intent to reach an average citywide PCI of 80 by year 2027. And 10 million will be used street maintenance project to incorporate Vision Zero pet safety countermeasure identified by Transportation Department.
Raji, let's hold there before we go to the other topical areas, because this is, we spent a lot of time looking at the different scenarios, and let me just summarize it in a non-engineering sense. Right? No offense, Raji, but and the Public Works has spent a lot of time analyzing this. With our network of 4,500 miles of streets, there's a certain amount of maintenance that we have to do, that we should do, in order to keep that network good, or A, B grades. And so as we look at, and then you saw several scenarios, if we move away from, or we do less maintenance and more F Street, then it comes at the expense of maintenance of the rest of the streets. And so it's a balance that we're trying to strike. There is an idea, the concept that as we invest, and if you'll go to the slide, go to slide 10, please. What is our, and I'll go back to what the mayor said a little while ago. What is our outcome? From our perspective, we ought to just be saying that by 2027, we want an average score of 80 for the city, regardless of street. And what do we need to do to get there? We're going to need to address F streets. We're going to need to address the maintenance required of the A's, B's, C's, and D's. We're going to need to implement the bond program. And so that should be our goal, to hit 80 by the time we get to 2027. How we get there can look differently. The recommendation that Raji laid out is that for 2023, at least for the trial budget, we look at using $7 million of that 20 million to finish those Vision Zero midway block crossings and get that done. Those are important projects Tamika laid out. And then taking the remaining $13 million and putting them directly into F streets only based on the equity score that the council utilized for ARPA. So that's for 2023. And then in 2024, once we get the mid-block crossing projects done, then you continue to utilize at least half of that dollar amount directly tied to F streets based on need, and then incorporate into the street maintenance program Vision Zero attributes as we're renovating or repairing streets, particularly arterials and collectors. And that way we build into our normal program the attributes that Tamika and her group are working on. And it's just a starting point. And so I know there's probably a lot of other questions. And Mayor, I don't know if we want to talk about this because we're going to get into stormwater and non-service alleys and everything else. And it may be good to press pause and let the council weigh in here because I think there'll be a lot of questions.
Yeah, thank you, Eric. Well, I think we certainly need to discuss it. I think when you start with what the outcome is, average of 80 over 78 sounds great, but what is when you disaggregate that data, what do individual streets look like and what is the experience on the streets? The other outcome, especially if we're considering, what we talked about with the use of the $20 million and what priority is given to Vision Zero, the other outcome is we want to see fewer pedestrian fatalities. We've seen those increase. And at what cost is that 1.2% improvement on the average PCI score equal in terms of fatalities that we're going to see because of projects that will be sacrificed for that additional pavement? I think that's a worthy discussion to have. I think we are not doing enough relative to the priority on Vision Zero and safe pedestrians, safe motor vehicle, safe bicycle throughput on our roadways. Some of that is legislative, and I do agree with Tamika, and I hope that the IGR committee will make it a priority in terms of the prima facie speed. We know what the state's, at least rhetorical, orientation is in terms of traffic priorities, and that's just to get cars moving as fast as possible and as many as possible, and that doesn't always equate to our priorities. I think it would be helpful for us to have an initial discussion, maybe at the outcome level right now, and maybe, Eric, I'd propose that we kick this discussion to the Transportation Committee to dig deep into the PCI scores and the F Street formula funding as we get closer to the actual proposed budget. I know we're not going to be able to meet a deadline on the trial budget, but you've given us some pretty good scenarios that I think will be helpful if we colored that with a little discussion on the outcomes. So let me, I think I've got Courage and Perry in the queue right now, and then I'm looking for hands. And I'm seeing basically.
So we're not doing no service alleyways or sidewalks today?
No,
we are. We're just going to pause right here, and then we're going to move forward after a bit of a discussion here. But keep in mind, we're already past time. We're already sacrificing a quiet lunch. We're going to work through lunch. And so, again, let's stay high level at this one. We're going to dig a little bit deeper in subsequent discussion. So, Councilmember Courage.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciated both Tamika and Razi's presentation. But I think that, there's more that we need to do as a city, and I don't know that we're really addressing them all well enough. We talk about Vision Zero, and we talk about people being killed on our streets. And it's not just pedestrians, but it also in car crashes that happen all the time. It's also property damage that occurs. And, the biggest things that I see in my district are speeding, which I talked about, distracted driving, which I think all of us are aware is very common. And I think we need to do more on educating all of our drivers, all of our community about the hazards of speeding and distracted driving. And that means more public education. I'm doing things in my district to try and educate my neighbors and remind them of their responsibility. But I think the city needs to be doing more, maybe more public service reminders about following speed limits or not driving distracted or not drinking and driving. I mean, we do some of that around Fiesta. We remind people you're going to get arrested for drinking and driving, but we don't do enough of that the rest of the year. And then the biggest issue I have is that we simply are not enforcing those traffic laws. We're just not doing that. And Chief, I'm not trying to say that you don't have police officers out there who are writing tickets for speeding or drunk driving or even distracted driving. But collectively, we are not enforcing those. And if we don't enforce them significantly, people don't pay attention and they ignore them and they get in accidents and they kill people and they damage property, including their own. So, I think we need to address the education issues much more greatly as a city to all the public, and we need to enforce our laws better. I'm sure everybody would agree in your community that we need to enforce speeding and we need to make sure people aren't driving distracted. Of course, those people who get stopped and get tickets are going to start complaining, man, why did I get stopped? Or, how come they're out there not protecting people from being robbed? But the fact is, it is a huge problem in the city. And I think we need to address it more. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Courage. Councilmember Perry.
Thank you, sir. Tamika, you talked about reducing the speed limits. I think that's a great thing that we should do here in San Antonio. My concern is people aren't obeying the 30-mile-an-hour speed limit. They're not obeying the 45. They're speeding on through. Well, if we reduce the speed limits, post all the signs, spend a lot of money doing all that, are we going to get the end result? I don't think so. And I think it goes to Councilman Courage is on the enforcement side. And can't wait to hear the chief when he gets up about we need more police officers patrolling the streets. We've been saying that for years. And I know the last time we made a substantial investment in police was a couple of years ago, where I think we authorized 25 additional positions. I think it's time for that and more. So it all comes down to enforcement. People aren't going to pay attention without a penalty that comes along with that. Razi, slide number 4.
Yes, sir.
Right there. If we, from here on out, if we were to keep our funding level the same where we're at, around $110 million, and I know you had a chart on that, but will we make a substantial dent in those numbers that are poor and failed streets? Will we substantially reduce those if we just kept it at $110 million? My point being is those numbers will continue to move downward on this chart if we don't make a more substantial investment. And if you take a look at slide number 5.
Councilman, slide number 7 shows no, it does not.
Okay.
If we
Well,
keep our funding for 110 million, it does not make.
great. Well, that's my point. If we look at slide number 5 now. This is a very simple slide, and I like it because then you can go look at those other grading slides and see what will happen if we increase the funding for our streets. I'm just going to say it right here. We need to keep our annual budget at 110 million across the board, 23 and 24, and then add those additional amounts, whether it's, I guess in 23, it would be $140 million, the bottom line. And in 24, $130 million because of those additional funds that we've already talked about using for our street system. And I think we need to hold fast on the 110 and increase that funding with those additional funds. And by 25, I bet you our budget will be big enough so that we can sustain that increased funding if it's 130, 140, or $150 million per year in our general fund. So I would say let's hold at 110, add those funds that we've already set aside for the 22 bond program and the ARPA funds, and increase our expenditure on our streets. Otherwise, we're going to continue to see the degradation of our streets across this city, and we're not going to see any big reduction in our F streets. And, to have that goal of 80%, that 80% PCI score across the city, that sounds awesome. I think that's a great goal, but that's doing nothing for those people that still have to live with the F streets, and which will continue to increase if we don't pay more attention to them. So I'm just going to put that out there. That's what I recommend that we do, and we can talk about that when we get into the details. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Perry. Councilmember Villagrán.
Thank you. So I'm just going to put out questions, and I'm going to set my timer so I don't go too long. So for Vision Zero, I like some information about how they're addressing those with disabilities, specifically in wheelchairs, and if this has gone to our disability committee for input as we move forward. The other thing is, and Rozzy, you're going to get tired of me saying this, but I like traffic lights. I think they work. I think hawk lights work. I know y'all keep on saying it's not warranted in this area. I've heard that multiple times, but I do want us to take a look, especially on these TxDOT highways, about putting more, especially on Roosevelt. I would love to slow that down to very slow, 25 miles per hour. I don't know that my neighbors would like that, but I think it would help, and I think it would get them to the places faster than what they're doing now, which is trying to speed through. And the other thing, Rozzy, if we can get the timeline of working with TxDOT, and when we put forward or we designate these dollars, when we're actually able to proceed with the projects, because I know in my district, which has a couple of streets that used to be highways, we're running into slowdowns there. So if we can just get a timeline for that. And then again, F streets, I think what I would like to do when we have these conversations, Eric, is that you really let Public Works tell us all the good, the bad, and the ugly, because I know specifically in District 3, part of our F street problems and street problems are the fact that the drainage is so old underneath the street, or the location of the street is on what used to be a landfill. And I'd like that information as we move forward and we take into consideration how we're going to move and prioritize, and just how much fixing these streets is going to take. Again, I think we need to look more at it in a bigger picture. I'm really sad we didn't get to the non-service alleys, because I was number 2, just behind District 1 at having the most, so that need improvement. So I think we need to take in the big picture, because Mari and I now we're jockeying for first and second place, so behind Jalen. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Villagrán. Councilmember Ricky Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. I think outcomes wise, real quick question. Do we have a readily available the PCI score average for each district?
Yes, we do.
Able to be displayed or no?
Probably not display, but we can provide you.
Okay, can you share that in a little bit? As well, I want to express support once again for not using ARPA as a way to offset the cost of our budget. When I think of ARPA and I think of, rescuing, we're talking about making up for lack of investment. We're talking about making up for the gaps and trying to increase equity, not just maintain the status quo. And so if we're talking about what can we do to make our budget the same as it was last year, I don't think that's the purpose of that.
Councilman, that wasn't the purpose of that slide. That's just to show you the funding that we have available come up. Because the fact of the matter is that we have a $20 million policy issue that is not reducing our budget, that we're looking for direction on. But it's completely appropriate for us to show you and the public that we are investing. The council did invest $10 million in ARPA. That is one-time money, and it'll only come around once, and that's it. And it won't be there for 2024. But we're not putting it on there to show that there should be a decrease in our own budget. Obviously, I think the comments from the council is infrastructure is a top priority.
Beautiful. Thank you. I'll add that, so outcomes wise, I want to make clear what the outcome is and hopefully adjust the way that the conversations move forward as it relates to the equity lens applying to F streets. When I was having this conversation during the bond time, I brought up that if we continue funding F streets as they are, and this would be the case for all levels, D2 would grow its share of F streets if we continue to use this equity lens. So even though we're getting more money than others, we're not getting enough to even maintain, 17%. We're going to at some point be 18% of F streets, and then 19% of F streets. And I don't want to see that happen. We have in District 2 about 12% of the centerline miles, but 13% of but we have 13% of the D streets and we have 17% of F streets. So that is about 1/5 of streets in our city are D or F, but 1/3 of District 2s are D and F. And so my outcome ideally would be that we have a fair share. So if we have 12% of centerline miles, I think it's fair to say maybe that's how much D streets we should have, or that's how many F streets. So just letting you know that's where I'm at. That's where I hope conversation moves, is equity lens is not currently equitable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McKee Rodriguez. Councilmember Rocha Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. My first question is, Rosie, can you tell me the rate of the number of streets that are added to our city inventory as new development comes in?
We don't have that one readily available, but we can get for you.
Okay, thank you, Rosie. I think that's important to consider, especially some of the growth that's happening in some of the districts. So I think we have to keep that top of mind. And then, Eric, I think you kind of answered this to Councilman McKee Rodriguez, but can you help me understand, where would the $20 million go if we adjusted the $110 million to 90?
Don't think of it that way. Think of it, it's still 110.
Okay, okay.
Right? It's still 110. It's just, what are we doing with that $20 million portion? Because ideally, remember this time last year when the council was having their budget work session, we talked about, if we in the bond program do an F street allocation for roughly $20 million, then that means we're not having to do street reconstructions in our annual maintenance program. And so fast forward, the council included the F streets, and the two issues that the council talked about at the time was Vision Zero sustainability funding or more street maintenance. And so the $20 million is still there. It hadn't been reduced. That's kind of the policy direction we're looking on what to do with that. And then during the bond program conversations, the council had a lot of specific conversations about F streets. So there's really three options there we have before us.
So possible redirection, like it could possibly fund or help fund Tamika's project.
Yes.
Got it. Okay, thank you, Eric. Those are my
Yes.
only questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rocha Garcia. Councilmember Castillo.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm also in support of maintaining the annual budget for F streets at 110 million. I think we have an opportunity to really chip away at these F streets. However, if we look at reducing that, we'll just 2 steps forward, 1 step back. So I would hope that we can maintain that annual budget at 110 million for F streets. I'm hopeful that we can provide support for city staff to adequately move through the traffic investigations. I know we're seeing some backed up within our district, and we want to ensure that our pedestrians have the analysis necessary for us to take the next step on what safety measure needs to be implemented. In addition to that, with Vision Zero, I am supportive of funding that. And I know Councilman Mario Bravo brought up urban canopies. So I'm hopeful that with a lot of these traffic calming measures that we can integrate sustainable traffic calming measures like urban canopies, especially within the urban core. And those are my comments on F streets and Vision
Councilman
Zero.
Castillo, just real quick, just a clarification. You said street maintenance at $110 million. Did you mean, actually you said F streets.
Yes.
I wanted to make sure.
Yeah, for the, on slide 5, for the annual budget for street maintenance programming, for fiscal year 2023 and currently says 90 million. If we can move that to 110 million like fiscal year 2022.
Right, okay. All right, yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Castillo. Councilmember Sandoval.
Thank you, Mayor. So in 2018, the mayor's first year as mayor and some of our first year on the council, we adopted something that was called by the media as the equity budget. And it was 2018, right? Not 2019.
FY 2018.
FY 2019.
18.
18. It was called the equity budget. And the big difference it had in there was a redistribution or a new way of distributing funding for streets. At that time, our policy, our public works or TCI policy was that we would have a PCI score of 70 citywide. And I feel like I should have slides or something to show instead of just my face, was that we would have a PCI of 70% district-wide. And in fact, we did. And Councilwoman Gonzalez found that even though we had a 70% PCI citywide, we didn't have that in each of the districts. And District 2 was particularly far behind. And so were a few others. In fact, imagine half of us were above and half of us were below. So there was additional funding that was provided to help some of those districts come up to a 70 percentile. What I support having an 80% citywide PCI. What I wouldn't want us to do is to end up in the same situation where 80% is only the average and we have, 5 districts behind and 5 districts in front. So it's about 5 years later, but we seem to be abandoning to some extent the spirit of the equity budgeting in streets that you brought forward, Mayor, that you and the councilwoman brought forward. So I kind of want to go back in time and revive that spirit and make sure that all of our districts are coming along and that they're coming along at the same pace, even though some may be more behind others. So I wanted to establish that point. And the current formula that we have, look, I support 110 and let's keep it at 110, but the current formula that we have that focuses on F streets is not designed for a rehab program. It's designed for network maintenance. And that's why we need to go back and rethink that, right? We have, like you said, Councilman McKee Rodriguez, you are most likely to find an F street in District 2. You're also most likely to find streets that are in disrepair because they're over clay soil in D3, D5, D7, which means more frequent maintenance would be needed. So those streets actually need a different approach altogether than what we have on our rock area, the northern parts of the city where they have these beautiful streets because they're on concrete. So I wanted to make that point. Number 2, have you always used that numerical range? Because I guess I hadn't seen it before for the scoring of the streets A, B, C, D, and F. I always assumed A was over a 90, but you're grading on a curve, right? So it's 86 and above.
Yeah,
You've
we have
always
used
used
this
that?
one
Okay.
for last 5-6 years. That's
Okay.
correct.
All right. Good to know. Thank you. The other comment I have has to do with safety. Tamika, thank you for repeating the concept of having an interdepartmental team that works together on ensuring that people are safe. It can't just be one department. You do have to work across departments to do that. And I support I support Councilwoman Castillo's suggestion about making sure that you guys have the capacity to actually evaluate those crossings. I know that we've been working on one at the border of 6 and 7 for a while now, but we haven't really come to a conclusion about what to do there about cars crashing onto somebody's front door, basically. I don't think we want those to linger for so long because remember, we're only here for 8 years and a few less for those of us who've already experienced a few terms. So I would support increasing the capacity to do that type of analysis. And then another question, we adopted last year's budget, and that's where we identified those 8 mid-block crossings when we adopted last year's budget. Can you remind me, did we not schedule the full budgeted, allocate the full budgeted amount for them? It was $6.2 million, and the language led me to believe that they were fully funded in that.
Yes, ma'am. So the 1 million is the base that we receive for Vision Zero. And that is typically used for outreach and engagement and also for the crash analysis. And this year it will be used to update the Vision Zero action plan, which is several years old. So that's that 1 million. The 5.2 was for the cost associated with the mid-block crossing. So the 5.2, we used an estimate of approximately 200,000 for design, but several of those projects were already in design. So one of the reasons you all don't see multiple mid-block crossings is that one crossing can cost $1 million. Once you do
I'm sorry.
design, yes, ma'am.
I don't want you to have to go very long on this. So we did not allocate enough, or we did not estimate that appropriately?
We estimated it based on the information we have, but that was never intended to complete it because we were integrating it into existing projects.
Okay, I'd say maybe just next year when we adopt it, we want to be very careful on the language that actually gets printed in the budget book, or maybe the impression that we get, because I'm reading the language and it says $6.2 million is included in Vision Zero pedestrian safety improvements, including 8 mid-block pedestrian crossings across the city. I understand you're saying that had a different intention. So maybe we just, I would say we just clarify the language going forward.
Yes, ma'am. We'll do that.
Thank you.
Definitely. You're
And
welcome.
Thank you. And then lastly, let's talk about speed limits. I share Councilman Perry's concern that without enforcement, that might not make much of a difference. But I think it's worth trying. And I would honestly volunteer my whole district and maybe some of my NAP money to put up 25 miles an hour sign in the residential areas, or even 22-mile-an-hour signs in the residential areas. Now, that is not against the law, is it?
No, it's not. The prima facie is 30 miles per hour statewide.
Mhm.
And so what it means is for us to go and put those signs up, we would have to do that as the city. So it's implied that it's 30 miles per hour where it's not posted. So in those locations where we want to post 25 miles per hour, that would be the cost associated with the budget to do that, if that's something you want to do in your district.
I'd like to consider something like that. And my understanding is that we would get more people's attention, maybe initially, if we didn't use a round number, like 25 or 30 or 35 or 40.
Studies do show that that does influence driver behavior. And I think what I want to caution people against is these countermeasures for Vision Zero, we have to look at them in context of the location. And that's what we're going to do with Razi, with the chief, is we're going to identify based on the data. And I think that's something we want to work with each of the council districts based on the SPIA information we have, and identify, in addition to the mid-block crossings, what other countermeasures based on the design, based on the location, based on the roadway condition is going to be feasible. So that's something I think would be great to work with and pilot in your district, if that's something you would like to do.
Yes, volunteering for additional safety measures in my district always. And lastly, Tamika, you mentioned all the things that are supposed to be done with the $1 million that are allocated, and it sounds absolutely impossible to do. So I have seen desired outcomes like number of crossings, et cetera, for Vision Zero. What I haven't seen is having us set a timeline to reach that goal, right? The idea is that we're going to have 0 fatalities, which may be wishful thinking, but I'm wondering, is there an opportunity for us to just set up basically a target and evaluate ourselves against that target every year and see how we're doing?
I think the best way for us to establish targets would be to identify those locations and then institute those countermeasures. Because what we know is those countermeasures, for example, if you have a mid-block crossing or an island with the crosswalk, you are likely to reduce pedestrian injuries by 46%. But if you have a pedestrian refuge median, that goes up to 56%. I think it's not good when you're talking about life and death to look for a target that we can't achieve because there's so many factors we don't control. But I think when we install countermeasures, we need to evaluate them. And so that goes back to the data. We've identified in the plan things we're going to do, but we haven't calculated and measured the effectiveness of our outreach and our engagement. And so that's where we're going with the department, is to develop those countermeasures, institute those countermeasures, evaluate their effectiveness, so then we can see if we have reduced the number of crashes, the severity based on installing those. But I don't have that data to tell you what a target should be. The goal is 0, but I think if we take this approach with the countermeasures, working with Public Works, doing the targeted enforcement, then we can say, based on our institution of this enforcement, the safety campaign, we have seen a reduction in the speeds, or we've seen a reduction, or by surveying drivers after we do the safety campaign and say, were you aware of the campaign on Culebra? We can then see how are we influencing behavior and what the trends were over a period of time. That has never been done before.
I agree. I think surveying, especially pedestrians, right? How much safer do you
Yes,
feel?
ma'am.
It's subjective, nonetheless. I think we can get something out of it. So I just want to make sure we the 0 target is it's almost impossible to achieve. But let's find something that we can achieve and measure ourselves against.
Yes, ma'am, I agree.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember Sandoval. You kind of took the words right out of my mouth on this issue of the $20 million. So let me just jump backward a minute. My first budget here, FY 2014, we had $34 million in annual maintenance for streets. We've effectively tripled that in the FY 2018 budget that had 99, so we've since moved that to 110. So when we started with the equity process, the goal was moving away from rough proportionality, noting that there are parts of our community that are not only built on different soil conditions that require additional resources to maintain, but those same communities are also starting 100 meters back in a 100-meter race. And so for us to achieve some level of equity, it's going to take some time, but it's also going to take a commitment away from rough proportionality to another measure of how we allocate those resources. That's how we started with this. And so as we look at the F streets, and it reminds me of this comment, there's lies, damn lies, and then there's statistics. If we get caught up in the numbers just in terms of how many dollars we're allocating towards it, or what the average citywide F street is, we're not going to see what's actually happening in the community. So your conversation about, how much of that F street pie, what is the pavement condition in each of the districts? How are we advancing or walking back from our original goal, which is more conceptual, I think requires some additional conversation. And specifically, Eric, there's been comments about, depending on the scenario, it would be 2 steps back. I don't think that's true. I think it's going to slow down the progress for sure. And I think, Razi, you try to explain that, or it may speed up the progress depending on. And I remember the conversation last year about, we want to take that $20 million or street reconstruction and start allocating from the bond, because when we put $20 million in street reconstruction into our annual budget, it effectively locks up $20 million for 2 years, and we can't see the outcomes for that. So let's move that into a more capital-intensive program. The 5-year bond program is appropriate. And let's use those $20 million to get the improvements that we need immediately, which is, in my view, Vision Zero. The projects that Tamika has described that can be done in months to help save lives. I don't want us to go backward and allocate more to street reconstruction if it's just going to go and not actually accelerate the outcome we're trying to achieve. So what I would like for us to do, Eric, if we can get some data on a 5-year look back in terms of where we started with the F streets and the pavement condition in each of the districts, since we have allocated more of an equitable funding process, not rough proportionality, what have we done year over year? Are we actually going backwards in terms of we clearly are in terms of the proportion of F streets in District 2. But what about the rest of it? I see in in the overall totals, we have fewer F streets and we have fewer D streets. But are we moving fast enough and more and deliberately enough in the areas that we have been trying to achieve some sort of equity? And then the other issue is when we find out what the big picture looks like, we need to set some goals in terms of timeline. I mean, I think it would be misleading for us on housing or on streets or anything else where equity is such an incredibly challenging issue for us to say that we're going to implement an equity lens and then in year 3 we're going to achieve it. That process is going to outlive us by decades. Not only do we have to achieve equity at a time, but we also have to make sure that future councils are committed to it, because it's still going to require, imagine if every single street were paved and was an A street and we paved it all today. District 2 and District 5 and the South Side are going to need more funding on an annual basis just to maintain that. So I think we've got to take a look at what we've actually achieved over the last 5 years. My guess is that we've achieved some, but not all of what we've wanted. And then we've got to set some long-term goals. But what I don't want us to do is, unless we agree to do that based on the outcomes, is to start locking up dollars that can be, again, implemented quickly on priorities that we all share, which is the fact that District 5 has the most pedestrian fatalities. We need to address that. District 7 as well. So I think a little bit more data and understanding of where we've gone over the last 5 years would be helpful in this conversation. And I know we've got sidewalks and service alleys to talk about now. We also have lunch, and Councilmember Pelaez wants to jump in on this.
Yeah, just a more of a macro observation about this conversation. We all started off today listing our priorities, and I saw you typing over there. Smoke was coming out of your laptop trying to keep up with everybody's lists. And every time I heard folks propose sort of a new priority, I mean, it just occurs to me that's less money that we're spending on the street for every one of these asks, right? We're also talking about reducing tax revenue in the form of homestead, on the one hand, and on the other, we're now talking about increasing, the amount of money for streets, all of which need fixing, right? And I think there's one more part of this conversation that we shouldn't ignore, and that is the sort of the macroeconomic phenomenons that we're seeing, right? We still have yet to see what the Fed's going to do regarding inflation and how that's going to impact raw material costs, right? So we can talk all we want all day long about, hey, well, let's put in 110, 120, 130, but I don't know what 110, 120, 130 buy us this year or next. Especially when you consider also that it's not just cost of raw materials, but we're seeing a labor bottleneck, and we're seeing also supply chain problems with a lot of these raw materials. And then you layer on top of that the reality that even if things were okay and those weren't issues, we're about to see a $1 trillion+ infrastructure bill come down from the federal government, and everybody is really excited about it. But the folks who are actually going to build these things aren't. And the reason they're not is because that's going to suck the oxygen out of the air. And I think they're right when they say that's going to make labor cost even more. And it's going to make parts, components, materials cost even more as well. And so I think we got to be sober when we approach this and think about what the bigger winds blowing across this country mean to an infrastructure program like this. Now, that isn't to say that we don't invest. We have a responsibility to invest, but I think that it's key that we have this in context, and that context also includes, Mayor, you're right, a historical look at where we've been, where we are, and where we're going. We're not going to understand where we're going unless we understand how much of this road we've already hoed. And so, anyway, those are my comments. Thanks.
Great. Thanks.
So let me, and before we move into the rest of the public works, I appreciate the feedback, and it is something that as we take away for the trial budget and we'll work with the summer, we'll do that and maybe work with the transportation committee like you suggested, Mayor. There's a couple of things that I'm going to just repeat that I'm taking away as priorities of the entire council. And in addition to kind of looking back where we've come from, not just from a district PCI score, but in particular the F streets and how that's changed over time. And how that folds into the future, not just next year, but the next 5 years. We'll make sure that we're layering in the impact of Vision Zero and what attributes of that could be potential. I think we're going to need to look at potentially having an overall street maintenance goal, and maybe in particular an F Street goal as well, to help us get to that larger goal. And Councilman, I'm thank you for bringing up the issue of supply chain and inflationary costs, because you take that issue and you apply it to everything the city does. And as you'll see in the trial budget, with CPI at 8.5%, where the last couple of years it's been 1.7, that has a ripple effect through our entire budget, and we don't get anything more than just keeping up with prices. So I do hear that we want to make sure that we are making meaningful change, and I want to make sure that we're setting up that process beyond the FY23 budget, but sets us up so we can measure ourselves over time. We do need to make some substantial movement. You guys made a huge decision to include F Streets in the bond program, and that's a recognition, first time ever, that we have a dedicated project to those category of projects, because they'd always been clumped in with A's through D's. And so what can we do to further that? And we'll kind of think through that and spend a little bit more time. I will just jump to the next slide for Razi. Non-service alleys, that's probably a potential issue within our street maintenance budget as well. And so we've talked about that. Several of you mentioned that to us as we met with you. Razi, go ahead.
Yeah. Can you bring slide number 12, please?
And Razi, before you begin, there is lunch in the back. So if council would like to quietly get up and just one at a time, please. Perry's the hungriest, obviously. Go ahead, Razi.
Not to you, Razi.
Okay. Number 12, please. Okay. Non-service alley. There are 4,099 non-service alleys citywide. These alleys are historically platted for utility company and or private property use, not used by trash collection or drainage. Since 2018, we have improved 60 non-service alley. In FY 2022, 448 million was budgeted to conduct citywide non-service alley inventory assessment to verify ownership, utility use, and condition. The plan will be completed by April 2022. Sidewalk. This slide shows the existing sidewalk miles and gap miles per council district. As you can see, we have 5,281 mile, 51 mile of sidewalk and 1,593 gaps. The total cost of all gaps mile is $603 million. This slide shows the annual sidewalk program funding. In 2023, We are estimating 5 million from general fund and 2 million from proposed 2000 bond program. If you recall, every council district has 1 million for pedestrian mobility. The sidewalk funding allocation is done based on 50% equity at less and 50% on gap. We do not divide that 5 million by 10. Stormwater utility fee. There are two stormwater funds Public Works oversee. Stormwater Regional Fund, where the fee in lieu of is a primary revenue source, and fund regional drainage project, and Stormwater Operating Fund, where the utility fee is primary revenue source and fund operation such as channel maintenance, mowing, sweeping, localized drainage project. This slide focuses on the stormwater utility fee. Established in 1993, it is currently based on property based on impervious cover. It generates 52 million annually. Funds channel, greenway maintenance, mowing, street sweeping, and drainage project. The last time fee was increased in 2020. Every 1% increase will result of $530,000 annually. Stormwater revenue bond issue in 2003 and 2005. The fund capital project, which that will be paid in 2030.
So let me just jump on that. Go back a slide, please. So what we're talking about doing is evaluating as we go through the summer an increase to the stormwater utility fee, and that increment would be utilized to issue revenue debt for more drainage projects, hazard mitigation projects. Several of you mentioned drainage projects at the beginning. This would be an increase directly tied to additional capital projects in this area. And it's something that we want to look at as we go through the summer and present to you some options as part of the proposed budget. But I think we all know that we have additional drainage needs. We had a total of $660 million in hazard mitigation projects in the FEMA plan that you guys approved. And we have $200 million in the bond program. And so there's a lot more to do. And we put this out there to get some feedback from you, but we are intending on evaluating as we go through the summer. Thanks, Razi.
All right, we'll pause here for discussion. I know there were some comments on the alleyways as well as the sidewalks. So Eric, and I'll just start. You and I are having a side conversation. If you look at slide 13, so the same equity issues that surface in our streets projects also surface in the sidewalk gaps and the sidewalks period. So, another thing for consideration is this is basic infrastructure. This is transportation. And so to the extent that we can accelerate this slide, if we go to slide 14, the need is obvious. We're going from what is $21 million in the fund for 2022 down to $7 million. So this, in fact, would be a dramatic slowdown in the improvements in sidewalks, which is going to adversely affect those areas that we're trying to catch up. So, yeah, go ahead.
Let me address that. This is purely for sidewalk project. We have 100 million as part of proposed 2022 bond for F Street. Majority of those F Street does not have sidewalk also. We were building additional sidewalk outside of this funding.
Wait, say that again, Razi.
We have 100 million as part of 2022 bond program for F Street. Majority of those street does not have sidewalk.
Okay.
When we build those roadway, we are also building sidewalk addition for this, what we show is 7 million.
Okay. Is it correct to say, though, that we're going to see a slowdown on chart 13?
Yes.
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 Correct.
Yeah, I think that's your point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, okay. All right, so therein lies the challenge. This is also infrastructure, so comments and questions. Yeah, go ahead, Councilman McKee Rodriguez.
For sure. Just a quick question. And I think this will also help folks as they learn a little bit more about the bond is, say one of the drainage bond projects, what all comes with that? They get drainage and a reconstruct.
On majority of our drainage project end up doing the roadway and sidewalk also. And majority of our roadway project does drainage also. The reason we divide those two groups, when big part of the project is drainage, we call them drainage project. When big portion of the roadway is roadway, we call, but they are really, we never separate them. Roadway improve drainage, drainage improve roadway.
Beautiful. So somebody has an F street and ends up getting corrected via the our plan, they would get likely a new street, sidewalk, and drainage.
If there is a need for drainage, yes.
Wow, wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McKee Rodriguez. Councilmember Villagrán.
Thank you. I want to thank Public Works for always taking my meetings and meeting with me so regularly. Everything I say here isn't anything they haven't already heard, so this is no surprise to them. Is in terms of the sidewalks when we're planning and making sure we're giving them to both sides of the streets. So that's the only issue I have if we do the reduction is how is that going to impact if they're doing one side and not the other. So I'd like more information on that when we meet next time, Razi. And the other thing I want us to look more big picture when it comes to the alleyways and 311 calls regarding the pooling water in some of these non-service alleyways and the health hazards that's part of the concern also, because I think we need to make those a priority to make sure that we're not having flooding, that it's not impacting our neighbors, and we're getting those projects done also. So I just look forward to continuing to meet with you and finding ways to improve the district. I do want to notice, I did on my sidewalk ranking, District 1 moved ahead of me as the worst. So it's District 2 is number 1, District 1 is now number 2, and District 3 is number 3 right now. And I think that's to you and Public Works and to my predecessor for getting sidewalk gaps done. That's really helpful. Thank you. Are you still there?
No, you're one.
Oh, am I still in? Or maybe it's on me.
Thank you, Councilmember Villagrán. Councilmember Sandoval.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to be quick because I am hungry too. I totally support the assessment that Stormwater is doing on alleyways. Had a conversation with nephew about it. It's I don't know how long you've been thinking about it, but I know I've been complaining about alleyways ever since I got into office because our homeowners or property owners are responsible for them, yet they cannot control what happens on them. That puts them in a very difficult decision. And if some of them are elderly or don't have the resources, that's just really not, I guess you could say it's a classic unfair situation. So thanks for looking into that. I do wonder if it might be helpful to have a conversation, and maybe this has already happened, with our Disability Access Advisory Committee regarding how we're constructing sidewalks today. I still see wheelchair users or electric wheelchair users using the street when there is a sidewalk available. So I'm trying to figure out, like, why is that? I mean, part of the reason we want the sidewalks is for safety, but if individuals are still using the street, what are we not providing to them? So is that a conversation that we could have with DAAC?
I think it's good to have. One of the challenges we have on many parts of town, there is a brick or stone mailbox really sitting in the middle of the sidewalk. Therefore, even you have the sidewalk, but the sidewalk is not really usable, continuous. And those mailbox has been there for many years. And we have to make really decision. Do we want to really ask them to remove, or do we really want to remove those to open up the sidewalk for people to use?
Okay, yeah, that's one situation. But if you could work with DAAC, because in some of the situations I've seen, there that's not the case. However, when Public Works has installed new sidewalks, what I am noticing is that they are putting mailboxes up on the sidewalks. Maybe not in the middle, but at the edge. Can you tell me why that is?
Councilwoman, I have to check on that one.
Oh, okay. All right, thanks. So I'm meeting with Anthony soon, so I'll be prepared, Anthony. No, you're always prepared. Thank you. I do want to say that I also, we distribute the sidewalk funds by council district. And so each council member has their own priorities, right, about what's important, what they hear in the community. But I'm wondering if we could also make a concerted effort to do something citywide. We just got this presentation at our B session about advanced rapid transit coming soon. And if people are going to take ART in the future, or, it might be open in 2027. How are we preparing our pedestrian infrastructure for them to be able to get there safely? And it's not just on residential streets, but also on the feeder lines. So what our office did, and you'll hear me gloat over and over and over again because I'm so proud of my team for doing this, is we looked at the sidewalk gaps in District 7 and identified where we had buses running and did not have adequate sidewalks. And that's what we prioritized, that and access to parks and schools. And so this bond, if approved, District 7 would get $20 million in sidewalks over the next 5 years. We made that a priority. But I do want us to consider thinking that way as we move forward when it comes to sidewalk money. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sandoval. Councilmember Castillo.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Razi, for the presentation. Again, I do have concern with reducing the sidewalk fund. I'm concerned for my neighbors who do not live alongside one of the Vision Zero mid-block crossing corridors. For example, our most recent fatality was not on any of these intersections, but on Commerce. So I want to ensure that there are the resources available to meet those needs of folks within the neighborhoods as well. In addition to that, it's been touched on and in my opening comments about concerns about alleyway maintenance. And if we look at the slide, right, we see that District 5 accounts for 4% of alleys. For it being a small percentage, it's a large percentage of our constituent services calls that we're receiving about our alleys and dumping and maintenance. So I'm hoping we can work towards solutions to ensure that we alleviate that burden that's falling on majority seniors. So those are my comments for that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Castillo. All right, we're paused here on the alleyways and sidewalks. Any other questions or comments for this presentation? Okay, if not, we got a little bit of time. We can take a maybe 5-minute to 10-minute, well, if I say 5 minutes, it'll be 10 minutes. So let's take a 5-minute break. Be back here at 1:10. And if you haven't grabbed food, go ahead and grab food, take a bio break, whatever you need, but let's plan on convening in about 5 minutes.
Is it good?
I don't have a text message.
I sent a text to you the other day too.
Really?
What
are these things? What?
Yep.
Someone at 12:41, it says Eric Walsh.
Maybe I called.
The first two, she's like, oh, awesome.
Oh, hold on a second. You got here as well. You got a PRC and you're that's my office.
Pretty good. It's pretty. Have you eaten yet? No,
He's in high demand. You doing okay?
Happily all around.
Good to see you.
And then Councilman, you sent me a text the other day?
Either the text or maybe I'll call. It was about.
Last text I got from you I've indicated it on a number of our conversations about the FY23 budget. On top of all the other issues and priorities, you'll hear from Renee today. We've got a number of civilian compensation issues that we're working. We'll also give you a quick update on the ARPA $10 million. We're still on track to execute that in June, but a fairly large part of our FY23 budget will entail adjustments to our civilian compensation structure, all the way back to the new pay plan structure that we're supposed to do in 2020. It got put on hold. We're doing market adjustments. We are like every other employer in the city right now competing, and Renee will give you an idea of what we've done from an HR perspective to make sure that we're processing as quickly as possible individuals and trying to remain an employer of choice. We've done an employee survey. We got 70% of the employees to respond, which is a great percentage, and looking forward to a lot more work that we need to do this summer. So, Renee?
Thanks, Eric. Good afternoon. My name is Renee Frieda, and I'm the Director of Human Resources. And I want to take some time this afternoon to visit with you about our efforts to attract and retain the people who do the important work of the city. I'll share with you an overview of our workforce demographics, and then also share some of the labor market challenges that we're facing as an organization. I'll walk you through some of the efforts we're doing to address those challenges, to include finalizing the restructure of our civilian pay plan and determining necessary market adjustments. And finally, I'll share with you our next steps as we move forward in the budget process. In FY22, we have a little over 12,000 authorized positions, with over 4,000 of these being in our uniformed departments, with the remainder being civilian. 5,318 of our full-time authorized positions fall into the STEP pay plan. The STEP pay plan, as you know, is made up of individuals in the maintenance, skilled craft, technician, and clerical roles. The balance, 3,271 of those authorized civilian positions, are in our performance pay eligible pay plan, made up of managers, professionals, and executives. Throughout the remainder of my presentation, I'm going to concentrate on this civilian population. Our current civilian employees are made up of 7,091 full-time and another 465 part-time employees. In an effort to remain competitive and meet the current labor market demand, it's important that we stay attuned to employee sentiment. Employees want to work for an employer that listens to them, encourages professional development and promotion, offers benefits in which they find value, and provides for equitable and competitive wages. We're committed on each of these fronts to ensuring that we're cultivating a reputation as an employer of choice. We all know that COVID disrupted the labor market and led to what is being referred to as the Great Resignation. According to a report issued just last month, the Department of Labor said that nearly 4.3 million people quit their jobs in January. And that's actually a slight monthly decline over calendar year 21 that had a record-setting 48 million people resign. But there's no shortage of jobs out there. The DOL also reports that unemployment claims are at their lowest level since 1968. In fact, there were 11.3 million vacancies reported nationwide in January, just shy of an all-time record set in December. As an organization, we haven't been immune to the labor shortage. During the pandemic, we saw our civilian vacancy rate increase from 7.7% to 14.4% amidst the hiring freeze that took place in FY21. We're making strides at filling our vacancies and have seen a steady decline in that vacancy rate over the last several months, with our current vacancy rate being 10.4%. Of our current population, over 1,100 have less than a year of service, with over 900 of those having been hired in the first 6 months of this fiscal year. However, it's also important to note that we have 933 employees who are currently retirement eligible. As I mentioned, the Human Resource Department is focusing its efforts on initiatives aimed at attracting and retaining employees. Specifically, we're working to redesign our civilian pay plans, expanding our recruitment efforts and professional development opportunities, and making sure that we're making necessary market adjustments. Some of the ways in which we've expanded our recruitment efforts include partnering with the Workforce Development Department and Train for Jobs to make sure that program participants are encouraged to apply for our city positions. We've developed employee referral programs to incentivize our current employees to refer candidates to apply for pilot positions within solid waste for CDL drivers and our Park Summer Aquatics programs. We've ramped up our pipeline programs in partnership with other local organizations to include ICMA, Local Government Military Veteran Fellowship, and the Workforce Solutions Alamo Rehabilitation Services Program. We're continuing our solid waste CDL apprentice program, and we've reinstituted our Animal Care Officer Apprenticeship Program. We've also developed hiring incentives for some of our hardest to fill positions, such as park and airport police and lifeguards. Individuals often leave their jobs for better career opportunities or greater pay, but we want our employees to know that you need not look outside our organization for opportunities for promotion and professional growth. I'm proud to share that in the first 6 months of this fiscal year, 434 of our employees have successfully competed for promotion. For comparison's sake, we had about 500 employees promote in 2019 for the entire 12-month period. Professional development and career planning conversations are an integral part of our annual evaluation process, and employees are encouraged to take advantage of our tuition reimbursement or attend one of the 100 classes that make up our training catalog, or utilize our virtual career centers where they can talk to a live recruiter and get resume writing and interview tips. We listen to our employees. We are continuously evaluating the efforts to retain staff, and it's important to us that employees have a voice in that conversation. We solicit feedback from our Employee Management Committee, which is made up of city representatives, city management staff, and employee associations that includes representatives from ASME, NAPE, and the Fire Mechanics Association that collectively represent 324 of our 7,357 employees. In order to hear from our remaining employees, this fall we held a series of diverse focus groups, which was followed by a total compensation survey that went out to all full-time civilian employees. Now, we know a lot of our employees don't have access to email, and we wanted to make sure that they didn't miss out on this opportunity to be heard. So we sent staff out to perform 15 road shows across the city, and as the city manager shared, we were pleased to see that 70% or more than 5,000 of our full-time employees provided feedback through the survey, feedback that we'll use to guide our recommendations for FY23. A great deal of the feedback we've received so far has centered around pay. In order to ensure that we are providing equitable and competitive wages, we're reviewing the appropriateness of our entry wage, working to restructure our step pay plan and performance pay eligible pay plans, and performing a market analysis of all of our civilian pay. To provide a little history, the current step pay plan was established in 2008. The original step pay plan included 10 steps that moved employees through an established range with increases ranging from 2 to 4%. It was implemented over 6 years between FY8 and FY13 at a cost of over $80 million, costs that we continue to have to sustain today. But as our entry wage has increased, many of the lower steps have been rendered obsolete. And today, the step pay plan has between 3 and 7 steps. As I mentioned previously, we have about 5,300 employees in our step pay plan. Utilizing feedback, we're working with consultants from Mercer to review and restructure that step pay plan. This includes addressing compression, determining the number of step pay ranges necessary to align with market wages, identifying the appropriate number of steps, and the percentage increase between each step. And with over 1,000 employees at the top step, we're looking for ways to reward longevity beyond that highest step. And finally, we're trying to identify ways to recognize outstanding performance within the step pay plan. The costs associated with the restructure will include converting all current employees to an exact step. There are currently 3,271 employees or authorized positions within our performance pay eligible plans. As we review the step pay plan structure, we are simultaneously reviewing this plan. As with the step pay plan, part of the review will be aimed at addressing compression. We will also be ensuring that our structures provide for appropriate differentiation between the jobs within a same job family, and that the number of pay ranges provide us the ability to establish market competitive pay. We're also reviewing our entry wage. For history's sake, the entry wage has increased 41% over the last 9 years. Today, there are 237 employees at our entry wage of $15.60. While we continue to evaluate the results of our total comp survey, unsurprisingly, it was immediately apparent that equitable and competitive wages are a top priority. As individuals, we've all felt that increase to the cost of living. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the cost of living has increased 8.5% over the 12-month period ending in March. Market wages have also increased over this time. So in addition to our pay plan restructuring, we're undertaking a market analysis of all the pay ranges for our civilian, full-time, and part-time positions. We've purchased national salary data that includes both public and private employers, and we've matched our over 900 COSA job titles to those job descriptions provided within those surveys. As positions are matched, we compare our salary range to the prevalent pay range within the market. Next, we plan to develop a continued implementation plan for those necessary market adjustments. The first phase of the market adjustments took place in March. Utilizing funds within our existing budget, we increased the pay ranges for 106 job titles whose current pay range was below market and for which we are experiencing the highest vacancy and turnover rates. Over 2,000 employees were impacted, 68% of those employees being in our step pay plan. We continue to make market comparisons for our remaining jobs and will develop a multi-year implementation plan for both our market adjustments and the costs associated with the pay plan restructure. Total compensation, we know, is not just the wages we earn, but the total value of both those wages and benefits. And while we're concentrating on wages at the moment, we're not losing sight of promoting the numerous other benefits that we enjoy as city employees. This year, we rolled out individualized total compensation statements to all of our full-time employees, spelling out the value they receive from their wages and their health insurance, employer-sponsored life insurance, disability coverage, and generous leave and retirement packages. While all employers are being impacted by the current labor market, we feel confident that through our efforts, we can successfully attract and retain employees. Our budget recommendations will include market adjustments, an across-the-board increase, step pay plan and performance pay allocations to move employees through their range, and monies to implement those pay structures. For perspective, last year, you allotted $24.3 million for employee compensation. Over the coming months, we'll continue to seek employee feedback and prepare recommendations for the trial budget. While the final costs of our current efforts have not been determined, we're estimating that if implemented in 1 year, they would likely exceed $70 million. Given that projected cost, we'll be recommending a multi-year phased-in approach. Finally, as a reminder, on February 3rd, you approved the $10 million of the American Rescue Plan Act funding to be used to attract and retain employees. We surveyed employees in a survey that was unique to ARPA, and employees 71% of our employees responded The most common response was that all employees, regardless of whether they were part-time, full-time, on-site, remote, hybrid, receive an equal one-time payment as part of their regular paycheck. You'll receive an additional update on this initiative in May with a plan to pay out the monies in June. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Renee. Questions for Renee, and I'll just start real quick. Renee, you mentioned the city is integrated with, or has been, with the Train for Jobs program. Is the same true for Ready to Work?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll be working as one of the largest employers in
Yes.
terms of connecting with the pipeline.
Yes,
Great.
we've taken the pledge.
There was another question I wanted to ask you, but I can't remember it. So Councilmember Cabello Haverda.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I understand the city did research on job classifications and compensation, which led to the 106 adjusted job classifications, correct?
Yes.
So will you provide more information on what criteria was used for that study and how it was determined which jobs would receive increases?
Yes. So we looked at the jobs that had a 10% vacancy or turnover rate that we had established were at least one salary range below market. And we established market through a series of surveys that we purchased that I mentioned previously that included both public and private employers. So we have several different surveys. And so if they were at least one pay range under market and we were experiencing high vacancy or turnover.
And this was, the study was comparing comparable cities in Texas, is that correct?
We not only compared other municipalities, but we compared other private and public sector entities.
Okay. And can you tell me how long it will take to get all the employee compensation up to par?
I can't tell you that yet because we're continuing to evaluate where those ranges should be, but that'll be part of what our recommendation is in the trial budget. Depending on the cost, we'll determine the number of years that it'll take to fully implement.
Yeah, that's going to be driven by money. I mean, we will need to, what Renee is saying, and we're using the 2008 as our bellwether example, but if it's going to cost us $70 or $80 million to put into effect all five of these things, we're likely going to have to phase those in. We don't have the luxury, I think, of not addressing as much of this as possible as soon as possible, because literally we're competing with everybody right now. And so it's not like something else that we phase in over 5 years. We're going to need to prioritize it like we did the 106 job classes where we had the most trouble getting people positions filled.
Well, and I think you bring up a good point, is that we are competing with other municipalities and private entities. And I appreciate your presentation. There's a little bit of a rosy picture, I think, of what a lot of our city employees are experiencing right now. Having said that, given the 10 million that council approved, what is that going to be used towards in like raising the level of retention?
At this point, I'll defer to the city manager, but I believe it's going to be as a payout to our current employees as an effort to retain them.
Oh, that's the premium pay?
That's the ARPA. Yeah, yes, ma'am. That's the last slide that, remember what we talked about was we did a survey. We had 71% of the employees respond. The most common response, and I think I said this at the council meeting, whatever the majority of employees say, is what we'll do. And this is what the majority of employees said. So
can we see the results of the full results of the
absolutely.
survey?
We'll put that in a memo to the council.
Great. And is there a cost of living adjustment considered for this budget?
We haven't established what that will be yet, but that will be part of our budget recommendation.
Okay. When will we know about what it will be?
You'll know, we'll give you some scenarios in the trial budget, but Renee had a slide on there because we're talking about, there's almost a pyramiding effect. We got market adjustments we need to do. We got pay plan structure we need to redo. We have across the board adjustments, and the order of which those things come. I mean, the market adjustments to me are more important because they are dealing with the inequities potentially in how our employees are compared. A sizable market adjustment may account for part of the across the board. So we've got to layer these things out, those three things out. But you'll get an idea in the trial budget. We'll set aside money. It'll probably be the largest incremental spend on any other topic. It'll be employees.
I'm glad to hear you say, we don't have the luxury of kind of sandbagging this, right? We have to
No.
move quickly. We're losing good people probably all the time at the city to private entities or maybe even other municipalities. But, and I'd like to, this is for another time, but I'd like to know more about the timelines in the phased-in approach. I'd like to maybe get a briefing on it, understand more about that. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Cabello-Haverda. Councilmember Perry.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the presentation. Back on slide 5. This is great talking about across the United States, but I'd rather see what the numbers are here in San Antonio, and even deeper than that, what it is for the city and all these, all 3, 4 bullets here. I don't really care about the rest of the United States. I want to know what it is here in San Antonio and what it is here at the city for the employees here. So if you could get those numbers on here, I'd really like to see that for what it is locally here. On slide number 6, also on the civilian vacancy rate, you show 20, 21, 22. Could you go back a couple more years? Because, 21, I look at 21 and 22 are anomalies. I'd like to see what it is normally without the COVID business going on. What has it been in the years prior to that, to get a feel for, is that out of line with our industry partners out there, 5 to 7% vacancy rate? I don't think it is.
Councilman, for clarification, I should have said this. Each of those numbers is for March of that year. So our 7.7 is where we were at the onset of the pandemic. So,
Okay.
and
Yeah,
that's usually where we were trending.
I'd like to see the trend a little bit further
Sure.
back. And what is the vacancy rate compared to other industries? And here in San Antonio, are we out of line? Along with that, when we get applications, do we have any jobs out there that we have gotten 0 applications? And how long does it take HR to process those applications to fill those positions out there? That's a couple of other key data points that I'd like to see. I've heard of stories, people waiting a long time to get any response on their application for working for the city. So I'd like to get those data points as well. Slide 16. And again, these all sound like national statistics here, national data points. I want to see what it is here for San Antonio or for the city here, those data points on each one of those. So again, national, okay, those are gee whiz numbers out there. What is it here locally? And I'm not taking anything away from our civilian employees, full-time employees and part-time employees. Everybody would like a raise, but again, it gets down to what Mr. Walsh said. It's about resources and being able to fill those requests by our civilian employees. What I'm really interested in is how do we compare to other industries along with surrounding communities, even the communities within San Antonio, like Alamo Heights, Hollywood Park, Chavano Park, those places. How do we compare to those? I mean, I ask people that are new to San Antonio, and why did you come to San Antonio? And they say, well, because there's opportunities and it's cheap. It's very cheap to live here in San Antonio. So I think it's unfair for us to compare ourselves to national averages. What is it the average here for San Antonio and those comparisons? Because again, that's why people are coming here to San Antonio, the opportunities, and it's cheap to live here. So I need a lot more data on on this for the civilian pay here for our workforce here for the city. I think that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Perry. Councilmember McKee Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll start by saying I do appreciate having the national data and statistics and all of that. I think that if we want to lead the nation in recovery, we do need to have that information. But similarly to the homestead and the property tax presentations that we received, where we were compared to major Texas cities, maybe that would be some good information to look at as well. I'm wondering, are there any specific departments that are really struggling to fill vacancies proportional to their budgeted size?
We're having challenges across the city, but I think that solid waste with their CDL drivers, our health department, they got quite a few additional positions, public works, but it really is pretty widespread across the city.
For sure. So maybe for some of those ones that have additional requirements, maybe there's things we can look into to support, and that's something that we can continue to have discussions about as related to the budget. I'm wondering for the ARPA allocation, you answered a lot of my questions. I know that it was they want all employees, full-time and part-time. I know police have opted not to partake in the ARPA. Has fire?
Fire would be included.
Okay, so they would be included. So we're looking at maybe a little under 1,000 per check. Do we know how much that's?
I don't remember the amount for the qualifying number of employees,
Okay.
so I'd have to get that.
Thank you. So just to go over what my questions were, making sure I got them. Survey results completed at about 71%. It looked like the majority of people wanted all employees to receive a single one-time check. We're on track to hit the June 1st distribution deadline. Does this need to come back to City Council at any point for approval, or is that good?
No, it doesn't, because you authorized it in the spending framework.
Beautiful,
Yep.
beautiful. I think that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McKee Rodriguez. Anyone else on civilian comp? Okay, Councilmember Castillo, followed by Councilmember Villagrán.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I'm pleased to see that we intend to reward longevity past the final step. Did I hear that correctly?
You did.
Okay, great. That's awesome. That's great news. I'm also wanted to commend your team. 71% of participation in a survey is impressive. So I'm pleased to see that y'all had over 71% of employees give their input on how they believe the $10 million should be dispersed. And I'm not surprised, right, that the ask has been to receive a one-time payment as part of the regular paycheck. That's why we put forward the motion to ensure that our workers can quickly receive that compensation for their labor in the midst of the pandemic. So I'm not surprised with that result, but I'm very grateful for my colleagues who supported that immediate assistance to our workers. With that, I'd also like to see, I know one of my colleagues asked to learn rather if we're going to see a cost of living adjustment for our city employees. I would also like to see that. And those are all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Castillo. Councilmember Villagrán.
Thank you. I've been waiting for this day for a very long time. As a former city employee, I know that the step pay plan made an impact and made changes, and we appreciate that. But I think what we saw as the salaries, as a minimum wage or starting wage increased, is we saw people get left behind. So I'm really hoping in this process that we can address that, and really hope that our union, the union AFSCME, can work at getting more members. But I do appreciate the Employee Management Committee, whoever's out there watching, and what they do and how they work to represent the employees of San Antonio. The one thing I agree with, because I was an employee with the city and I know the unemployment rates, is I agree with Councilman Perry that I think we need to go back and really get a real picture of what it looks like when we don't have these positions filled, because it's not just the fault of the pandemic or the Great Resignation. It's practice of the civilian vacancy rate was a practice that was around when I was there. So I would like for that to go back and for us to see that. The other thing I would like to see is what Councilman Cabello Haverda said, is those results in that survey. If we could get a 1 or 2 pager on that and what the input of the employees were. We are losing employees before they hit that 10-year mark, because once they hit that 10-year mark, we're likely to have them for longer. Because I was a 7-year, I didn't make the 10 years. So I think once we see that, the other thing I would like to see is how many of our employees are going well past their 20 plus years, because I think that speaks to their commitment to this city and their service. In what I'm hearing from, and if I could get information on the animal care services, specifically their information in terms of longevity and incentivizing getting them to stay. Also, DSD, Public Works, and then, as you mentioned, our solid waste department, because I think that these may be departments that we need to look at and kind of incentivize more for what they do for the city and the critical role that they play. But I appreciate all my city employees. They work very hard to kind of make the city look good and get it done in a 1 week time. And solid waste, I'm amazed at, because they do 3 pickups. They do our trash, our recycling, and our green. And then, so of course there's going to be some misses, but I really appreciate all their hard work in keeping the city clean. So those are all my comments. And if I can get the answers regarding ACS, DSD, and Public Works, because I know that there are groups out there taking from our very talented pool there. Thank you.
Councilwoman, just so you know, and you also mentioned solid waste, those 4 categories were in those prioritized positions that were made, that had adjustments made on April 1st, because we recognize that they're important.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Villagran. Anyone else on the civilian compensation presentation? Thanks so much, Renee.
Thank you, Renee.
Back to you, Eric.
Chief McManus is next. As he saunters to the microphone.
Mayor, Council, good afternoon. Okay, thanks. So today we're going to talk a little bit about a violence reduction study that we are commissioning. We're going to talk about the micro hotspot initiative that we started back in January, talk a little bit about the North St. Mary substation, and then the staffing analysis, which will, the RFP for that will go out on Friday. So there seems to be the beginning of a trend where police departments are bringing on their staff criminologists to help them analyze the crime and look at crime data, look at their existing programs and initiatives. And in order to stay ahead of the pack, we brought on 2 UTSA criminologists last Friday, I believe it was. So we now have 2 criminologists on our staff that are going to help us with those points you see on the slide there. Back in January, we went back 3 months and we looked at the violent crime data from October to January, and we use those numbers as a baseline. Starting in January, we took the city, that beehive looking thing that picture that you're looking at is actually the city broken down into 7 square block areas all across the city. Somebody made up the name hexabin. So we call those little blocks there hexabins. And there are almost 9,000 of those across the city. So we measured crime in each one of those hexabin areas, and any of those areas that had between 3 and 9, I think it's 3 and 9 violent offenses within a month, we targeted those areas as a hotspot. And we went in those areas working with community stakeholders, applying a variety of different tactics to address the crime in those areas. And I have to look at my notes here for this stat. So let me talk about the last bullet point for a minute. So we identified 21 of those areas to be evaluated for 60 days. And as we were able to reduce crime in those areas, those specific areas dropped off of our map, and we added new ones. So looking at the numbers from January 15 to February 15, in specific hexabin areas, we were able to reduce crime by 58% in those hotspots. Now, and that's compared to the average from October to December. Now, we're not talking about citywide. We're talking about those 7 block areas. And then from February 15 to March 15 of 2022, we were able to reduce crime by 72% in certain hotspots as compared to October to 2021 to December. After that 60-day period, those hotspots where we showed the reduction, they dropped off of the initiative, and we added other hotspot areas. So that initiative, hotspot initiative or micro hotspot initiative, whatever you want to call it, has proved quite successful in only 3 months trial. The criminologists that we are bringing on board are going to expound on this initiative, and they have already begun their work. They are gathering data for the last 3 years, and once that data is gathered, we will identify the micro hotspots with the most activity in them, and we'll do essentially the same thing. But again, they'll expound on that whole initiative. North St. Mary's substations. The baseline staffing for North St. Mary's is the supervision. So we've got 1 captain, 4 lieutenants, 23 sergeants that have to be staffed in that substation before we put anybody else in there. We're looking also for civilian or non-sworn positions to man the desk and some other positions within that substation. Personnel costs for the first year, 2023, for sworn, 1.7 million, civilians 147,000, and for 2024, 3.8 million, civilians 383,000. And then lastly, we have a staffing analysis that we are going to do before I even get into any number of additional police officers that we need. I want to have this staffing study done The RFP will go out this Friday. We hope to have it proposals back in May, and then in June we'll select the consultant, and they'll be off and running on their study. So that's the end of my presentation. I'm ready for questions you may have.
Thank you, Chief. I'm sure we're going to have a pretty healthy discussion here on this item. Let me start with the microgrid analysis. The city of Dallas got some pretty good press for working with one of our partners, UTSA, on, I guess, a similar approach where they're using data in a very defined area to take a look at, what are the issues in the area that could be contributing to crime? Things ranging from, just basic police work to lighting, infrastructure improvements. Can you talk to me a little bit about what's happening with the grid analysis? Who's doing the analysis? What kind of data they're looking at, and what kind of things are you doing in those grids where you've seen great success already?
Sure. Our analytics team is pulling up that data on the crime. And once it's identified, we're looking at all of the issues that may contribute to crime in that area, such as lack of lighting, such as, parking lots where people are hanging out, apartment complexes. We're working on looking at things such as environmental design. Changing it may reduce crime in those areas. Lighting, as you said, just a variety of different things that could contribute to crime in those areas. So there's no stone being left unturned as far as factors which may cause crime. All those things that we identify, we try to address through neighborhood association meeting, with neighborhood associations, with code compliance, lighting, all those different things.
Mayor, the other thing is that we want UTSA to also analyze our 311 data, because there may be underlying issues, just like the resources we handed out in the reports to the council this morning, whether they be vacant structures or other data sets that we have that are outside the police department, but we're asking UTSA to review those within those microgrids to see if there are other issues, to your point, that need to be addressed.
So that's very helpful. So it is not just department officers who are at the table of looking at this data and asking the questions about the data.
That's correct.
Okay, because the other thing that comes to mind is we have community health workers that are going door to door in some cases, and we have Stand Up SA that's doing work. A lot of the information, the data that could be useful is going to be one-on-one conversations with families. Would this kind of analysis lead to a conclusion like something like we need recreational programming at a city park?
I think it could. Once the UTSA doctors have all the data that they need, we'll be sitting down on a regular basis with them. And one of the things that the city manager just mentioned, that I asked the researchers to look at, was an overlay of 311 calls into the areas that they identify as being targeted spots, to see what kind of to see how many 311 calls are coming into those areas that are more prone to have high levels of crime.
Yeah, and I know you'll probably be making some pretty detailed presentations to the Public Safety Committee on this, but I think this is a huge issue and an area of opportunity for us. So after it does go through Public Safety, I would request a B session on the progress of the microgrids. I think that would be very interesting for us all to see. Yes, sir. Councilmember Cabello-Haverda.
Thank you, Mayor. We're looking forward to getting more in depth also at the Public Safety Committee. And thank you for the presentation. On the violence reduction study, are you working with Metro Health on that study?
Not right at the moment. Again, we're in the very beginning stages of this. I'm sure Metro Health will be part of the conversation as well, though.
Okay, great. I just want to make sure that we get them involved. And is the SAPD community engagement team being brought in to work on the hotspots?
I'm sorry, say it again?
The SAPD community engagement team, I think it's led by Officer Brown. Is
Yes,
that-
ma'am. They'll be involved in that conversation as well. I mean, I'm sure that they'll play a pretty big role in at least part of what we're doing, part of the tactics that we're using.
Are they
and-
being used at the hotspots right now, though?
Pardon?
Are they being used in the hotspots?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to see a report on what happens when a police presence is decreased in those areas that are receiving attention. Just, I guess some of the outcomes of your work in the hotspots.
Sure.
Okay. And will safe officers also be looked at in the RFP?
Absolutely.
Or
yes, ma'am.
any other specialized?
Well, I mean, whatever tactic is most appropriate for the hotspots that are identified, we'll use them. There's nothing that we're not going to do.
No, Chief, the councilwoman's talking about the RFP.
Oh, I'm
The
sorry.
answer to your question is yes.
Okay.
Whether it's traffic, there's probably going to be a look at traffic, detective, or investigations, patrol, support units. They'll all need to be looked at.
Okay, well, yeah, I appreciate that.
I'm sorry, I didn't make the jump.
That's okay. I jumped topics pretty quickly. I'm sorry. But that's a priority for my district, but I'm sure throughout our city is making sure that of course that all of SCPD is well funded, but specifically safe officers, that we're able to increase those or at least well fund the ones we have and make sure that they have everything they need. A lot of times, as we all know, the face of PD is our safe officers, and I know a lot of my communities know all their safe officers, have their phone numbers. Our safe officers are knocking on doors, checking on people, and so I'd like to just make sure that they're involved in
Yes,
that
ma'am, there will be.
RFP as well. All right, thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Cabello-Havertich. Councilmember Perry.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for that presentation, Chief. Just got a couple of questions here. How many authorizations have we added over the last 5 years? Do you have that?
I don't have it off the top of my head. Our current,
Oh,
oh, I'm sorry.
Maria is coming up there.
$118 from 2017 to 2022.
Okay, great. And again, it goes back to what I've been talking about. This city has grown. We've added communities, we've added homes, neighborhoods all across San Antonio, businesses coming in, and I don't think we have grown the police department commensurate with the growth of the city. And I would really like to auger in a little bit deeper, even before this study gets done, because if I'm looking at the dates here, this study probably won't be done about the staffing levels in this budget session. We're not going to get there from here for next year's budget. So I'd like to take a look at, let's grab a number out there, whatever you recommend, Chief, on what we need now in this budget cycle for next year in 23. And I'm just picking a number out of the sky, at least 25, 30 authorizations, something like that. Because when that study comes back, I guarantee you, we're looking at probably hundreds of authorizations that we should have compared to what the population is, our crime levels, along with comparing to other cities across Texas here. So I would really like to see that plugged in for this next budget. And then whenever that study gets done, then that will give us a pathway forward from that point on. Yep, that's all I have. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Perry. Councilmember Mickey Rodriguez.
Thank you. I guess number one, the staffing analysis, that's going to go to audit and accountability, correct? Is that a high profile?
No, Councilman. So once we have the RFP and we have before we go to the full council, we'll bring it to Public Safety Committee just to give you an update, and then it'll go to the full council.
Thank you. As it relates to the criminologists, right? This was something that we approved in the past, sometime after the budget passed, right? It was the contract with UTSA. That's what we're talking about, right?
That is correct. So we have that umbrella contract with UTSA, and the chief has been communicating with the professors to help us with this particular study. Now, Dr. Smith and Dr. Tiller, who are the two professionals that are helping us with this study, those are the same professors that helped us when we did the analysis of the SAPD calls for service as part of the police services review.
So those are city employees?
No, those are UTSA professors.
Okay.
They're criminal justice professors.
Wonderful, wonderful. So my understanding is they'll be studying the differences in crime between all of our city's neighborhoods, or just certain hotspots based on where crime is high?
No, the crime will be studied citywide, and then the city will be broken down into micro hotspots, and based on the numbers of offenses within those hotspots, they'll be selected for special attention.
So it'll be things like this very specific neighborhood in District 8 is experiencing this, and so this would be the solution. And this, neighborhood in District 2 is experiencing something different, and this is the solution, right?
Generally speaking, yes.
Okay. And that'll be their primary focus, or do they have any additional?
Their primary focus is this violent crime initiative. And actually, I'm calling it a violent crime initiative, but we're going to speak to them about adding property crime in there as well. But right now it's violent crime.
How long will they be working with us?
For at least a year.
For at least a year?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, Councilman, I think probably the unknown part of this is going to be answering some of the questions that the mayor asked the chief about. Well, does the data show that we need to have a park program at that intersection, at that park? That one is probably going to take a little bit longer, but is part of that data review. And I personally think that we may see a connection to vacant structures, and possibly needing to come back to the council with some alternatives on the vacant structure ordinance or code compliance, or the demolition diversion program. It's a combination of all those things, but I think those factors are going to be probably pretty consistent in some of these hotspot areas that the police department is dealing with.
For sure, for sure. I'm also wondering, are they going to be working fairly consistently and collaboratively with different city departments, from aviation to transportation to public works?
Councilman, yes, as we begin to work with them, because a little bit more context, the contract to do that plan that the chief described, it was signed last week, Chief. So we're in the very early stages. We wanted to make the council aware that we're working on that program. But yes, we do anticipate bringing departments like code compliance, Metro Health, Public Works, and those departments that we typically work with when it comes to neighborhood issues.
Okay. And then will they be, the criminologists, will they be available to meet with communities across San Antonio to help establish community plans and answer questions of that nature? And
I'm going to speak for them, and I'm going to say I'm sure they will. Their job, council member, is to identify the locations for crime, but then to apply specific strategies to all of those areas, whatever that strategy may be. It's not a cookie cutter approach.
For sure. And they'll be making policy and budgeting recommendations.
They'll be making what?
Policy and budgeting recommendations?
I don't know that they'll be making budgeting recommendations or policy recommendations, but their approach again is to identify the hot areas in the city and what specific approach works for that area.
Thank you. So I ask all these questions because before being sworn in and after being sworn in, we got immediately into the budget, and I brought up an idea, the Office of Crime and Recidivism Prevention. This program was spoken about very differently then than it is being right now. And the language that we use to describe what's happening is very important, because I want it to be very clear that my request, that is not it. I'm asking, this feels like we're moving in that right direction, and it feels like what that would support is the idea that, we need criminologists, we need them working hands-on with our departments to say, here's some procedural improvements that could be made. Here are some policies that we can implement, and here are budgeting recommendations that we as a city should look into. Here's some things that you can look into in the policing manual. That's what I'm trying to get at to reduce crime. And I feel as though it's just very important that we're not taking ice cream and making it frozen yogurt. A more, and not what I asked for sort of situation. And so very clear, my request still stands, and I hope that we can get to that point this budget cycle. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McKee Rodriguez. Councilmember Courage.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with all of the things that have been mentioned about policing and crime prevention so far. Particularly, I think all of us realize crime levels are beyond what any of us find as tolerable in just about every part of the city. I want to look at this, though, based on something that I mentioned at the beginning that I hear a lot about, and I think we all do, and that's traffic safety. And so I want to start off by asking Maria, you had given us a number of increase in new uniformed officers. Could you tell us what was the authorized strength before the increase, and what is the authorized strength today for those that you mentioned?
Sure, Councilman. So today our authorized strength is 2,503. And I mentioned that we added 118 officers since 2017. So we went from 2,385 to 2,503.
Now, I know that's authorized strength. What's the usual number of vacancies that we have over a year at a time?
So we have made significant progress in filling positions. That was a conversation we had with council typically during this time. Right now, Chief, we have about 47 vacant positions, and we have a class that begins on Monday or next week. So we'll be with the cadets, we'll be over hire, if you will. And then we'll have another 2 classes this calendar year, one probably in July and another one in September.
We heard a few minutes ago about the number of public employees that the city has who are eligible to retire out of our civilian workforce. Chief, how many of your officers are eligible to retire today on our force?
I don't have that specific number. Do we get that? No, I don't have that specific number, but our retirements are fairly steady right now. We have not seen a surge in retirements or resignations.
Okay, thank you. What are your department's service districts?
What are the department what?
Service districts, your north side, east, what are they?
Oh, I'm sorry, there's
Yeah,
6 of
stations,
them.
yeah.
There's north, there's Prue, there's central, east, west, and south.
So that's what, 6?
6.
Okay. And how many patrol districts are there in the city?
Believe that there are 117, 115, 117.
Are there about equal number of patrol districts in each city council district?
I don't believe there are.
Not by city council, just by substation area likely,
Right.
but not by council district.
Okay, I'd be interested in knowing what they are by every council district. And also I want to know, and you may not have these numbers, but I'd like to know how many traffic patrol officers do we have on a regular basis assigned?
I can tell you exactly how many we have. So currently, we have assigned 73 total, and that includes your DWI, your motor unit, and your highway patrol. There are 73.
Okay, out of 2,500 or so. Okay. And what are their shifts?
Their shifts go from 7 in the morning, 6 in the morning, 6 to 5:30 in the evening.
Do we have patrols at night for traffic?
Not specifically traffic, just our patrol officers out there.
Okay. I know.
I'm sorry, DWI as well.
Yeah, DWI. I can understand they're out at night. And I know you may not have this either, but I'd like to know how many traffic violation citations the department is issuing per month. And also a breakdown of those. How many of them are for speeding? How many of them are for distracted driving? How many of them are for running a stop sign or a red light? How many of them are for speeding in school zones? And I ask all of that related to, better traffic control. And if we're saying we've got 73 officers trying to cover the whole city on enforcing traffic regulations, that doesn't seem to tell me that we're doing much to enforce traffic regulations. And I'm not trying to hold anyone to blame, but I think we need to look at those kinds of numbers and recognizing what are we doing to make our streets safer to drive on or walk on or ride a bike on if we've only got 73 people spread out over a whole day focusing on that. Now, I know every other patrol officer just looking out for the safety in the neighborhood or for crime, that's a part of their job too. But seeing how many citations are written and how they're broken down might help us understand that a little bit more. So I'd certainly appreciate getting that information.
Yes,
too.
sir. We'll get it to you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Courage. Councilmember Sandoval.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief, for the presentation. Just also wanted to follow up with some questions about that and the violence reduction study. So you're going to have a study done on optimizing staffing for patrol and support units. I'm wondering if there's a budget for it, maybe we can have an analysis on optimizing staffing for traffic officers as well. I don't know that would necessarily come out of the same department.
It will.
It would?
Yeah,
Okay.
it'll all be done in the same study.
Oh, okay. So that's part of the study as well, traffic?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so instead of the goal being reducing crime or violent crime, the goal would be reducing traffic
There's two
violations?
studies, and I think maybe we're getting a little confused. So
Okay.
the study that is being done by UTSA, that is crime reduction plan, and then we're doing a staffing analysis that will include all the units within the police department to include traffic. So
You're
you're
right, I'm confusing them.
Yes. So the question about staffing and are we going to make adjustments to the units within the police department, that will be done on the RFP that is being released on Friday, that we'll bring to Public Safety Committee before we bring to the full council.
Okay, thank you. But I do think it would be helpful to know how to best use the very limited number of traffic officers that we have in order to actually make a difference in driving behavior. I wonder if we could also work with some of the other law enforcement organizations. Like, for instance, VIA has a transit police, and I know they're really just supposed to be, I don't know what their full duties are, but I do know that I have been pulled over by transit police several years ago. We don't have to talk about the details of what was happening at the time, but it was near a bus stop. I'll just say that, and it had to do with where my vehicle was. So I think there's an opportunity for partnership there. My understanding about the UTSA study, I'm glad that we are inviting other types of professionals to look at our data and give us their thoughts on that. I think it's really important to open up beyond the police department. You're in it day in, day out. And for somebody to look at it from a different lens, I think that's going to be very helpful to us. But what I'm getting based on the councilman's questions is that it's really going to sort of just be looking at the numbers. Is that right?
They're going to look at the numbers, 3 years worth of data, and broken down into those 7 block squares. And those numbers in those particular squares will determine where we go, what tactics are used to address the crime that's happening in those areas. It's all, I mentioned it before, none of it's cookie cutter. There's going to be a different approach in each one of those areas.
Councilwoman, you're asking a strategic question. He's giving you a tactical answer, right? And that's exactly what they're going to do. But there are overlaying themes, patterns, trends that's why we're using UTSA to do. Now, the police department has some new data analysts that we added a year ago that are part of that effort. You've got Metro Health's informatics health team that is looking at data. So I think as we get into that information, whether it's code related or it may not all necessarily be police related, there will be, to your question to the chief, I mean, he's given you a tactical answer. The budget and policy considerations are probably going to be raised by the review of the data. And that frankly could come from the health department also, not just UTSA. What are the the commonalities of why the police department has to keep going to the corner of Elm and Oak 14 times a month? Is it because they're in programming? Is it because there's an underlying issue? Is there a vacant building? Is it because we have something else going on? I think those things are going to happen once we get this off the ground. But the chief is focused on reducing violent crime, which is how thank you, Chief, for focusing on violent crime, which is how all this started. But I think it's bigger in terms of scope and impact.
So in terms of reviewing, thank you, Eric. Yes, you had mentioned that that's really the impetus for this particular study. So when your bullet says review existing programs and initiatives, is that programs and initiatives in the police department or programs and initiatives that have to do with violent crime throughout our organization?
If I understand the question, Councilmember, it has to do with any areas that can impact violent crime, Metro Health, animal care services, it doesn't matter what it is, but their job as researchers for us and as scientists for us is to put the right response to the situation within those hotspot areas. I don't know if I answered your question.
No, you are. You're that's helpful. I think I just want to highlight or point back to something that Councilman McKee Rodriguez said that, well, you didn't say this exactly, but they're only going to be able to give us recommendations with whatever information they get, right? So if we're not able to interact with them or other departments aren't able to interact with them, then that's not going to be part of their scope or their solution building, right?
Well, I think it starts, Councilmember, with the numbers. It starts with the numbers, and then it expands to whatever areas can address what the issues are. So again, it could be any department across the city, or neighborhood association, or stakeholder that might be able to help. So it's not limited at all.
Councilwoman, and perhaps this is what you're getting at. As we're looking at crime, our police initiatives and solutions are not the only answers to what is causing the crime in those particular neighborhoods. So we're not alone as we do this work. One of the things that we talked about last year as part of the budget process was to have Metro Health and their team help us analyze the effectiveness of our programs and how those programs impact crime. So as we go through this process, Metro Health will be one of those partners that can help us with those other issues that do not involve a police response to address the root of crime. Could be code enforcement, could be lighting, could be programming for youth. It could be many different things. I think from the chief's perspective, he's focusing primarily on the police response to the situation, but the work that we do with our other departments will be critical for us to identify other solutions that are outside the police department.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much, Maria. And I hope this is successful, and I'd look forward to to seeing us continue working in this vein and getting to property crimes, because even before there was this spike in violent crimes for the last year, we hear about, property crime every day, dozens of times a day, and there's just so little that we can do on it right now. So any help would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sandoval. Councilmember Viagran.
Thank you. I'm glad we're going to do this analysis or this audit. My concern is we're working in a silo. There are a lot of law enforcement entities out there that maybe are putting work on to our SAPD officers. So I think we may need to go back and look at what the other law enforcement entities are doing or supposed to be responsible for, because we do have many school districts, we have colleges, and especially when we talk about traffic violations and speeding, I know that for me, I rely on my Harlandale Independent School District and their officers to do some of that job. So I'd like to see if we can go see what what our other law enforcement in Bexar County should be doing, because I think what I know I'm hearing from my residents is they want to see more San Antonio Police Department SAPD officers out in their community doing patrol buys and things like that. And if you were to ask any council member or the majority of council members, what program do we want to see increase, we would tell you the safe officers. But I know that there are different needs out there. In terms of the hot spots, and Chief, I'm glad we're going to host you in District 3 here in the next coming weeks, is you're going to get a lot of answers, but part of it, and we're not calling it food deserts anymore, we're calling it access to food, is that a lot of the areas on the south side that we're seeing some of the crime in is because they don't have access to food, and how we can address that and what we can do to kind of get those healthy corner stores, get more options for grocery stores out in those areas. And I think from district to district, it's going to be very different. But I think as long as you continue to go out there with the data from this, we'll be able to make good informed decisions for each district. And I would like to see, maybe somebody out there can do it or the staff, is what would be the cost if we had a substation in every district, because we only have, I believe, 6 substations, and then District 3 will get theirs with the bond, with the passage of the bond, if the voters approve. So I think we need to look at that, because that would be an extreme expense. But I know that there are other districts that have other police departments working within their areas and doing the job that SAPD are doing for us. So that's the one thing I want to say as we do this study analysis and analysis. Is there going to be any input from the other law enforcement agencies, or is this strictly going to be SAPD?
All of our federal partner agencies, we don't partner so much with school police or via, we do collaborate at times when it's necessary, but it's the feds that we primarily collaborate with.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Viagran. Councilmember Rocha Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chief, for the information. There's a big problem with speeding. I'm sure that some of my colleagues have heard it. A lot of that is also involved specifically with the younger folks that are speeding. And so I do think it's going to take a behavior change. And so as we are thinking about what we're talking, or as we're thinking about how we better service our community, I think that it would take some partnering with some of the school districts, et cetera. Southwest ISD has the Promise program. So it's a 6-week program where offenders, first-time offenders who have a Class A or B misdemeanor participate in this program, and then basically they get a second chance at it. So it's cleared for them. The Promise program stands for Promise Recidivism Opportunities, Mentoring, Intervening Support, and Education. And so I do think that that's one of the things that maybe we should look at. I know you said we don't necessarily work with school districts, but school districts, universities, some of our surrounding area officers were all at Fiesta. And they were helping us because we were so short-staffed. And so I just wanted to make reference that maybe we should be partnering with them a little bit more. And maybe UTSA will say that. Councilman Pelaez sent me a study, and it was referencing that the legal consequences that that speeding tickets gave were not necessarily enough to convince people not to speed anymore. So repeat offenders happen to be male and young. Females, it was a little bit different. They changed their habits after receiving the first speeding ticket. But I really do think that it's going to take some more effort. And I didn't necessarily hear that. I heard about other types, but I did not hear speeding in particular. Do you have anything or like anything that is addressing the speeding issue or the racing issue? I know we hear it at night off of 410 all the time.
Anything that we do that from a non-enforcement type of program is, we did it at the council just last week. So events like that, I go around the high school sometimes. Some of the officers go around the high school sometimes. They talk about that. So, but that's probably the extent of it.
Okay, so I think that it's an opportunity to, again, kind of look a little bit more at what we can do specifically to encourage. We're never going to get kids not to race, unfortunately. And so if you build in, like, for instance, one of the high schools that I represent, the kids are racing and the roads are bad. So that to me is a scary thought that, and an accident hasn't happened out there just yet, but I'm so scared that it will and that it's going to be very tragic. So I just want to bring up the speeding issue, but those are my only comments, Mayor. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Councilmember Rocha Garcia. Councilmember Castillo.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief. And I wanted to thank Chief, his team, and Joe Frank for working with District 5 to address some concerns that we've been having. I know one general concern that our community is having is with the property room. So I'm hopeful that we can set up some time to talk about maybe it's not a budget ask, but to find an alternative solution to where there's fixed hours with the property room and or letting folks know that are being released from magistrate that the property room's closed, so there's no need to go walk there at 1 a.m., 3 a.m. But similar concerns with traffic enforcement is what we're seeing. But again, grateful for PD for working with our office to ensure that there are the speed monitors out there to help mitigate speeding. With the UTSA study, while I do believe it's a step in the right direction, I'm a huge proponent of practice, right? So what that means is that there's several other studies out there, for example, that have studied crime related to housing in particular. And what they found is by investing in programs, what look like our Under One Roof and minor rehab programs, those actually reduce crime in low-income areas. So there are case studies out there that I think we could point to that provide solutions and policy direction that we can get started on soon. So those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Castillo. Councilmember McKee Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. I did want to chime in one more time just to say that, I'm happy that that we're going to be working with UTSA in the capacity that we are. It is, as Castillo just said, a step in the right direction. Before I continue with those comments, this was one of those things we voted on. We can ask for a number of studies, right? Like if we have a request that we would like them to look into, they would do that.
We'd have to contract with them for that, for any other particular study, yes.
But we did one of those. It was something to where we knew we would want to do that multiple times, but rather than vote on it several times, we would just say we wanted. Am I making sense? Do you know what I'm talking about?
If I understand your question, Councilman, when we brought the UTSA contract to City Council, we allocated up to $8 amount of potential work that we would do with UTSA. We didn't have the specific studies at the time, but that would give the city an opportunity to utilize them for work like the police department mentioned. Am I answering your question?
Yes. So if posing the question, could we have them complete a study of what happens when you add more officers in communities of color? Does it lead to a reduction in crime? Would they be able to complete a study like that?
We would have to ask them, Councilman. I don't know the answer to your specific question. There's something that we can, if the council wanted us to do that, that's something we can ask them.
That'll be my request, is that since we have so many folk asking for more officers without even knowing what the what the results would be or what the study that we have is going to show, I think it would be good if we got the answer the answer to that question. So that's a request I have.
And Councilman, apologize, just to clarify, so the work that we, that the RFP is being issued on Friday, that is specifically to address a police staffing
That's not the one I'm talking
study.
about.
Okay.
Yeah, you're talking about using those criminologists to answer
Yes.
that basic question you have.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm.
And we can, we can follow up to see if that's something that we can employ them to do. We'll need to allocate funding. The broad umbrella that the council approved was an up to dollar amount,
Mhm.
and then it requires us to find money to be able to do the contracting. So, but we can follow up and see if they can answer that question.
Okay, I appreciate that a ton. I think also one of the points I want to bring just about that specific collaboration is that what I want and what we need is ongoing. It's not going to be in 1 year, we're done asking our questions about crime prevention, or we're done analyzing hotspots, and we're done looking at our communities and thinking about how we can solve crime. It's going to be ever evolving. And so I want to compare it to if we had contracted with someone to do our infrastructure. So if it was Razi at UTSA and we were contracted with him to answer questions, and we didn't necessarily get to have our team meetings with him, and we didn't get to have him at forums and do all this, I don't expect all of that of the UTSA criminologist. I would expect that of city staff. And I would expect that we'd be able to build relationships with a staff like that over a longer period of time, because after this 1 year, it's not guaranteed. I also want to emphasize that what I would ask for is that this would be separate from SAPD. Obviously, they would work very closely with SAPD, but they would have their own questions that they're seeking, and they would answer questions that you have of them and that other departments have of them, but that they have a broader goal that's different from, say, SAPD's. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McKee Rodriguez. I'll just piggyback on that. When I look at this, the microgrid analysis that's being performed, Chief, my question to you is, how often is that going to be looked at? So you get a snapshot, one of those areas, 7 block areas in January 2021. You know, hopefully we see some reduction. When do you go back and take a look at those areas again?
It's looked at every 90 days, Mayor.
Every 90 days. And that is that just ad infinitum, or is there
Yes.
just okay. So this is part of SOP now for you.
I intend it to be, yes.
Okay. Well, that's very powerful stuff. And again, would love to get a briefing as this gets further into it about the performance. Great job. Thank you,
Yes, sir.
Chief. Councilmember Perry.
Yeah, just real quickly, Chief, we talked about adding additional numbers to the police or authorizations. If you take out, let's take any number you want, whether it's 25 or 30 or 100. When you take out shift work, leave, sick leave, and all that other stuff, how many officers do you end up with?
Well, depending upon the number you hire, not very many if it's a low number.
Well, I mean, is it 10% of the total, or let's say you hire 100 additional authorizations? What are you going to really end up with when you subtract out all that other stuff like shift work, leave, sick leave, and all that?
It takes, if my memory serves me right, it takes about, let's say, 6-point-something officers to fill one position 24/7.
Okay.
So
It's about 20 to 25%. When you take into account the required training or the
Right.
academy,
Right.
the sick leave, all the leave, we're getting about the 2080 hours a year. You're getting about 1,700 working hours.
Yeah, and I think everybody needs to take that into account when we do talk about additional authorizations. Like you said, 25%. So if you have 100 authorizations, you're only really getting 25 additional people on the streets at any one time.
Right.
Yeah. All right.
Great, that's all I had. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, Chief.
Well,
Go ahead, Councilman.
All right. Well,
Sorry.
Chief, I'm going to throw you a curveball. We never really hear about interdiction on the highways as far as, drugs and weapons and all the other stuff, right? Including human beings and 18-wheelers, right? Can you talk to us a little bit about how much of and to what extent within your organization you guys work on that, what the training for that looks like, and are we keeping up with the problem?
Sure. So a few years back, we actually had an interdiction unit. And based on staffing needs, we had to dissolve it because those bodies were needed elsewhere. I think having an interdiction unit is, especially here in San Antonio with 35 and 37 running through it, I think having an interdiction unit is a good idea. It would be my intention to start one back up as staffing levels permit.
What is an adequate amount to have a meaningful impact on this, right? For the number, headcount, let's say for an
We had a
interdiction unit.
sergeant, and can you remember the number? Yeah. I'm thinking we had a team of 6 plus a sergeant.
Okay. And right now we got 0.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have the numbers in our special victims unit fluctuated?
No, sir.
So what are we at that as head count? I told you it was a curveball. Sorry, Chief.
I don't know, when I look at it on TV, there's like 6 or 8 people.
We'll get it to you, Councilman.
Yeah, thank you. And then lastly, Chief, I do want to make sure it goes set here, and I'll repeat it every time we have a conversation about policing in San Antonio, that you guys are 50% of the equation here, right? Whenever Councilman Courage watches his favorite Law and Order shows, it takes 30 minutes from arrest to prosecution and sentencing, right? For every episode. But that prosecution and sentencing is incredibly important. And the relationship that you've got with our district attorney, I think is impressive. I cannot say that, in all honesty, that I've always been impressed with the relationship between SAPD and our district attorney. Under the new district attorney, Joe Gonzalez, I think that this city is in very, very good hands, because I think the man has a very, very big heart, but also he takes it very seriously, and really is interested in putting really bad people away for a really long time, and also, figuring out creative ways to deter these folks from falling back into crime. Are there ways to strengthen that relationship that you can think of?
Well, we actually meet once a month. The DA, myself, and Maria and the city manager, we all meet once a month, and we go over any issues that, may be having. But it's a good relationship we have, and it's an important relationship.
And then just a suggestion, and I think this is a $0 ask, Eric. I know that you do your regular community meetings where you go out and you visit with our homeowners associations and give them an update on what's happening in the neighborhoods. But I think there'd be added value if you and the individual council person and the district attorney were to attend those meetings together, so that they can understand the whole process, right? And the challenges that both of you face, and then how both of you work to eliminate those challenges. Because so often our homeowners associations walk out of there and say, wow, our cops really are doing all those things, right? I didn't know that. And then they come back and say, but why, but what else is going on? And we leave them with more questions than answers. And I think that use District 8 as a pilot if you want to, but I'm willing to host those meetings with you and the DA. Okay, got it. Thank you. Thanks, Jeff.
Councilman, concerning your question about the Special Victims Unit, we have 55 police officers assigned to that unit and 4 civilians.
Now, how has that changed over the years? Is that pretty steady?
We'll get you a history. So
Okay.
that way we give you accurate information.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Pelaez. All right. We're now at the closing portion, which we have, again, a full discussion, so we're not quite there yet. But what I would like us to do is take a quick 10 minutes this time, take a quick break so Eric can rally with staff and come up with some consensus comments that will start our kickoff our summary discussion at the end. So 10 minutes, we'll reconvene at 3:10. at almost everybody in the room, so if you can go ahead and take your seats, we will begin our closing. All right, council members, if you can take your seat, we're going to get started with our summary now. And as we do, I've asked Eric if he could kick off this discussion just with a general summary of the things that we've talked about, maybe some of the things that it appears we have forming consensus around. And I think that will help to begin our discussion to close out. Again, this is the last part of the day, so what we want to hear about is really your response to what you've heard from each other, from the city staff, but most importantly, highlighting those areas of agreement. And the next process of this, after we have this discussion, obviously, is that the staff will do their work, and we will see a trial budget based on the discussion next month, and that will officially kick off the rest of the budget process, which will last another 4 or 5 months or so. So Eric, over to you.
Thanks, Mayor. So I'll cover broadly what I think I heard some of the consensus was on the major items, and at least be a starting point for the council conversation during this next segment. So under the area of property tax, we're going to be providing within the trial budget increases to the homestead exemption of 5% minimally and higher. And we'll show you a couple of different scenarios in the trial budget. We're also going to layer in a number of options to also increase the other exemptions so that you see, and we'll isolate them so that maybe as part of that trial budget conversation, there's a little bit of mix and match. You can see what the individual impact dollar-wise is. And of course, that will also include what we know at that time in terms of the reduction in the rate. As Troy pointed out, we won't know it final until July 25th, but every month that goes by, we get better information from the appraisal district and Councilwoman Rocha Garcia and her efforts over there with Mike. In the area of streets and Vision Zero, we're going to spend a little bit more time on this issue and show you as part of the trial budget the 5-year historical look, both at a citywide level, but also a district level in terms of score of the streets, and then try to repackage up an option for the council to look at and consider that takes into account the beginning point and the realization. And somebody made a real good point earlier that an average of 80 means that half of the districts are below 80. So really kind of pulling that data apart and seeing if we can repackage up that. I think part of this, there's a couple of areas that we'll need to make sure. I heard loud and clear that the $20 million we have a couple of needs. We've got to finish out our Vision Zero projects that were started this year. That's $7 million. We have ongoing Vision Zero efforts, and we'll spend a little bit more time trying to determine how that incorporates into street conditions and street safety and pedestrian safety. And then the other major item of F streets, so we'll try to figure out how we bundle that up and continue to make progress. I will say that the F Street part should probably look more like the conversation and the allocation that the council made as part of the ARPA, which was based on equity and need, and not the maintenance schedule, because the maintenance schedule is trying to take care of 4,000 plus miles. The F Street is trying to resolve a smaller increment and resolve them for a longer period of time. So we appreciate the good conversation there. We are gonna propose and do additional work in the summer. Several of you mentioned additional drainage projects as part of priorities for your district. And so we're going to continue to work throughout the summer on an option to present to you in the proposed budget, an increase in the stormwater fee. Now, we're not changing how the rate is determined. We're not going to do that, but we're going to propose an increment or an adjustment in that stormwater fee. It hasn't been increased in 3 years or so. And how much can we take that additional increment and leverage into drainage projects on our hazard mitigation list that are still outstanding, or some of the drainage issues, low water crossing issues that we've got in several of your districts. And so we'll work on that. Thank you for the feedback on employees. I've heard both Renee and the council talk about the layering of COLA, performance pay, market adjustments, the pay plan. We will provide you options in the trial budget, and we'll have more information there in a couple of weeks. That's going to that will be, even though we haven't done the budget yet, that will be our largest expense going into next year. So we're going to have to be mindful of that. We are going to continue to work with public safety on the crime reduction plan, and then find a spot on the B session to talk about that with the entire council, and make sure we're integrating Claude and UTSA professors and allow the council to have that broader conversation. We had a narrow conversation today, but I sense that the council wants to have is that strategic conversation about that issue. So we'll do that. Generally, what I heard this morning also was support for public safety, whether it is resources or positions or training. Arts funding came up. We know that'll be a major issue, and I know that the Councilwoman Sandoval's committee talked about that yesterday on the ARPA funding focus area. The SA Forward plan, we will continue to work on the funding of that program. Several of you mentioned that. I said drainage projects, affordable housing. I also heard this morning, so that'll obviously continue to be a focus in the trial budget and the work we do this summer. So that's kind of a good starting point, I think, Mayor, for the group.
Great. Thank you, Eric. Just on a specific note, achieving an equity score or achieving a PCI score of 80 on average could mean that one district is 95 and 9 districts are well below 70. That's an even worse outcome than having half above and half below. So my main takeaway from today was that the notion of equity has come up in every conversation, and that we do need to look how it's applied, both in terms of the outcomes we're trying to achieve, whether that's in the housing area or it's, again, through our infrastructure scores, and how that breaks down per district and the various, types of infrastructure that we're building and we're maintaining. But it also means the process. So, again, I think that some of these conversations will be resolved once we get a better sense of the direction that we're headed, and also specific to the infrastructure maintenance budget, how we're going to utilize those dollars that potentially could be locked up for 2 years when we could be addressing other forms of equity, including, again, pedestrian mobility, et cetera. So my main takeaway is that we've got to do a deeper dive on the process and the outcomes that we're trying to achieve on most of these department scores. I do want to make mention, because I didn't note this to begin with, but I do agree we need to be deliberate and work with deliberate speed on the SA Forward plan. That did come up, but I did want to add my voice to it as well. And back on equity, with respect to the property tax relief and the form it takes as we roll this out in the FY23 budget, what I would want to make sure, and this is relevant to the calibration, the homestead exemption and the rate, is that the folks who are receiving the tax relief are as best we can, given limited tools, are the folks who most need the tax relief. So, I think that will play into how we adjust the homestead exemption upward, as well as the tax rate. So again, trying to target as best we can the tax relief.
Or the disabled or the
Correct.
Elderly. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. So look forward to those options that will be presented later. So let me go now to Councilmember Villagrán.
Thank you. And thank you for doing the summary first. This is not feeling equitable, especially the presentation on the homestead exemption. I want specifically to see the return on investment if we if we take 13 million out of the budget. I know that was one number thrown around, and how that is going to impact our streets and our infrastructure. And 5% or higher. If we're going to go 5% or higher, I want us to go lower on the property values, because there are homes on the west side, there are homes on the east side that don't hit that $100,000 mark, and they're being left out. People who don't have the homestead exemption but live in legacy homes are being left out. And my concern is that there is a message that could be sent that people who own homes over $100,000 or more are valued more than those that do not. And I feel like there's going to be a set of precedents with a north-south line when we look at this homestead exemption. So I'd like you to fix that or adjust that, because I want this to go out to the public, to our many apartment dwellers. And the other thing about that, there are so many taxing entities here, and we are working under the assumption that they're going to follow our example. The county, if you look at the county, it's the county, the university hospital, and then the Bexar County flood. And of those three entities, it was only the county that made the decision to come to our 0.01%. The university hospital has not, and it does not even give an exemption for the disabled. So we can do all we can, but if our taxing entity partners are not going to come alongside us, the burden is still going to be there. And they're still going to look, because we are the most accessible of elected officials, because we're so many, they're still going to look to us for answers. So that's my take on the homestead and the property tax. I do want our residents to have property tax relief, but I am much for reducing it for all than looking at a homestead exemption that does not take into consideration our legacy homeowners. And y'all can talk to me all day about the state and what they did or didn't do, but I know my district, I know my residents, I know there's a pocket that does not live in $100,000 homes that are going to be left out of this process. I think I made myself clear on streets and sidewalks, and I do want to see the pedestrian mobility happen. And I am encouraged by the work we're trying to do with the hotspots, but I think we need to take this more in a collective effort. So this is one of many conversations, and we need to go out to the public. If we are going to put forward this homestead exemption, we need to go out to the public and clearly explain to them. And if we are going to meet this early, I think CNE needs to get ready to go out and after the bond election to talk to the residents of what we're looking at in this next year's budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Villagran. Councilmember McKee Rodriguez.
Thank you. That was faster than I thought it was going to be. I'll start off with the property tax and homestead, the tax rate and homestead exemption levels. I do also want to make sure that the folks who feel the effects of the homestead exemption, like this has been consistent, I want to make sure that those who have more modest homes feel the same level of relief as those with more expensive homes. And I don't know if we're going to get to that point, but I say all we can do is try, and all we can do is our best. And so as we push forward in this conversation, I want us to please keep that as a goal, because it looks like it's going to happen regardless. It looks like this is going to happen. So how we do it, I think, matters. As it relates to infrastructure, when we were talking about the equity lands, and what I heard was, so one of the things that I originally thought would be a solution would be we base all of our infrastructure budgeting on condition of roads, and so it'd just be one simple equation. But what I heard from Councilwoman Sandoval when she started talking about soil conditions and rates of degradation, I think that maybe what we need is for Public Works and for our city staff to determine a series of buckets and a series of equations that determine the overall picture of how do we fund roads, how do we fund, what kind of equations can we put together that will address proportionality of F-street distribution, rates of degradation of areas of roads and soil conditions, in addition to levels of investment historically. And so I hope that throughout the next few months, city staff really thinks about that. Because I don't know if we can do things the way that we've been doing it and get to the goal that you had laid out earlier, Mayor. As it relates to, I'll just use the category policing. I think this is an opportunity and a test, right? Who is San Antonio post George Floyd and during the era of acknowledgement of racism as a public health crisis? And are we going to rely on the same systems and the same solutions and the same methods that we've always used? Or are we going to rely on what's politically convenient and what have been always the solutions that we know our residents are going to be happy because they ask for it, even if there's deeper levels of understanding to be attained? And so my request for that office is going to continue to stand. It's going to be one of my primary requests that we seriously consider as a council. And my hope is that the CCRs that many council members have filed over the past year and some change, that if they have a budget implication, that we can hear them somewhat quickly, or that we can consider them, because they did, at the end of the day, get 5 signatures of support. So they would really just need one more if folk are so willing. There was one more I just want to add, or 2 more. I still want to bring up the point of the LGC and increasing FTEs. I think beyond the 7.5 to 8. I think now I'm requesting 9 in echo of what Councilman Bravo had said not so long ago. And finally, just one more time, bringing up MLK and bringing up the gem and the jewel and pride that is MLK. There's an opportunity for the MLK March and the MLK celebrations to not just be the one day. We know we have Dream Week, but we want to create not just we want to come back post COVID, and we want it to still be the greatest, and we want it to be better than it's ever been before. So I'm also asking that, when we get the trial budget, that we see a good little increase for the MLK Commission, and that'll be all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McKee Rodriguez. And again, just as a reminder, we have a little bit of time for this discussion. So if you hear something you want to chime back in, we can have a conversation here. Eric, you wanted to jump in?
Yeah, there were two items that I didn't mention as part of the recap. One was NAMP funding. Several of you brought that up this morning. And then the second one I did mention was the concept of, several of you, Councilwoman Sandoval brought this up, but the issue of, are there any alternatives we should be looking at for sidewalk funding? And there were a couple of that we've looked at in the past, and we'll gather up and do that during the summer. That was one of the takeaways I heard as well this morning.
Great, thanks. Councilmember Perry.
Who? Me? Oh, okay, great. This was a great conversation here, and I'm very pleased at this point that we are talking about a homestead exemption and looking at that next step at 5%. And I recognize that there's issues with that, but we got to play within the rules that are given to us. We can't change those rules, unfortunately. But for all of those that are on fixed incomes, that live in a little bit more expensive homes, I want to keep them in those homes. And with these rising property taxes every year, it's forcing them to think, should I stay here, or do I need to go into an apartment or move out of the city? Lots of different reasons on that. And we can't wait on the state to come in and change the rules. We need to do something now. And because of the what bill is it? SB, which bill was that where it caps two? This gives us the opportunity to do this, as well as rolling back our tax rate. That is music to hundreds of thousands of people around San Antonio. because it will put money directly back into their pockets on both of those instances. I know we've already passed the lowest amount for a homestead exemption, but even going up to the next one, the relief, and then hoping that other taxing agencies jump on the bandwagon as well. I'm going to go out. I'm going to visit my school districts. I'm going to go visit the Alamo Community College. I want to visit all those personally and go talk to those boards saying, hey, look at what we're doing to help out our citizens across San Antonio. We need your help as well, just like the county jumped on board. So this is very, very important, and I'm really pleased to see that we're maybe at that point to go at least to the 5% level, if not more. Also happy about the discussion about the police department. I'm looking forward to that study that comes out that shows, okay, this is about how many police officers you should have. But I think we should jump in this budget cycle here and increase the number of police officers across the city right now. And you heard it's only about, you only get about 25% of what you're authorizing anyway. So we do need to add police officers to the city. People want to feel safe walking in their neighborhoods. And right now I know I have a problem up in District 10 where people don't feel safe because of that increased crime rate across the city. And then finally, I still feel strongly about keeping our general fund where it is right now on infrastructure at the 110 million, and then plussing up that what we've already committed out of the bond, and also the ARPA money. And then in 2025, we should be able to keep it at that level that we're plussing up now. And, you know, that's one of the biggest complaints I get from neighbors in District 10, our streets. And I think we owe it across the city to really concentrate on our infrastructure, to raise those PCI scores, plus take care of those F streets. We have to invest in that to raise those up and get those off the board. The number of years that we've neglected that has put us in this real big trick that now we really have to concentrate and level the amount of resources going to that to minimize that, or even better, wipe it off of that screen where we're only dealing with the D through A streets. So I'm really pleased to see all of these improvements in this budget here, and hopefully we can push this on through with these improvements. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Perry. Councilmember Rocha Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question. You know, it's on SA Forward, and I know that Mr. Jacob was here earlier, and he asked if I was in support of SA Forward, and I am. I was just trying to understand, we have the Office of Health Equity that is now under the Metro Health Leadership Team. We also have the Office of Policy and Civic Engagement that was established. How many people work in that office? And when will we get an increase to that? Sorry, maybe he stepped out. I can just hold that question for later.
We'll find him.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm just trying to learn a little bit more about what they've done and when we hired, who was hired, just additional information. I don't recall, but maybe they presented to Checker or Public Safety or something, and I wasn't there.
Who was hired for what?
For the policy, Office of Policy and Civic Engagement?
Like the actual individual?
Well, not the individual, but like, did they hire just one person? Did they hire a team?
Yeah, we'll get you that.
Okay.
And just so the Office of Health Equity, that actually predates the city's Office of Equity. That was the first effort that the city took to look at health equity issues. So that's actually not a new division in the health department.
Okay, got it. So it says it was elevated to the Metro Health Leadership Team. Does that just mean that the Metro Health Leadership Team is now?
That's just an organization within the organization that reports to Claude now.
Got it. So where does PACE fall?
Where to who?
PACE, the Policy and Civic Engagement.
With that group.
Within that group. Okay, so I just want to know how big it is. And then it also, under racism as a public health crisis, we talk about SOPs that were developed to systematically collect and disaggregate data by race, ethnicity, income, and zip code. Would we be able to do that for every department?
We'll find Claude.
Okay, got it. So I really like that idea, actually. And so if we could apply that across, that would be wonderful.
Okay.
But,
It's coming.
okay. And then, okay, so I'll go to My Sidewalks. Can you help me understand what the My Sidewalks website is, or maybe why it's under racism as a public health crisis?
You're asking a health question again, Councilwoman. Let's
Okay.
let's let Claude get here. and
Okay,
then
you can go
we'll-
to the
we'll
next
hit the
person
health
and come back
issues.
to me. No problem.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll come back to you. Councilmember Courage.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree that we all believe there needs to be more done on taxes. I think what we need to understand is what is the projected revenue that the city is going to get based on these dramatic increases in values. And then we need to look at how we want to allocate some of those homestead exemptions or property value exemptions to try and provide more equity and tax relief as much as we can to everybody we can. But we're limited on what we can do by state law. We can't manufacture exemptions or discounts for certain categories of residents, even if we would like to. So we have to stay within the law. But then I think after we apply all of those, make those decisions, then we're going to be looking at some kind of a tax rate reduction. So I think all of that is something that we really need to have the numbers on, not just the percentages, so that we can make good decisions on that. I think a lot of us talked about better police protection, whether it's for crime reduction, traffic control, or domestic violence or mental health issues. And so I think that, that's going to be another important issue that we're going to expect the chief and the administrative offices to come forward, executive offices, and let us know. I agree with focusing more on F streets, and I have to say I have fewer of them in my district than anywhere else. So I appreciate the fact that there are other districts that need that help more. But at the same time, I think we need to remember that we do need to do maintenance on all of the other B, C, and D so that all of us don't have more falling further into F or C. So we've got to maintain the ability to work on streets in just about every district as much as we can so that we don't backslide. I was glad to hear the discussion of pay and benefits. I think that not only do we need to look at that $10 million ARPA fund to go ahead and compensate people who worked in very difficult positions during the pandemic, but we need to have a fairer step plan. And I know the administration is working on that. And I'd certainly like to see the direction that goes in. But all of those add up to more dollars. And how those will fit into a budget if we've got to reduce how much we bring in because of the law saying it can't be more than 3.5% increase. Those are all going to be challenges we need to look at. I care very much about affordable housing, and I know all of us do, and we've talked about it. So if the bond passes, I hope that we develop some very smart ways of using that money. Number one, to keep people in the homes that they're in. Number two, to develop more homes that people can afford to live in. Being on the San Antonio Housing Trust Board with several of the rest of you, I hope that we become a good mechanism for utilizing a significant amount of those housing dollars to help create more affordable housing. I guess those are the main points I wanted to make. Thank you, Mayor.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Courage. Buying a little. Claude, are you ready to field some questions from Councilmember Rocha Garcia?
Sure. Good afternoon. I believe there were three
Why
dimensions.
don't you go ahead and restate your questions, Councilmember?
Sure, yes. The first one, if you can help me understand, the PACE was established. How big is it? How big is the staff? What kind of positions do you have on it?
Fair enough. Just PACE, or did you also want to hear about Office of Health Equity? Because that's a compliment.
Both. Yes,
Okay.
actually, I wanted to see how they work together because you have it in one area and then, so I have it on the essay forward, but then you also reference it under racism as a public health crisis. So I was trying to understand collectively how everything works together.
Fantastic. Good afternoon again, Claude Jacob from Metro Health. The Office of Health Equity was established back in 2017, And we took advantage of some funding opportunity to enhance and establish an Office of Policy and Civic Engagement. So the two offices anchored at Metro Health work synergistically. The Office of Health Equity is a repository of record for our Health Equity Action Plan. And the Office of Policy and Civic Engagement, we have currently 5 FTEs, I believe, anchored to that office. The Office of Health Equity mirrors the same scale. The whole point is to be a resource here in the city to help the departments implement their equity action plans. It's also the anchor for our response to the resolution of racism as a public health crisis. So it's a resource. It's applying lessons from the COVID storm. We have incredible talent and staff at the department. The only other the only other project tied to the office, both offices, it's establishing the Food Insecurity Working Group. So you'll hear reference. That's one of the 6 priority areas of our SA Forward plan. So those are the 2 offices at Metro Health.
Great, thank you. If we continue funding, for instance, that PACE office, since it's about policy and civic engagement, could we also maybe incorporate something like Councilman Maquila Rodriguez is asking for in the Office of Crime and Recidivism, since it's asking for policy recommendations, and it sounds like that's what you all are doing?
Yeah, just nationally, there's more talk about being more intentional around partnerships and community engagement. So by design, we have this Office of Policy and Civic Engagement so that we can be a better resource to help partners on the ground. So it's, for one example, the food bank. We've done incredible work with partners on the ground, and it's by design that we have an anchor within Metro Health that dovetails with our Por Vida program, Healthy Neighborhoods. And so we have incredibly talented staff, but it's making sure that we have the staffing complement to support partners.
Got it, thank you. And then the next question, it's closely related. You all have SOPs that have been developed, or an SOP specifically that was developed to systematically collect and disaggregate data by race, ethnicity, income, and zip code. Are you recommending that we expand that to all of the departments, or how are you working with other departments?
Well, let me just say this, that becoming more versed in making data-driven decisions, we do have our epidemiologists or disease detectives. We have a health informatics unit at our department. We're unique in that scope. But yes, I can't speak for other departments, but I can tell you what we're doing at Metro Health, and we're working in concert with other departments here in the city, especially the ITSD department, for making sure that we can package the information and present it. So we're applying lessons learned through COVID, but that's what we have now in our department.
And I appreciate Dr. Aga's work. The Queen of Informatics, I think, is her nickname by the mayor. I do think that we should probably take that model and apply it across some of the other departments. We've been asking for some information like that. I know from some community groups in policing. I've heard it in even streets, sidewalks, et cetera. So I think it would be something to consider, to look at if they have that SOP ready to go and it's been successful, that we could maybe share it across departments. But that just would be one recommendation. And then my final question is on the My Sidewalks website. Can you tell me a little bit more about it? It says it's developed to facilitate communication and data visualization for the public. What was the purpose of that? How does it fall under public health? Do you work with, I'm assuming you work with Rosie's team. Help me understand. I'm assuming it's access to quality of life, et cetera.
Yeah, so last week we rolled out during National Public Health Week the SA Forward plan. So that's a 5-year plan talking about our health priorities. The platform is My Sidewalk, so it's not an initiative. And we're using that as the SA Forward dashboard. So the product is out there. It's on our website. We've organized the information to make it reader-friendly, consumer-friendly, but it's really more qualitative in scope. But we'll be populating that website to show progress over time as we implement the priority areas of our SA Forward plan.
Got it. And I'm assuming that takes into account the Equity Atlas as well?
Well, so yeah, so one product we applied over the last couple of years was the Equity Atlas. We use the heat maps and the algorithm to figure out where to deploy resources for our pop-up clinics, our COVID testing tents. So you can see that change over time, and that's by design. But that platform, My Sidewalk, is a way to make it easier for residents or other members of the community to at least follow along our progress. So it's qualitative in scope, but you'll see it populated with data to show progress over time.
I'd love to maybe get a one-on-one briefing a little bit more about that so I could share it with some of our constituents. I think it would be, it would merit, and I said last question, but I did have one more. How are we incentivizing under your district-specific healthy living guides that are being developed? How are we incentivizing healthy restaurant options in our districts?
Well, we do have the Healthy Restaurants, the program. So incentivizing, again, we're getting feedback from partners on the ground. We're getting feedback from staff. We're trying to make it easier for folks to make the healthy choice the easy choice. But we'll talk more about how we can be more creative to engage the restaurant community. It's very popular, but just know that part of our plan is to push that out and make it easier for the restaurants to participate.
I'd love to have more information on that. Councilman Perry and I are going to be meeting with the San Antonio Restaurant Association as part of the Ready to Work program. And I know that we're trying to get that on the books, but if we could, maybe I could have my one-on-one before that so we could be ready to pitch that as well. That would be wonderful. But thank you, Mayor. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Rocha Garcia. Councilmember Bravo.
Thank you, Mayor. And since I stuck to your rules of only asking clarification questions, I assume you're going to give me the balance of the time the next hour to talk about my goals.
You have to deal with the rest of us too, though.
All right. There was some talk about making or keeping San Antonio a cheap place to live. And I don't see that as a goal of mine as a council member. I think I see a goal of mine as a council member of making San Antonio a high quality place to live and balancing that with affordability. And so that's really something I'm thinking about when I approach these issues. And I also think of having a quality, having a high quality or good quality of life here in San Antonio. I also see that as economic development because that's where businesses are going to want to move. On the homestead exemption, we talked about equity, and I support a homestead exemption. But as I think what we saw in the presentation was that the most support is going to go to districts 8, 9, and 10 for that. And that's not equity. And we're stuck with this blunt tool. And so I want to just bring up the idea that I had proposed previously about the Atlanta model of a fund that people can tap into when they have when they're experiencing rapidly rising property taxes. And if we do that, then we can craft that to our own liking and be able to provide relief in a way that we define. So that's something that I would like my council colleagues to consider. And the other thing that I want to do is have a conversation with you all, my council colleagues, and with city staff about what are we doing about renters, because this is, obviously the homestead exemption is not going to apply to them. And I've noticed a trend of developers approaching me and saying, hey, we want to build a new tower in District 1, and they're all going to be apartments. There's not going to be anything for sale. And again, I want to push when it comes to affordable housing. I want to have an emphasis on whatever we put forward to be on home ownership, and just put a renewed emphasis on that. What also surprised me is one builder said, we are actually looking at building a whole tower that would be all short-term rentals. And so I was a little bit surprised to hear that. And I'm going to couple that with the fact that I have been reading stories about investment firms that are buying up homes here just for rentals. And so I'm just really concerned about us becoming a high rental market as far as the city goes. I want to express support for Councilman McKee Rodriguez with a speaker for the MLK March. I don't know if the dollar figure is exactly where we need to be, but I would, I'm open to a conversation and supporting that at some level. And I think that's it. So I didn't take the full hour.
Thank you, Councilmember Bravo. Councilmember Sandoval.
Thank you, Mayor. And I can't believe we have time for this. We were so overtime earlier, and it feels like a luxury compared to previous budgeting sessions. So good work, Mayor and team, for allowing us this time and the opening comment time. Eric, Mayor, I want to thank you for looking into revising the F Street formulas as we discussed, supporting the SA Forward plan in its entirety, looking at some of the drainage projects we can do year to year, and looking into some protected and dedicated funding for our sidewalks, whether that's a new fee or otherwise. So thank you. So I do want to echo some of the things that other council members said that I would also be supportive of. Well, let's start with the ones that I said. So I back to sidewalks. I do think we want to make sure our sidewalks serve everyone, including wheelchairs. So I'd like to make sure we visit that in our policy work coming up, and that we prepare to support advanced rapid transit and our paths to transit. As I know we told VIA to hurry it up as quickly as they could. I think we've also got to put our efforts in to support them in that way, and increasing the capacity for traffic investigations. I think Councilwoman Castillo had mentioned that, so that we can get through some of those hot spots more quickly. I do also support investing in our MLK march. That's really a point that we should be proud of, having the biggest march in the country. And if you told me we no longer had the biggest march in the country, I would be devastated. Supporting that and Dream Week, however we can. Support the continuation of the demolition diversion program and the concept of having code compliance managers. That's a tough one, because when you have code compliance issues, that's not really the only issue that's happening in that household. So possibly connecting those folks to other services. And of course, support housing preservation. So let me tie this to the homestead exemptions and clearing titles, et cetera. So I do support increasing the threshold for the disability exemption that Councilwoman Rocha Garcia highlighted. But let's also talk about people who may not have exemptions right now, or people who also may not know how to protest their taxes. So in the few years that we conducted property tax protest workshops in District 7, what I was able to glean from that is that the homes that are most affected by really sharp rising land values or property values is where we have the most turnover and gentrification. And that happens in older neighborhoods. So if I go out to the north side of my district, many of the homes are the same. So when the mass evaluations that are done by BCAD at that point, they're a little bit more justified. But when you come to the inner city, because the houses are so different and they're turning over, the mass appraisal formula doesn't work as accurately there. So what you find is, even though a house sold for $400,000, a few blocks from you, yours might still, yours is never going to sell for close to 400. Not you personally, is never going to sell for that, but your value has gone. I've seen your house. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. But your value has gone up a lot more than you'll ever be able to recover. And if you're, an elderly couple that maybe doesn't even have access to the internet, how do you go about protesting your property taxes? How do you go about finding your own comps, right? You need to attend a workshop, number one. Then you need someone to help you do that work. So I would love to see us explore having city-sponsored workshops. So not just the council districts doing this, but almost akin to our the VITA program, where you go and you take your documents. Someone is going to be able to help that homeowner save, $200 to $300. And those are the homeowners that are not going to get the same benefit from the 20% homestead exemption. They simply won't, right? So we have to do something for them too, and it's just going to be a different tool. I want to mention again that I support supporting our sustainability department, like Councilman Bravo mentioned. And if I'm out of breath, it's not because I'm out of shape. It's because there's something pressing against my lungs right now. Like Councilman Bravo mentioned, we are going to be losing 2 quasi-staff members that we had from NRDC. They were so helpful in transportation as well as energy. So we need to at least replace them, but also think about how we're going to get all that other work done. And I know our sustainability team is running themselves ragged with everything that they have on their plate. It's amazing how much they get done. And I would like to also support the continuation of our parking validation program during public comment and city council meetings. Thank you very much, team, for making that, or CNE, for making that happen. And if we can grow that to other opportunities, that would be great as well. And I want to chime in on something that Councilwoman Rocha Garcia said about incentivizing our healthy restaurant program. So the Por Vida program has been around for a while, but I think we need to visit how we can get some synergies, for instance, for restaurants that are on the Riverwalk, right, that rent space from us. Why wouldn't we want to entice them to be part of that program? For starters, we can start there. That's what I have right now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Sandoval. Councilmember Castillo.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to briefly reiterate a couple of points that I raised earlier. Top priority for District 5 residents is housing preservation. Again, ensuring that we replenish the fund for the demolition mitigation pilot program, as well as being intentional with our vacant lots and potentially partnering with Chiodos to activate those vacant lots to produce deep affordability. I do have similar concerns, right? We are with the shift, we are going towards the direction of being a city majority renters. But there's that policy piece that's outside of the budget that I think as city council members that we should prioritize to ensure that we are protecting renters. I do have some concerns. I hear my colleagues when we're talking about the homestead exemption. I think it's important for us to also look beyond the homestead exemption and other innovative models that we could potentially provide to vulnerable populations like our seniors to alleviate that tax burden. While I understand that there is a cap for seniors, there's also other opportunities that we can provide our seniors to help with that bill. And I'm looking forward to those conversations. In addition to that, with the basic infrastructure and community, ensuring that we're continuing to fund F streets and infrastructure in general at the previous year rate, right? What that looks like is the 110 million and building upon with the other methods of funding, whether it's through ARPA, through the bond, right? To continue that where we're chipping away at those infrastructure needs. Pedestrian mobility is also a priority, ensuring that we are supportive of the Vision Zero initiative to ensure that we can steer towards that direction of these transit corridors and ensure that we're getting less cars off the streets, more people walking on bikes, and more accessible sidewalks for our seniors, moms with and parents rather with strollers. In addition to that, what I heard was some folks want to see investment to libraries and parks. So I'm hopeful for an increase into the CIP so that way we can address those concerns. Drainage will always be a big issue for District 5 residents, so I'm hopeful to see additional investment there. What I heard from some of my colleagues, definitely ensuring that we continue to validate parking is a priority for us, as well as supporting, or rather creating a code compliance case manager to alleviate those concerns with violations and citations. But I'll send an email with a whole list, Eric, so thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Castillo. Councilmember Pelaez.
Thank you. One of the things that I forgot to mention earlier was that a lot of the problems that that we face as a city and that we've faced over the past 5 years, the intent of creating those innovation zones was to test out creative solutions that we hadn't tried before in these 3 zones, right? And as I'm thinking about what's been discussed and put on the table today, it occurs to me that a lot of these could have already been addressed in our innovation zones in different ways, and maybe they have, right? And I think that it'd be relevant for us to hear to what extent they have. If they haven't, well, then they need to be. The conversations about lighting and sidewalk widths and where to put signages and anyway, et cetera, right? So I do think that a conversation about how we use those to address not just the problems we're facing today, but the problems we're going to face tomorrow. I'd hate for us to have these innovation zones just sit on a shelf, Eric, and collect dust when I think that, and I don't think that we're using them the way that they were intended.
No, I don't think we are either. I think, but I'm glad you brought it up because I think it probably, I think we need to hit it from a different angle. We need to decide what is it we want and then go do it rather than kind of the open-ended effort we went through 3 years ago. Because then we don't know where it lands. And I think you just listed off 3 really important things that were all talked about today. I don't think any of those were part of those pilots. So maybe we ought to focus on those 3 and how are we tracking that?
And then, as far as those innovation zones are concerned, if you look at downtown was considered one of the innovation zones where we're going to test out a lot of these different solutions. But I find that what downtown means is different depending on who you're talking to, right? And I mentioned earlier this Velocity Center in District 2, and I'm as much in downtown when I'm standing there as when I'm standing on the other side of the highway, right? And I think it's also time that we re-examine the borders of these innovation zones to make sure that we're solving the problems where they're happening, right? The second thing is I also heard over and over and over again, how does this compare to what other cities are doing? And it triggered my colleague from District 10, but no, I'm playing with you. I'm teasing with you. I know it didn't trigger you, but I heard that question over and over again, but we also heard, well, does it work if we invest in this versus that? And to what extent will it work? And is there a way of being able to forecast that with data? Is there any data out there that would support the argument X or argument Y? And if anything, those conversations make it crystal clear to me that the investment we made in UTSA for these research projects was the right decision to make when we made it, right? But I do think that it's that our need for that research and that data is eclipsed by it eclipses the amount that we're investing in UTSA. And I think that we need to increase that coverage to, Texas A&M. I think that those big brains need to be able to provide us with input, and not just the 2 public universities. I think that St. Mary's and Incarnate Word and Trinity University, I mean, they've got some brilliant people out there who, could inform us, right? And instead of making it a single source contract where we're just going to one organization, maybe they compete to see which one of us gives us, which one of them gives us the best deal. And that brings up the question, well, or should we bring these experts in-house and have our own R&D department that does some of the kind of research you were asking about, that D2's asking about with recidivism, that, health outcomes that District 7 was asking about. And so we're, and that's a make versus buy decision, right? And, how whether we outsource that or bring it in-house, I'm up for that discussion. I personally think that, I don't think we need to reinvent a research institution when we've got so many fine ones around town, and delegating that research out is no different to me than delegating responsibilities out to delegate agencies to help us do some of the heavy lifting that we would otherwise do in-house with, departments. And so lastly, I'll tell you, this is like before Christmas when you tell your kids, write your wish list down, right? And I do think that we need to also have a conversation at a later date about how much we as a city, with all these regulations and impositions that cost people money, not my money, but other people their money, and we're spending it. What it is that I, as a city council member, and all of us together as a unified body, what we cost the average business in San Antonio and the average homeowner, and whether or not that cost brings commensurate value. And so, for example, how much are we contributing to the cost of housing in San Antonio with some of these projects and some of these initiatives? And I mean, that's not to say that the projects and the initiatives aren't worthwhile and that they don't merit conversation and that they shouldn't happen, but I do think that they should be accompanied with a discussion about, what is the end? I mean, if there's an economic development impact, right? Well, then what is the economic impact that we have when we make important decisions, right? And
Steve, an example of what you
yeah, sure. We heard when the ship first came out, Gene Dawson stood in front of all of us and said that the first $24,000 of the value of a house 5 years ago can be attributed to county and city and regulations, right, and obligations imposed on them. And then that was the first $24,000 before that the U stuck a stick in the ground or laid a single inch of concrete. That's an important number, right? And the number is, I mean, it begs the question, well, is that too much, right? How much of that is actual value to the end user? Are we competitive as it relates to other cities when we do cost people money, right? And when we say, there's a housing crisis out here, how much of that do I own, right? And I think that we ought to have a meta conversation about that, where we have a difficult conversations with ourselves about our real impact on people's pocketbooks. And it's a difficult one. It's one that a lot of elected officials are allergic to, but it's one that I think requires some courage. And I think that we've got the right mix of people at the city council table to have that difficult conversation. So did that answer your question, Eric?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I'm going to take your bait on both of those items, Councilman. I do think that is a relevant conversation. I think that's baked in and implied in the SHIP work. And I think you also find that San Antonio's cost of living is at a relative advantage because of the cost that starts before anything on the ground is actually put in place. That being said, my position on housing affordability with respect to all levels of AMI is that we've got to facilitate production. We don't have enough housing, affordable housing, equitable housing, sustainable housing at any level. And it's creating downward pressure. And so where there is opportunity for us to facilitate development of housing that is above deeply affordable, it's not going to be subsidized. But what it could be is that it's facilitated in some other method, meaning we need to take a look at what that regulatory mix is. Is it competitive? Is it necessary? Et cetera. At the same time, we're also talking about UDC amendments, UDC code update. There are going to be regulations that we put in place for very good reasons, for public safety, for sustainability. Those all have to be balanced out with the need to maintain affordability. On the other issue that you brought up, and I got you, Councilman. I always think I agree. I think we had this discussion about the academic institutions. I would like to see it opened up to the other institutions in town who do have expertise and qualifications in areas that would be helpful. I think there's great value in academic research being independent from the city. So I will always lean in that direction for us to engage our universities independently of the city. A couple of things I wanted to note, just generally, it seems like we have been budgeting for 2 years straight, really since March of 2020. We've been doing other work, but we've been budgeting for 24 months straight, whether that's our own city resources, whether that was CARES Act, ARPA funds, bond, et cetera. We've been allocating resources and budgeting through this pandemic and even after. What's I think helpful to us all, and it's evident again today, is that our priorities have largely remained consistent. We're talking about infrastructure, we're talking about equity, we're talking about housing, food insecurity, et cetera, the basics. And so as it relates to putting together this budget, I don't think we're straying too far from the priorities that we've been consistently articulating for the last 2 years, and I think that's notable. That being said, I did want to mention two other things. Councilmember Castillo brought up the issue of land banking, and the fact that there are, and you brought up the issue of vacant properties, Eric. I think there is great value for our real estate folks to take a look at the map of San Antonio and find out where there are underutilized properties and see if there is value for the public for us to utilize resources as available to acquire properties so that we can potentially encourage and facilitate the kind of development that would be useful, that would be beneficial to the public, whether that's in affordable housing or something else. But, you know, when we're talking about that $24,000 that Councilman Pelaez has mentioned, in some cases that could be addressed if we had control of some of that inventory that right now is just sitting vacant, unused, potentially blighted, and nuisanced. Last thing I wanted to mention is this is not only a FY23 budget, you're also drafting an FY24 budget. We do a biannual budgeting process. What I would really like to see, and Tamika, I don't know how far or how close we are to getting the bicycle master plan briefed to council.
It's out of the street right now, so then we'll award.
Sometime this year?
In the summertime,
Oh, I was going to prevent her. Oh, okay. I would have summarized, but that's all right.
Tamika Monterville, Director of Transportation. We just put it on the street. We are looking to bring it to the council in August or October for award. So at that time, we'll start the process, data collection, the kickoff, going out, talking to the public, doing a significant engagement piece where we're going to go citywide, talking to people about what their goals are. And right now we have on our website, SA Speak Up /transportation, you can give us feedback on whatever you think you want in terms of bicycles. So we can collect data now. So we're starting that data collection with our website.
If you could give a best guess as to when that process will be complete and council would be briefed on a draft plan, when would it be? What year?
23. We'll have a
23.
draft plan in 23. Yes, sir.
Okay, so we'll be looking
The latter
at
part
it.
of 23, we'll have a draft plan.
Got
and
it.
We will have implementation strategies. So what we're trying to do is quick wins as a result of the preliminary information that we glean.
Okay.
Mayor, are you talking about making sure in the 2-year budget we set aside
So-
a funding plan for 24?
You get where I'm going
Yeah,
with this.
yeah.
I think it's important for us to start thinking about now how we're going to actually build the plan, build the system. And I know that's not going to be in this year's fiscal year budget, and it potentially won't even be in next year's fiscal year budget to any big order of magnitude. But
We've
I think
set aside 10 million in the bond. If it's successful, we will have 10 million to
Okay.
implement.
but that won't be the only $10 million.
No, sir.
Right,
We'll
so-
be coming back for more. Yes, sir.
Got it. Okay. So I mean, I think it's worth us even conceptually thinking about where are we going to dedicate funding for that plan in the out years? And if that starts the wheels turning in FY 2024, would like to see what that might look like.
Yes, sir.
And that way, you know, in the subsequent years, we get a sense of where that money's coming from. So thanks, Tamika. Councilmember Sandoval.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I wasn't sure if you'd seen me, so I kept waving at you. Regarding vacant homes, there are some models out there that I'm sure staff can look at, and I do know they have a small incentive program for developers, but Baltimore just did something very creative. I know parts of California also have some programs in place. Of course, both of those states have much more flexible state government than we do, but worth investigating. I failed to mention that when we're talking about protesting property taxes, I think there's a way that we can also help renters in that. Thanks for that smile. Are you laughing at something?
No, I was smiling at Tamika.
Oh,
Sorry.
no, sorry. You talked about how the most affordable housing that we have is what we already have, right? And I've had mom and pop landlords come to me and say, what can I do about these property taxes? I don't want to charge the people who live here anymore. I know they can't afford it, but I need to be able to pay this as well. So I'm wondering if that's a service we could contract out for basically landlords that are local, right? They compete against. I think we all read, if you've read that article in Sunday's paper about that property on Poplar, that's someone who owns a property. They're not here. They're not invested in our community. But we have plenty of landlords that are local and that are invested in making sure that their tenants have a place to stay, and they may not have the same resources as a big company like that. So if we could consider providing that type of service to local landlords, I think that's one way to invest our affordable housing dollars. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sandoval. Councilmember McKee Rodriguez.
Thank you. And I really appreciate this format. We were having our ARPA discussion yesterday, and I complained a little bit that when there's not opportunity for us to go back and forth, I don't know, I don't feel it's as productive. But I forgot to mention, I know we didn't receive a presentation today regarding ACS, but I just want to say that, we've had the number of animal welfare advocates who have come to city council and have said XYZ about the way animals are treated in the city, and in the span of a short period of time have had meetings with Shannon Sims, with members of the community, and they're saying, we really appreciate the work that he's doing, and we believe he's doing the best with the resources that he's been given, but we want to see more. And I want to maybe ask for more than what he would even ask for. We want to see clinic staffing increase significantly. Hopefully the hospital passes as a part of the bond. That's something that's necessary. We want to see an increase to the types of vaccinations and surgeries that can be performed. I know one of the struggles is that there's a vet shortage nationwide. And so if we can be, I know we had a conversation about compensation earlier for everyone, but I think we have to be very strategic and specific to vets to be as competitive as possible and to attract as many as possible and have the positions available. There's also a few capital projects I'd like to see, including a transport facility. And I think that'll help us with I think they're very overburdened and need support. And so I look forward to a presentation where they'll make very specific asks, but just know that I'm supportive, and whatever they ask for at this point, I want to give them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McKee Rodriguez. Councilmember Courage.
Thank you, Mayor. Gee, I'm glad we're waxing philosophical now, and we're talking about a lot of things, because as we've been talking about housing and economic growth and taxes, a lot of this going through my mind reminds me of the decisions that we make and how they affect everybody around us. And I'll talk about economic growth. We want economic growth. We'd like to attract big businesses, better paying businesses. But what does that mean? Well, that means, yes, people will have higher incomes, but yes, that means other people will come here and we'll have to build more houses, and it's going to raise the value of homes, and people are going to have to pay higher taxes because there's more business bringing more people. So, that's always going to be part of that mix of economic growth. At the same time, we talk about building more housing because we need more housing. But every time you build a house in a neighborhood, you're affecting the value of the other homes around that house. Or if you're building an apartment complex, you're affecting the values of other apartment complexes nearby. In other words, everything we do in the way of building housing can still end up costing the neighbors even more in their tax bill because it raises the value of property. And so as we talk about economic growth or building new homes, we still have to realize that the people in this community end up paying for that in more ways than one. and a lot of it is because of growth in taxes. And we're very limited in what we can do. But I know Adriana sits on that board now. And I also understand that the law that states about appraise is saying you don't have to do it every year, that you just need to do it no longer than every 3 years. So why are we appraising every year and raising those rates every year when maybe we could do it every 2 years or every 3 years? And so that means the city might hold the same basic revenue except for new growth, but it wouldn't grow because of the increase in value. But think of what that could do to save property owners from increased taxes from year to year. And what about the state? What can we get the state to do more? We've talked about targeted audiences that need more support. I appreciate what Phyllis was saying about people who are living in homes that were owned by a family member. They never gained title or ownership, but they've been living there. And they don't get the break of a homestead exemption because it's not their homestead. But are there things that we can be asking the state legislature to do to help us alleviate taxes even more to particular targeted audiences? If we could start doing more of that, then maybe the growth in economic development wouldn't hurt people so much. If we didn't raise taxes every year, maybe people could live with a house being built near them, and then maybe 3 years later, their taxes may go up. So, those are some of the things I think we need to be considering as we talked about all of these aspects of the city growing and developing and creating more housing and more jobs. So just philosophically in my mind.
Thank you, Councilmember Courage. Councilmember Rocha Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. And I realized that I started asking my clarifying questions on the rest of the package, but I didn't wrap up with my priorities. But I think I've heard some support already for what I was calling a think tank, right? And so multiple universities coming together with data for us. And so I'm highly supportive of that. Thank you. Also, I've heard a couple of y'all express support for the disabled persons exemption being increased. We're the lowest, so that would be important to me. And then also I heard Eric say that we would focus on the risk mitigation efforts, specifically on the drainage. So thank you for that, Eric. Like I said, I think my district alone to catch us up is $136 million that I added up. I do want to also, I mentioned something and nobody caught on to it, or maybe nobody supported it, but I'm going to make a pitch again for an additional cycle for brush collection. I really think that would help a lot of our homeowners. And so I don't know if it's because we don't have enough staffing power to do it. I don't know how much it is to add a whole other cycle for brush collection, but I really think that that would be helpful in helping with our overgrown yards, especially as we see that that's one of the top calls that we get for 311. And then also, I think that just from hearing the conversation, I went last week to Mr. Uresti's office, and he sent out an email to all of us talking about some tax forgiveness, and it's basically a grant program, and it's payment on your taxes that you haven't paid. So there's eligibility requirements. He printed out a list for me of zip codes that had taken advantage of. District 3 and District 4 were the ones that had used it the least. And so we happen to be the ones that needed a whole lot. You'll be happy to know, council colleagues, in 9 and 10, yours were very well used. So they knew how to apply, they knew where to go. But my response to that was, oh my goodness, how do we partner with you so that you could have access? Because Mr. Uresti has on the second floor folks that actually help. So Councilman Sandoval, what you were talking about, people being walked through, there was a line of people that were willing to sit down with this advisor, if you will. So I don't know if I know that they're county and I know that we're city and there's always some delicate balance there, but it was just so inconvenient to have to go up to the second floor on that scary building. So I don't know if there's an opportunity to partner with Mr. Uresti's office and really take advantage of that $80.2 million on delinquent past property taxes. And then also, by the way, it's HOA fees that they help with as well. So there's just a whole lot of programs out there that our residents are not taking advantage of. And I think that maybe, again, back to the partnerships, we probably should do a better job of just working together and trying to promote that to all of our residents, whether it's county or city. We just need to do a better job so that our residents, like Councilwoman said earlier, they blame us anyway. So they just assume elected officials as city council. So we might as well just work together with everybody and try to find a solution for this. But that's it. Those are all my comments. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rocha Garcia. Councilmember Villagran.
Thank you. I just wanted to chime in again because I would like to hear more about the budget goals as Councilman McKee Rodriguez mentioned for animal care services, because I think we have contracts and we know there's a vet shortage and we have partners and we just want to make sure we're partnering with good and responsible partners that are paying their employees. And then the other is arts. I still want to have a further conversation about arts and their economic impact to the city. And I do, and Councilman Courage mentioned this regarding our CCPF funds in terms of getting creative and maybe doing an extra dialer trailer or brush collection in certain neighborhoods for our residents. So I would be in support of looking at that. And will we have solid waste present to us, Eric?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. So I look forward to hearing from them because they are so important to many of my neighbors. So that's all I wanted to chime in about. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Villagran. Any further comments in this portion of the discussion? So this was kind of a closing summary. And Eric, what could you reiterate, or is there a slide that shows the next steps of the process of budget for the FY23 budget? Just kind of walk us through. We're going to get the trial budget, then y'all are going to work as departments from that feedback. Then we're going to go have proposed budget hearings out in the community. And ultimately, we'll be back with departments in August. Right?
Justina will cover that, but okay, go ahead, Justina.
Thank you. My name is Justina Tate again. So the next step would be our 5-year forecast along with the trial budget. So that'll be presented on May 11th. And at that time, that'll be another opportunity to get your feedback on the budget priorities for the fiscal year 2023 budget development. And then from there, we'll go out to the community and get the community's feedback on the budget priorities that are identified by City Council and gather any other priorities they may have. And from that, over the summer, we'll develop the proposed budget, which will be presented August 11th. And then we'll have our council budget work sessions where the departments will present in detail what is included in their proposed budget. And then we'll also go back out to the community to get their input on the proposed budget. And then we're scheduled to adopt the budget on September 15th.
Great. All right. Well, do you have any closing?
No, just one other thing, so the forecast and the trial budget is on a B session day, and so depending on the construction of that, we may actually suggest we do that on May 12th, the Thursday afternoon. Get through the business that way the council doesn't feel pressed in our normal B session schedule. And we start at 2. Maybe we can start a little bit earlier on Thursday. So we're gonna, as we work to put that together, we may want to give ourselves a little bit more time to go through that, and give the council some opportunity to talk.
Well, so these budget goal setting sessions have evolved quite dramatically. We used to have a facilitator. It used to be very formal. They'd interview beforehand. We'd go through charrettes and we'd talk about values and all that stuff. We've really gotten down to business on this one, starting with, trial budget and a little bit earlier. I don't know about you all, but I thought this was a very useful meeting. I thought that the timing of it was also good. But it also is kind of reminiscent of where we used to be when we did B sessions back in the old B room as well. And something that I've missed, and I know we're just kind of talking generally now. What I've missed from our B sessions now that they've been almost entirely in the council chambers is that we're not around a room where we can see everybody and we're not having a back and forth discussion like Councilmember Mickey Rodriguez said. When I think about work sessions like this one, it's more of a discussion and not like the formal meetings that the B sessions have evolved into. And I'd love to hear thoughts from folks about, I mean, we're eventually going to go back to our old space reconfigured. But, maybe thinking about format of the B sessions, because when we're diving into a briefing from staff, I mean, we do want to hear from our colleagues and kind of take on some of the comments and let the discussion evolve. Eric. John, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll make a comment on that if I can, Mayor, and that is, you didn't limit anybody's time, which really, I think, allowed us
We
all
got here at 9
to
a.m.,
kind of go back and
Councilman.
forth. So when you limit us to X, maybe that's why we don't have that free flow of information. Anyway.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just wondering, I think you all used to do like some traveling B sessions. Why did that stop? Or at least y'all have like a few traveling sessions once in a while?
Are you getting nervous about what we're talking
Sorry.
about, Andy?
Just add, Mayor, for clarification, is this discussion pertains to B sessions as it relates to budget, but obviously it can be applied generally.
Just talking
That's what it-
procedures.
We're talking
Yeah.
procedures as it relates to B sessions related to budget, but again, they can be applied generally.
Got it. Okay. 10-4.
So that's my question.
Yeah, no, I think the only traveling B session that I can recall as city manager was a B session we had at the East Pre-K Center. But
Yeah.
I don't recall having, and we did that in advance of the port. Yeah, we did
And
the port. That's
yeah.
right.
And that's why
So-
I'm wondering, like, can we do that? Should we be doing that? Even if it's just with the budget sessions? But that's it.
I want to I disagree with my esteemed colleague. I think that our 10-minute shot clock is necessary, so I don't want to do away with that. But I do think what you did here a little differently today was kind of kept us on time because it was an open discussion. And so we were, I think, in some ways maybe more succinct and wanted to hear from each other.
Yeah.
So I do like this format for a B session, but I don't agree with doing away with our shot clock.
Yeah, and just to clarify, the formality has ratcheted up in our B sessions with the council deciding that we needed a shot clock, because council members who will remain unnamed would be on the shot clock for 40 minutes at a time, and that's not helpful for the discussion. But that was a group agreement, I think, a couple of years ago, and then it was ratcheted up again when we went to the chambers because of COVID. So it's gotten to where, it's really not conducive of this kind of back and forth. So maybe, Eric, after next week, we can put our heads together and think about how we can
Yeah,
change it up a
I
little
think
bit.
this would be really helpful to have in these B sessions.
I
Absolutely.
think what we did differently here today was we had a certain amount of time and we knew we had to keep to that time. So I think that helps to facilitate discussion.
Oh, we always have to.
All right. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't want to abuse the shot clock on this one because I know that y'all want to go home. But one thing that I've found useful at other similar meetings is the use of technology in these things, right? And that Mentimeter tool that we've used at our HOA meetings to sort of gather consensus about, what's more important to you, 1 to 10. How does this resonate with you? And I think that that would also help you focus in on consensus as opposed to having to
And having the council members? be
no
part of that?
both
Do that?
both, right? I mean, I got to be honest with you. I mean, I have a list of 20 things, right? And the stuff I mentioned wasn't in any particular order.
Yeah.
But maybe if you gave us the opportunity to sort of just say, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right, and then compare that to see where we all land on that.
Yeah.
Because I'm not sure you're gathering that. I mean, and if you are, you're brilliant. But okay, you're brilliant.
All right. Well, this is also a helpful discussion about discussion. And we'll stop there because it's 4:42 p.m. and if notes are correct, we're going to get out early, believe it or not. So for the good of the order, it's 4:42 p.m. It's 13th day of April 2022. And We are adjourned. Thanks, everybody. Great session.
Good job, y'all.
We made it. What am I, chopped liver?